Section 1 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Introduction. Dr. Corbett, Bishop of Oxford and Norwich, lamented long ago the departure of the English fairies. In Queen Mary's time he wrote, "When Tom came home from labour, or sis to milking rose, then merrily, merrily went their tabor, and merrily went their toes." But now, in the times of James, they had all gone, for they were of the old profession, and their songs were Ave Maries. In Ireland they are still extant, giving gifts to the kindly, and plaguing the surly. "Have you ever seen a fairy or such like?" I asked an old man in County Sligo. "Am't I annoyed with them?" was the answer. "Do the fishermen along here know anything of the mermaids?" I asked a woman of a village in County Dublin. "Indeed, they don't like to see them at all," she answered, "for they always bring bad weather." "Here is a man who believes in ghosts," said a foreign sea captain, pointing to a pilot of my acquaintance. "In every house over there," said the pilot, pointing to his native village of Rosses, "there are several." Certainly that now old and much respected dogmatist, the spirit of the age, has in no manner made his voice heard down there. In a little while, for he has gotten a consumptive appearance of late, he will be covered over decently in his grave, and another will grow, old and much respected, in his place, and never be heard of down there, and after him another, and another, and another. Indeed, it is a question whether any of these personages will ever be heard of outside the newspaper offices, and lecture rooms, and drawing rooms, and eel-pie houses of the cities, or if the spirit of the age is at any time more than a froth. At any rate, whole troops of their like will not change the Celt much. Giraldus Cambresis found the people of the Western Islands a trifle paganish. "How many gods are there?" asked a priest a little while ago of a man from the island of Innistor. "There is one on Innistor, but this seems a big place," said the man, and the priest held up his hands in horror, as Giraldus had done just 7 centuries before. Remember, I am not blaming the man. It is very much better to believe in a number of gods than in none at all, or to think that there is only one, but that he is a little sentimental and impracticable, and not constructed for the 19th century. The Celt, and his cromlechs, and his pillar stones, these will not change much. Indeed, it is doubtful if anybody at all changes at any time. In spite of hosts of deniers, and asserters, and wise men, and professors, the majority still are averse to setting down to dine 13 at table, or being helped to salt, or walking under a ladder, or seeing a single magpie flirting his checkered tail. There are, of course, children of light who have set their faces against all this, though even a newspaper man, if you entice him into a cemetery at midnight, will believe in phantoms, for everyone is a visionary, if you scratch him deep enough, but the Celt is a visionary without scratching. Yet be it noticed, if you are a stranger, you will not readily get ghost and fairy legends, even in a western village. You must go adroitly to work, and make friends with the children and the old men, with those who have not felt the pressure of mere daylight existence, and those with whom it is growing less, and will have altogether taken itself off one of these days. The old women are most learned, but will not so readily be got to talk, for the fairies are very secretive, and much resent being talked of, and are there not many stories of old women who were nearly pinched into their graves, or numbed with fairy blasts? At sea, when the nets are out and the pipes are lit, there will be some ancient hoarder of tales become loquacious, telling his histories to the tune of the creaking of the boats. Holy Eve night, too, is a great time, and in old days many tales were to be heard at wakes, but the priests have set faces against wakes. In the Parochial Survey of Ireland it is recorded how the storytellers used to gather together of an evening, and if any had a different version from the others, they would all recite theirs and vote, and the man who had varied would have to abide by their verdict. In this way stories have been handed down with such accuracy that the long tale of Deirdre was, in the earlier decades of this century, told almost word for word, as in the very ancient manuscripts in the Royal Dublin Society. In one case only it varied, and then the manuscript was obviously wrong. A passage had been forgotten by the copyist. But this accuracy is rather in the folk and bardic tales than in the fairy legends, for these vary widely, being usually adapted to some neighbouring village or local fairy-seeing celebrity. Each county has usually some family or personage supposed to have been favoured or plagued, especially by the phantoms, as the Hacketts of Castle Hackett, Galway, who had for their ancestor a fairy, or John O'Daly of Lissadell, Sligo, who wrote Eileen Irune, the song the Scotch have stolen and called Robin Adair, and which Handel would sooner have written than all his oratorios, and the O'Donoghue of Kerry. Round these men stories tended to group themselves, sometimes deserting more ancient heroes for the purpose. Round poets they have gathered especially, for poetry in Ireland has always been mysteriously connected with magic. These folk tales are full of simplicity and musical occurrences, for they are the literature of a class for whom every incident in the old rut of birth, love, pain, and death has cropped up unchanged for centuries, who have steeped everything in the heart, to whom everything is a symbol. They have the spade over which man has leant from the beginning. The people of the cities have the machine, which is prose, and a parvenu. They have few events. They can turn over the incidents of a long life as they sit by the fire. With us nothing has time to gather meaning, and too many things are occurring for even a big heart to hold. It is said the most eloquent people in the world are the Arabs, who have only the bare earth of the desert and a sky swept bare by the sun. Wisdom has alighted upon 3 things, goes their proverb: the hand of the Chinese, the brain of the Frank, and the tongue of the Arab. This, I take it, is the meaning of that simplicity sought for so much in these days by all the poets, and not to be had at any price. The most notable and typical storyteller of my acquaintance is one Paddy Flynn, a little bright-eyed old man living in a leaky one-roomed cottage of the village of B, the most gentle, i.e. fairy place, in the whole of County Sligo, he says, though others claim that honour for Drumahair or for Drumcliff. A very pious old man, too. You may have some time to inspect his strange figure and ragged hair, if he happen to be in a devout humour, before he comes to the doings of the gentry. A strange devotion. Old tales of Columkill, and what he said to his mother. How are you today, mother? Worse. May you be worse tomorrow. And on the next day. How are you today, mother? Worse. May you be worse tomorrow. And on the next. How are you today, mother? Better, thank God. May you be better tomorrow. In which undutiful manner he will tell you Columkill inculcated cheerfulness. Then most likely he will wander off into his favourite theme, how the judge smiles alike in rewarding the good and condemning the lost to unceasing flames. Very consoling does it appear to Paddy Flynn, this melancholy and apocalyptic cheerfulness of the judge, nor seems his own cheerfulness quite earthly. Though a very palpable cheerfulness. The first time I saw him he was cooking mushrooms for himself, and the next time he was asleep under a hedge, smiling in his sleep. Assuredly some joy not quite of this steadfast earth lightens in those eyes, swift as the eyes of a rabbit, among so many wrinkles, for Paddy Flynn is very old. A melancholy there is in the midst of their cheerfulness, a melancholy that is almost a portion of their joy, the visionary melancholy of purely instinctive natures, and of all animals. In the triple solitude of age and eccentricity and partial deafness, he goes about much pestered by children. As to the reality of his fairy and spirit-seeing powers, not all are agreed. One day we were talking of the banshee. I have seen it, he said, down there by the water, batting the river with its hands. He it was who said the fairies annoyed him. Not that the sceptic is entirely afar, even from these western villages. I found him one morning as he bound his corn in a merest pocket-handkerchief of a field. Very different from Paddy Flynn, and a travelled man too. Very different from Paddy Flynn, scepticism in every wrinkle of his face, and a travelled man too. A foot-long Mohawk Indian tattooed on one of his arms to evidence the matter. Those who travel, says a neighbouring priest, shaking his head over him and quoting Thomas à Kempis, seldom come home wholly. I had mentioned ghosts to this sceptic. Ghosts, said he. There are no such things at all, but the gentry, they stand to reason. For the devil, when he fell out of heaven, took the weak-minded ones with him, and they were put into the waste places, and that's what the gentry are. But they are getting scarce now, because their time's over, ye see, and they're going back. But ghosts, no. And I'll tell ye something more I don't believe in, the fire of hell. Then, in a low voice, that's only invented to give the priests and parsons something to do. Thereupon this man, so full of enlightenment, returned to his corn-binding. The various collectors of Irish folklore have, from our point of view, one great merit, and from the point of view of others, one great fault. They have made their work literature rather than science, and told us of the Irish peasantry rather than of the primitive religion of mankind, or whatever else the folklorists are on the gad after. To be considered scientists, they should have tabulated all their tales in forms like grocers' bills. Item the fairy king, item the queen. Instead of this, they have caught the very voice of the people, the very pulse of life, each giving what was most noticed in his day. Corcoran Lover, full of the ideas of harum-scarum Irish gentility, saw everything humorized. The impulse of the Irish literature of their time came from a class that did not, mainly for political reasons, take the populace seriously, and imagined the country as a humorist's Arcadia. Its passion, its gloom, its tragedy they knew nothing of. What they did was not wholly false. They merely magnified an irresponsible type, found oftenest among boatmen, carmen, and gentlemen's servants, into the type of a whole nation, and created the stage Irishman. The writers of '48 and the famine combined burst their bubble. Their work had the dash, as well as the shallowness, of an ascendant and idle class, and in Croker is touched everywhere with beauty, a gentle Arcadian beauty. Carleton, a peasant born, has in many of his stories, I have only been able to give a few of the slightest, more especially in his ghost stories, a much more serious way with him, for all his humour. Kennedy, an old bookseller in Dublin, who seems to have had a something of genuine belief in the fairies, came next in time. He has far less literary faculty, but is wonderfully accurate, giving often the very words the stories were told in. But the best book since Croker is Lady Wilde's Ancient Tales. The humour has all given way to pathos and tenderness. We have here the innermost heart of the Celt, in the moments he has grown to love through years of persecution, when, cushioning himself about with dreams, and hearing fairy songs in the twilight, he ponders on the soul and on the dead. Here is the Celt, only it is the Celt dreaming. Besides these are two writers of importance who have published, so far, nothing in book shape, Miss Letitia McClintock and Mr. Douglas Hyde. Miss McClintock writes accurately and beautifully the half-Scotch dialect of Ulster, and Mr. Douglas Hyde is now preparing a volume of folk tales in Gaelic, having taken them down, for the most part, word for word, among the Gaelic speakers of Roscommon and Galway. He is, perhaps, most to be trusted of all. He knows the people thoroughly. Others see a phase of Irish life. He understands all its elements. His work is neither humorous nor mournful. It is simply life. I hope he may put some of his gatherings into ballads, for he is the last of our ballad writers of the school of Walsh and Callanan, men whose work seems fragrant with turf smoke. And this brings to mind the chap-books. They are to be found, brown with turf smoke, on cottage shelves, and are, or were, sold on every hand by the pedlars, but cannot be found in any library of this city of the Sassenach. The royal fairy tales, the Hibernian tales, and the legends of the fairies are the fairy literature of the people. Several specimens of our fairy poetry are given. It is more like the fairy poetry of Scotland than of England. The personages of English fairy literature are merely, in most cases, mortals beautifully masquerading. Nobody ever believed in such fairies. They are romantic bubbles from Provence. Nobody ever laid new milk on their doorstep for them. As to my own part in this book, I have tried to make it representative, as far as so few pages would allow, of every kind of Irish folk faith. The reader will perhaps wonder that in all my notes I have not rationalized a single hobgoblin. I seek for shelter to the words of Socrates. Phaedrus, I should like to know, Socrates, whether the place is not somewhere here at which Boreas is said to have carried off Orithyia from the banks of the Ilissus. Socrates, that is the tradition. Phaedrus, and is this the exact spot? The little stream is delightfully clear and bright. I can fancy that there might be maidens playing near. Socrates, I believe the spot is not exactly here, but about 1/4 of a mile lower down, where you crossed the temple of Artemis. And I think that there is some sort of altar to Boreas at the place. Phaedrus, I do not recollect, but I beseech you to tell me, Socrates, do you believe this tale? Socrates, the wise are doubtful, and I should not be singular if, like them, I also doubted. I might have a rational explanation that Orithyia was playing with Pharmacia when a northern gust carried her over the neighbouring rocks, and this being the manner of her death, she was said to have been carried away by Boreas. There is a discrepancy, however, about the locality. According to another version of the story, she was taken from the Areopagus, and not from this place. Now I quite acknowledge that these allegories are very nice, but he is not to be envied who has to invent them. Much labour and ingenuity will be required of him, and when he has once begun, he must go on and rehabilitate centaurs and chimeras dire. Gorgons and winged steeds flow in apace, and numberless other inconceivable and portentous monsters. And if he is sceptical about them, and would fain reduce them one after another to the rules of probability, this sort of crude philosophy will take up all his time. Now, I have certainly not time for such inquiries. Shall I tell you why? I must first know myself, as the Delphian inscription says. To be curious about that which is not my business, while I am still in ignorance of my own self, would be ridiculous. And therefore I say farewell to all this. The common opinion is enough for me. For, as I was saying, I want to know not about this, but about myself. Am I, indeed, a wonder more complicated and swollen with passion than the serpent Typho, or a creature of gentler and simpler sort, to whom nature has given a diviner and lowlier destiny? I have to thank Messrs. Macmillan and the editors of Belgravia all the year round, and Monthly Packet, for leave to quote from Patrick Kennedy's legendary fictions of the Irish Celts, and Miss McClintock's articles respectively. Lady Wilde for leave to give what I would from her Ancient Legends of Ireland, Ward and Downey, and Mr. Douglas Hyde for his 3 unpublished stories, and for valuable and valued assistance in several ways, and also Mr. Allingham and other copyright holders for their poems. Mr. Allingham's poems are from Irish Songs and Poems, Reeves and Turner, Ferguson's from Seeley, Bryars and Walker's shilling reprint, my own and Miss O'Leary's from Ballads and Poems of Young Ireland, 1888, a little anthology published by Gill and Sons, Dublin. W.B. Yeats. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trooping Fairies. The Irish word for fairy is sheog, a diminutive of the she and banshee. Fairies are dinashi, fairy people. Who are they? Fallen angels who were not good enough to be saved, nor bad enough to be lost, say the peasantry. The gods of the earth, says the Book of Armagh. The gods of pagan Ireland, say the Irish antiquitarians. The Tuatha De Danann, who, when no longer worshipped and fed with offerings, dwindled away in the popular imagination, and are now only a few spans high. And they will tell you, in proof, that the names of fairy chiefs are the names of old Danann heroes, and the places where they especially gather together, Danann burying places, and that the Tuatha De Danann used to be called Sloashi, the fairy host, or Marcarshi, the fairy cavalcade. On the other hand, there is much evidence to prove them fallen angels. Witness the nature of the creatures, their caprice, their way of being too good to the good and evil to the evil, having every charm but conscience, consistency. Beings so quickly offended that you must not speak much about them at all, and never call them anything but the gentry, or else Dinna Maha, which in English means good people, yet so easily pleased they will do their best to keep misfortune away from you, if you leave a little milk for them on the window-sill overnight. On the whole, the popular belief tells us most about them, telling us how they fell, and yet were not lost, because their evil was wholly without malice. Are they the gods of the earth? Perhaps. Many poets and all mystic and occult writers, in all ages and countries, have declared that behind the visible are chains on chains of conscious beings, who are not of heaven but of the earth, who have no inherent form but change according to their whim, or the mind that sees them. You cannot lift your hand without influencing and being influenced by hordes. The visible world is merely their skin. In dreams we go amongst them, and play with them, and combat with them. They are, perhaps, human souls in the crucible, these creatures of whim. Do not think the fairies are always little. Everything is capricious about them, even their size. They seem to take what size or shape pleases them. Their chief occupations are feasting, fighting, and making love, and playing the most beautiful music. They have only one industrious person among them, the leprechaun, the shoemaker. Perhaps they wear their shoes out with dancing. Near the village of Balosdare is a little woman who lived among them 7 years. When she came home she had no toes, she had danced them off. They have 3 great festivals in the year, May Eve, Midsummer Eve, November Eve. On May Eve, every 7th year, they fight all round, but mostly on the plain of Bon, wherever that is, for the harvest. For the best ears of grain belong to them. An old man told me he saw them fight once. They tore the thatch off a house in the midst of it all. Had anyone else been near, they would merely have seen a great gust of wind whirling everything into the air as it passed. When the wind makes the straws and leaves whirl as it passes, that is the fairies, and the peasantry take off their hats and say God bless them. On Midsummer Eve, when the bonfires are lighted on every hill in honour of St. John, the fairies are at their gayest, and sometimes steal away beautiful mortals to be their brides. On November Eve they are at their gloomiest, for according to the old Gaelic reckoning this is the first night of winter. This night they dance with the ghosts, and the puka is abroad, and witches make their spells, and girls set a table with food in the name of the devil, that the fetch of their future lover may come through the window and eat of the food. After November Eve the blackberries are no longer wholesome, for the puka has spoiled them. When they are angry they paralyze men and cattle with their fairy darts. When they are gay they sing. Many a poor girl has heard them, and pined away and died, for love of that singing. Plenty of the old beautiful tunes of Ireland are their only music, caught up by eavesdroppers. No wise peasant would hum the pretty girl milking the cow near a fairy rath, for they are jealous, and do not like to hear their songs on clumsy mortal lips. Carolan, the last of the Irish bards, slept on a rath, and ever after the fairy tunes ran in his head, and made him the great man he was. Do they die? Blake saw a fairy's funeral, but in Ireland we say they are immortal. The Fairies, William Allingham. Up the airy mountain, down the rushy glen, we daren't go a-hunting, for fear of little men. Wee folk, good folk, trooping all together, green jacket, red cap, and white owl's feather. Down along the rocky shore some make their home, they live on crispy pancakes of yellow tide foam. Some in the reeds of the Black Mountain Lake, with frogs for their watchdogs, all night awake. High on the hilltop the old king sits, he is now so old and grey, he's nigh lost his wits. With a bridge of white mist Columkill he crosses, on his stately journeys from Sleeve-League to Rosses, or going up with music on cold starry nights, to sup with the queen of the gay northern lights. They stole little Bridget for 7 years long, when she came down again her friends were all gone. They took her lightly back, between the night and morrow, they thought that she was fast asleep, but she was dead with sorrow. They have kept her ever since, deep within the lake, on a bed of flag-leaves, watching till she wake. By the craggy hillside, through the mosses bare, they have planted thorn-trees, for pleasure here and there. Is any man so daring as dig them up in spite, he shall find their sharpest thorns in his bed at night. Up the airy mountain, down the rushy glen, we daren't go a-hunting, for fear of little men. Wee folk, good folk, trooping all together, green jacket, red cap, and white owl's feather. End section 2. Section 3 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frank Martin and the Fairies, William Carleton. Martin was a thin, pale man when I saw him, of a sickly look and a constitution naturally feeble. His hair was a light auburn, his beard mostly unshaven, and his hands of a singular delicacy and whiteness, owing, I dare say, as much to the soft and easy nature of his employment as to his infirm health. In everything else he was as sensible, sober, and rational as any other man. But on the topic of fairies, the man's mania was peculiarly strong and immovable. Indeed, I remember the expression of his eyes was singularly wild and hollow, and his long narrow temples sallow and emaciated. Now, this man did not lead an unhappy life, nor did the malady he laboured under seem to be productive of either pain or terror to him, although one might be apt to imagine otherwise. On the contrary, he and the fairies maintained the most friendly intimacy, and their dialogues, which I fear were woefully one-sided ones, must have been a source of great pleasure to him, for they were conducted with much mirth and laughter, on his part at least. "Well, Frank, when did you see the fairies?" "Whist, there's 24 of 'em in the shop, the weaving shop, this minute. There's a little old fellow sitting at the top of the slies, all to be rocked while I'm weaving. The sorrow's in them, but they're the greatest little scamers alive, so they are. See, there's another of them at my dressing noggin. Get out of that, you shingon, or bad cess to me if you don't, but I'll lave you a mark. Ha, cut you thief, you!" "Frank, aren't you afeard of them?" "Is it me? Arrah, what I to be afeard of them for? Sure they have no power over me." "And why haven't they, Frank?" "Because I was baptized against them." "What do you mean by that?" "Why, the priest that christened me was told by my father to put in the proper prayer against the fairies, and a priest can't refuse it when he's asked, and he did so. Begorra, it's well for me that he did. Let the tallow alone, you little glutton. See, there's a weeny thief of them ate in my tallow. Because, you see, it was their intention to make me king of the fairies." "Is it possible?" "Devil a lie in it. Sure you may ask them, and they'll tell you." "What size are they, Frank?" "Oh, wee little fellows, with green coats and the purtiest little shoes ever you seen. There's 2 of them, both old acquaintances o' mine, running along the yarn beam. That old fellow with the bob wig is called Jim Jam, and the other chap with the 3-cocked hat is called Nicky Nick. Nicky plays the pipes. Nicky, give us a tune, or I'll malavogue you. Come now. Luarn shore. Whist now, listen." The poor fellow, though weaving as fast as he could all the time, yet bestowed every possible mark of attention to the music, and seemed to enjoy it as much as if it had been real. But who can tell whether that which we look upon as a privation may not after all have been a fountain of increased happiness, greater perhaps than any which we ourselves enjoy? I forget who the poet is who says, "Mysterious are they laws, the vision's finer than the view. Her landscape nature never drew, so fair as fancy draws." Many a time, when a mere child, not more than 6 or 7 years of age, have I gone as far as Frank's weaving shop, in order, with a heart divided between curiosity and fear, to listen to his conversation with the good people. From morning till night his tongue was going almost as incessantly as his shuttle, and it was well known that at night, whenever he awoke out of his sleep, the first thing he did was put out his hand and push them, as it were, off his bed. "Go out of this, you thieves, you! Go out of this now, and let me alone. Nicky, is this any time to be playing the pipes, and me wants to sleep? Go off now. Troth, if yez do, you'll see what I'll give yez to-morrow. Sure, I'll be making new dressin's, and if yez behave decently, maybe I'll lave ye the scrapin's of the pot. There now, och, poor things, they're dacent cratures. Sure they're gone, barrin' poor Redcap, that doesn't like to lave me." And then the harmless monomaniac would fall back into what we trust was an innocent slumber. About this time there was said to have occurred a very remarkable circumstance, which gave poor Frank a vast deal of importance among the neighbours. A man named Frank Thomas, the same in whose house Mickey McRory held the first dance at which I ever saw him, as detailed in a former sketch. This man, I say, had a child sick, but of what complaint I cannot now remember, nor is it of any importance. One of the gables of Thomas's house was built against, or rather into, a forth or rath called Townie, or perhaps Tonic Forth. It was said to be haunted by the fairies, and what gave it a character peculiarly wild in my eyes was, that there were on the southern side of it 2 or 3 little green mounds, which were said to be the graves of unchristened children, over which it was considered dangerous and unlucky to pass. At all events, the season was midsummer, and one evening, about dusk, during the illness of the child, the noise of a handsaw was heard upon the Forth. This was considered rather strange, and, after a little time, a few of those who were assembled at Frank Thomas's went to see who it could be that was sawing in such a place, or what they could be sawing at so late an hour, for every one knew that nobody in the whole country about them would dare to cut down the few whitethorns that grew upon the Forth. On going to examine, however, judge of their surprise when, after surrounding and searching the whole place, they could discover no trace of either saw or sawyer. In fact, with the exception of themselves, there was no one, either natural or supernatural, visible. Then they returned to the house, and had scarcely sat down, when it was heard again within 10 yards of them. Another examination of the premises took place, but with equal success. Now, however, while standing at the Forth, they heard the sawing in a little hollow, about 150 yards below them, which was completely exposed to their view, but they could see nobody. A party of them immediately went down to ascertain, if possible, what this singular noise and invisible labour could mean, but on arriving at the spot they heard the sawing, to which were now added hammering, and the driving of nails upon the Forth above, while those who stood on the Forth continued to hear it in the hollow. On comparing notes, they resolved to send down to Billy Nelson's for Frank Martin, a distance of only about 80 or 90 yards. He was soon on the spot, and without a moment's hesitation solved the enigma. "'Tis the fairies," said he. "I see them, and busy crathurs they are." "But what are they sawing, Frank?" "They are making a child's coffin," he replied. "They have the body already made, and now they're nailing the lid together." That night the child died, and the story goes that on the second evening afterwards, the carpenter who was called upon to make the coffin brought a table out from Thomas's house to the Forth as a temporary bench, and it is said that the sawing and hammering necessary for the completion of his task were precisely the same which had been heard the evening but one before, neither more nor less. I remember the death of the child myself, and the making of its coffin, but I think the story of the supernatural carpenter was not heard in the village for some months after its interment. Frank had every appearance of a hypochondriac about him. At the time I saw him he might be about 34 years of age, but I do not think, from the debility of his frame and infirm health, that he has been alive for several years. He was an object of considerable interest and curiosity, and often have I been present when he was pointed out to strangers as the man that could see the good people. End section 3. Section 4 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Priest's Supper, T. Croker. It is said by those who ought to understand such things that the good people, or the fairies, are some of the angels who were turned out of heaven, and who landed on their feet in this world, while the rest of their companions, who had more sin to sink them, went down farther to a worse place. Be this as it may, there was a merry troop of the fairies, dancing and playing all manner of wild pranks, on a bright moonlight evening towards the end of September. The scene of their merriment was not far distant from Inchgeela in the west of the county Cork, a poor village, although it had a barrack for soldiers, but great mountains and barren rocks, like those round about it, are enough to strike poverty into any place. However, as the fairies can have everything they want for wishing, poverty does not trouble them much, and all their care is to seek out unfrequented nooks and places where it is not likely anyone will come to spoil their sport. On a nice green sod by the river's side were the little fellows dancing in a ring as gaily as may be, with their red caps wagging about at every bound in the moonshine, and so light were these bounds that the lobs of dew, although they trembled under their feet, were not disturbed by their capering. Thus did they carry on their gambols, spinning round and round, and twirling and bobbing and diving, and going through all manner of figures, until one of them chirped out, "Cease, cease with your drumming, here's an end to our mumming, by my smell I can tell a priest this way is coming." And away every one of the fairies scampered off as hard as they could, concealing themselves under the green leaves of the Lismore, where, if their little red caps should happen to peep out, they would only look like its crimson bells, and more hid themselves at the shady side of stones and brambles, and others under the bank of the river, and in holes and crannies of one kind or another. The fairy speaker was not mistaken, for along the road, which was within view of the river, came Father Horrigan on his pony, thinking to himself that as it was so late he would make an end of his journey at the first cabin he came to. According to this determination, he stopped at the dwelling of Dermot Leary, lifted the latch, and entered with, "My blessing on all here." I need not say that Father Horrigan was a welcome guest wherever he went, for no man was more pious or better beloved in the country. Now it was a great trouble to Dermot that he had nothing to offer his reverence for supper, as a relish to the potatoes which the old woman, for so Dermot called his wife, though she was not much past 20, had down to boiling in a pot over the fire. He thought of the net which he had set in the river, but as it had been there only a short time, the chances were against his finding a fish in it. No matter, thought Dermot, there can be no harm in stepping down to try, and maybe, as I want the fish for the priest's supper, that one will be there before me. Down to the riverside went Dermot, and he found in the net as fine a salmon as ever jumped in the bright waters of the spreading Lee. But as he was going to take it out, the net was pulled from him. He could not tell how or by whom, and away got the salmon, and went swimming along with the current as gaily as if nothing had happened. Dermot looked sorrowfully at the wake which the fish had left upon the water, shining like a line of silver in the moonlight, and then, with an angry motion of his right hand, and a stamp of his foot, gave vent to his feelings by muttering, "May bitter bad luck attend you night and day, for a blackguard schemer of a salmon wherever you go. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, if there's any shame in you, to give me the slip after this fashion, and I'm clear in my own mind you'll come to no good, for some kind of evil thing or other helped you. Did I not feel it pull the net against me as strong as the devil himself?" "That's not true for you," said one of the little fairies, who had scampered off at the approach of the priest, coming up to Dermot Leary with a whole throng of companions at his heels. "There was only 12 of us pulling against you." Dermot gazed at the tiny speaker with wonder, who continued, "Make yourself no ways uneasy about the priest's supper, for if you will go back and ask him one question from us, there will be as fine a supper as was ever put upon a table spread out before him in less than no time." "I'll have nothing at all to do with you," replied Dermot in a tone of determination, and after a pause he added, "I'm much obliged to you for your offer, sir, but I know better than to sell myself to you, or the like of you, for a supper. And more than that, I know Father Horrigan has more regard for my soul than to wish me pledge it forever out of regard to anything you could put before him. So there's an end of the matter." The little speaker, with a pertinacity not to be repulsed by Dermot's manner, continued, "Will you ask the priest one civil question for us?" Dermot considered for some time, and he was right in doing so, but he thought that no one could come to harm out of asking a civil question. "I see no objection to do that same, gentlemen," said Dermot, "but I will have nothing in life to do with your supper. Mind that." "Then," said the little speaking fairy, whilst the rest came crowding after him from all parts, "go and ask Father Horrigan to tell us whether our souls will be saved at the last day, like the souls of good Christians, and if you wish us well, bring back word what he says without delay." Away went Dermot to his cabin, where he found the potatoes thrown out on the table, and his good woman handing the biggest of them all, a beautiful laughing red apple, smoking like a hard-ridden horse on a frosty night, over to Father Horrigan. "Please your reverence," said Dermot, after some hesitation, "may I make bold to ask your honour one question?" "What may that be?" said Father Horrigan. "Why then, begging your reverence's pardon for my freedom, it is, if the souls of the good people are to be saved at the last day." "Who bid you ask me that question, Leary?" said the priest, fixing his eyes upon him very sternly, which Dermot could not stand before at all. "I'll tell no lies about the matter, and nothing in life but the truth," said Dermot. "It was the good people themselves who sent me to ask the question, and there they are in thousands down on the bank of the river waiting for me to go back with the answer." "Go back by all means," said the priest, "and tell them, if they want to know, to come here to me themselves, and I'll answer that or any other question they are pleased to ask, with the greatest pleasure in life." Diarmid accordingly returned to the fairies, who came swarming about him to hear what the priest had said in reply, and Diarmid spoke out among them like a bold man as he was. But when they heard that they must go to the priest, away they fled, some here and more there, and some this way and more that, whisking by poor Diarmid so fast and in such numbers that he was quite bewildered. When he came to himself, which was not for a long time, back he went to his cabin, and ate his dry potatoes along with Father Horrigan, who made quite light of the thing. But Diarmid could not help thinking it a mighty hard case that his reverence, whose words had the power to banish the fairies at such a rate, should have no sort of relish to his supper, and that the fine salmon he had in his net should have been got away from him in such a manner. The Fairy Well of Lagnanay by Samuel Ferguson. Mournfully, sing mournfully, O listen, Ellen, sister dear, is there no help at all for me, but only ceaseless sigh and tear? Why did not he who left me here, with stolen hope steal memory, O listen, Ellen, sister dear? Mournfully, sing mournfully, I'll go away to Sleamish Hill, I'll pluck the fairy hawthorn tree, and let the spirits work their will, I care not if for good or ill. So they but lay the memory, which all my heart is haunting still. Mournfully, sing mournfully, the fairies are a silent race, and pale as lily flowers to see. I care not for a blanched face, for wandering in a dreaming place, so I but banish memory, I wish I were with Anna Grace. Mournfully, sing mournfully. Hearken to my tale of woe, 'twas thus to weeping Ellen Con, her sister said in accents low, her only sister Una Bon. 'Twas in their bed before the dawn, and Ellen answered sad and slow, O Una, Una, be not drawn, hearken to my tale of woe. To this unholy grief I pray, which makes me sick at heart to know, and I will help you if I may. The Fairy Well of Lagnanay. Lie nearer me, I tremble so. Una, I've heard wise women say, hearken to my tale of woe, that if before the dews arise, true maiden in its icy flow, with pure hand bathe her bosom thrice, 3 lady brackens pluck likewise, and 3 times round the fountain go, she straight forgets her tears and sighs, hearken to my tale of woe. All alas and well away, O sister Ellen, sister sweet, come with me to the hill I pray, and I will prove that blessed freet. They rose with soft and silent feet, they left their mother where she lay, their mother and her care discreet, all alas and well away. And soon they reached the Fairy Well, the mountain's eye, clear cold and grey, wide open in the dreary fell, how long they stood 'twere vain to tell. At last upon the point of day, Bon Una bears her bosom swell, all alas and well away, thrice o'er her shrinking breast she laves the gliding glance that will not stay, of subtly steaming fairy waves, and now the charm 3 brackens craves, she plucks them in their fringed array, now round the well her fate she braves, all alas and well away. Save us all from fairy thrall, Ellen sees her face the rim, twice and thrice, and that is all, fount and hill and maiden swim, all together melting dim. Una, Una, thou mayest call, sister sad, but lith or limb, save us all from fairy thrall. Never again of Una Bon, where now she walks in dreamy hall, shall eye of mortal look upon. O can it be the guard was gone, the better guard than shield or wall, who knows on earth save your Loch Don? Save us all from fairy thrall. Behold the banks are green and bare, no pit is here wherein to fall. Aye, at the fount you may well stare, but naught save pebbles smooth is there, and small straws twirling one and all. Hie thee home, and be thy prayer, save us all from fairy thrall. End of section 3. Section 4 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Teig O'Kane and the Corpse, literally translated from the Irish by Douglas Hyde. I found it hard to place Mr. Douglas Hyde's magnificent story among the ghosts or the fairies. It is among the fairies on the grounds that all these ghosts and bodies were in no manner ghosts and bodies, but pishogues, fairy spells. One often hears of these visions in Ireland. I have met a man who had lived a wild life like the man in the story, till a vision came to him in county, one dark night. In no way so terrible a vision as this, but sufficient to change his whole character. He will not go out at night. If you speak to him suddenly, he trembles. He is grown timid and strange. He went to the bishop and was sprinkled with holy water. It may have come as a warning, said the bishop, yet great theologians are of the opinion that no man ever saw an apparition, for no man would survive it. Editor. There was once a grown-up lad in the county Leitrim, and he was strong and lively, and the son of a rich farmer. His father had plenty of money, and he did not spare it on the son. Accordingly, when the boy grew up, he liked sport better than work, and, as his father had no other children, he loved this one so much that he allowed him to do in everything just as it pleased himself. He was very extravagant, and he used to scatter the gold money as another person would scatter the white. He was seldom to be found at home, but if there was a fair, or a race, or a gathering within 10 miles of him, you were dead certain to find him there. And he seldom spent a night in his father's house, but he used to be always out rambling, and like Sean Bui long ago, there was Grath gach Kailin Imrola Kalinya, the love of every girl in the breast of his shirt, and it's many's the kiss he got and he gave, for he was very handsome. And there wasn't a girl in the country but would fall in love with him, only for him to fasten his 2 eyes on her, and it was for that someone made this ran on him. Fioc and ruger gadirach poiga. Ni hinket smora I veta marata. Ag lement ag hawida da arnan na gringoig anusas anois naha no hadlacht sadla. A levant ag anhuida da arnan na grigwa. Na granyag. Anus anois na hadlacht sadla. Look at the rogue, for its kisses he's rambling. It isn't much wonder, for that was his way. He's like an old hedgehog, at night he'll be scrambling from this place to that, but he'll sleep in the day. At last he became very wild and unruly. He wasn't to be seen day nor night in his father's house, but always rambling or going on his ceilidh from place to place and from house to house, so that the old people used to shake their heads and say to one another, "It's easy seen what will happen to the land when the old man dies. His son will run through it in a year, and it won't stand him that long itself." He used to be always gambling and card-playing and drinking, but his father never minded his bad habits, and never punished him. But it happened one day that the old man was told that the son had ruined the character of a girl in the neighbourhood, and he was greatly angry, and he called the son to him and said to him, quietly and sensibly, "Avik," says he, "you know I loved you greatly up to this, and I never stopped you from doing your choice thing, whatever it was, and I kept plenty of money with you, and I always hoped to leave you the house and the land, and all I had after myself would be gone. But I heard a story of you today that has disgusted me with you. I cannot tell you the grief that I felt when I heard such a thing of you, and I tell you now plainly that unless you marry that girl, I'll leave house and land and everything to my brother's son. I never could leave it to anyone who would make so bad a use of it as you do yourself, deceiving women and coaxing girls. Settle with yourself now whether you'll marry that girl and get my land as a fortune with her, or refuse to marry her and give up all that was coming to you, and tell me in the morning which of the 2 things you have chosen." "Och, Dumnu Shiri, father, you wouldn't say that to me, and I such a good son as I am. Who told you I wouldn't marry the girl?" says he. But his father was gone, and the lad knew well enough he would keep his word too, and he was greatly troubled in his mind, for as quiet and kind as the father was, he never went back of a word that he had once said, and there wasn't another man in the country who was harder to bend than he was. The boy did not know rightly what to do. He was in love with the girl indeed, and he hoped to marry her some time or other, but he would much sooner have remained another while as he was, and followed his old tricks, drinking, sporting, and playing cards, and along with that he was angry that his father should order him to marry, and should threaten him if he did not do it. "Isn't my father a great fool?" says he to himself. "I was ready enough, and only too anxious to marry Mary, and now since he has threatened me, faith, I've a great mind to let it go another while." His mind was so much excited that he remained between two notions as to what he should do. He walked out into the night at last to cool his heated blood, and went on to the road. He lit a pipe, and as the night was fine, he walked and walked on, until the quick pace made him begin to forget his trouble. The night was bright, and the moon half full. There was not a breath of wind blowing, and the air was calm and mild. He walked on for nearly 3 hours, when he suddenly remembered that it was late in the night, and time for him to turn. "Musha, I think I forgot myself," says he. "It must be near 12 o'clock now." The word was hardly out of his mouth when he heard the sound of many voices, and the trampling of feet on the road before him. "I don't know who can be out so late at night as this, and on such a lonely road," said he to himself. He stood listening, and he heard the voices of many people talking through other, but he could not understand what they were saying. "Oh, Weira," says he, "I'm afraid. It's not Irish or English they have. It can't be they're Frenchmen." He went on a couple of yards further, and he saw well enough by the light of the moon a band of little people coming towards him, and they were carrying something big and heavy with them. "Oh, murder," says he to himself, "sure it can't be that they're the good people that's in it." Every rib of hair that was on his head stood up, and there fell a shaking on his bones, for he saw they were coming to him fast. He looked at them again, and perceived there were about 20 little men in it, and there was not a man at all of them higher than about 3 feet or 3 feet and a half, and some of them were grey, and seemed very old. He looked again, but he could not make out what was the heavy thing they were carrying until they came up to him, and then they all stood round about him. They threw the heavy thing down on the road, and he saw on the spot that it was a dead body. He became as cold as death, and there was not a drop of blood running in his veins when an old grey maneen came up to him and said, "Isn't it lucky we met you, Teig O'Kane?" Poor Teig could not bring out a word at all, nor open his lips, if he were to get the world for it, and so he gave no answer. "Teig O'Kane," said the little grey man again, "isn't it timely you met us?" Teig could not answer him. "Teig O'Kane," says he, the 3rd time, "isn't it lucky and timely that we met you?" But Teig remained silent, for he was afraid to return an answer, and his tongue was as if it was tied to the roof of his mouth. The little grey man turned to his companions, and there was joy in his bright little eye. "And now," says he, "Teig O'Kane hasn't a word. We can do with him what we please. Teig, Teig," says he, "you're living a bad life, and we can make a slave of you now, and you cannot withstand us. There's no use in trying to go against us. Lift that corpse." Teig was so frightened he was only able to utter the 2 words, "I won't," for as frightened as he was obstinate and stiff, the same as ever. "Teig O'Kane won't lift the corpse," said the little maneen, with a wicked little laugh, for all the world like the breaking of a lock of dry kippeens, and with a little harsh voice like the striking of a cracked bell. "Teig O'Kane won't lift the corpse. Make him lift it." And before the word was out of his mouth, they had all gathered round poor Teig, and they all talking and laughing through other. Teig tried to run from them, but they followed him, and a man of them stretched out his foot before him as he ran, so that Teig was thrown in a heap on the road. Then before he could rise up, the fairies caught him, some by the hands and some by the feet, and they held him tight, in a way that he could not stir, with his face against the ground. 6 or 7 of them raised the body, and pulled it over to him, and left it down on his back. The breast of the corpse was squeezed against Teig's back and shoulders, and the arms of the corpse were thrown round Teig's neck. Then they stood back from him a couple of yards, and let him get up. He rose, foaming at the mouth and cursing, and he shook himself, thinking to throw the corpse off his back. But his fear and his wonder were great when he found that the 2 arms had a tight hold round his own neck, and that the 2 legs were squeezing his hips firmly, and that, however strongly he tried, he could not throw it off, any more than a horse can throw off its saddle. He was terribly frightened then, and he thought he was lost. "Ochone, forever," he said to himself. "It's a bad life I'm leading that has given the good people this power over me. I promised to God and Mary, Peter and Paul, Patrick and Bridget, that I'll mend my ways for as long as I have to live, if I come clear out of this danger, and I'll marry the girl." The little grey man came up to him again, and he said to him, "Now, Teig, says he, you didn't lift the body when I told you to lift it, and see how you were made to lift it. Perhaps when I tell you to bury it, you won't bury it until you're made to bury it." "Anything at all I can do for your honour," said Teig, "I'll do it," for he was getting sense already, and if it had not been for the great fear that was on him, he never would have let that civil word slip out of his mouth. The little man laughed a sort of laugh again. "You're getting quiet now, Teig," says he. "I'll go bail, but you'll be quiet enough before I'm done with you. Listen to me now, Teig O'Kane, and if you don't obey me in all I'm telling you to do, you'll repent it. You must carry with you this corpse that is on your back to Temple Damus, and you must bring it into the church with you, and make a grave for it in the very middle of the church, and you must raise up the flags and put them down again the very same way, and you must carry the clay out of the church and leave the place as it was when you came, so that no one could know that there had been anything changed. But that's not all. Maybe that the body won't be allowed to be buried in that church. Perhaps some other man has the bed, and if so, it's likely he won't share it with this one. If you don't get leave to bury it on Temple Damus, you must carry it to Carrick Vad Vicoris, and bury it in the churchyard there, and if you don't get into that place, take it with you to Temple Ronan, and if that churchyard is closed on you, take it to Imlog Fada, and if you're not able to bury it there, you've no more to do than take it to Kilbreda, and you can bury it there without hindrance. I cannot tell you what one of those churches is the one where you will have leave to bury that corpse under the clay, but I know that it will be allowed you to bury him at some church or other of them. If you do this work rightly, we will be thankful to you, and you will have no cause to grieve. But if you are slow or lazy, believe me, we shall take satisfaction of you." When the little grey man had done speaking, his comrades laughed and clapped their hands together. "Glick, glick, hui, hui," they cried. Go on, you have 8 hours before you till daybreak, and if you haven't this man buried before the sun rises, you're lost." They struck a fist and a foot behind on him, and drove him on in the road. He was obliged to walk, and to walk fast, for they gave him no rest. He thought himself that there was not a wet path, or a dirty boreen, or a crooked contrary road in the whole county that he had not walked that night. The night was at times very dark, and wherever there would come a cloud across the moon he could see nothing, and then he used often to fall. Sometimes he was hurt, and sometimes he escaped, but he was obliged always to rise on the moment and hurry on. Sometimes the moon would break out clearly, and then he would look behind him and see the little people following at his back, and he heard them speaking amongst themselves, talking and crying out, and screaming like a flock of seagulls. And if he was to save his soul, he never understood as much as one word of what they were saying. He did not know how far he had walked, when at last one of them cried out to him, "Stop here!" He stood, and they all gathered round him. "Do you see those withered trees over there?" says the old boy to him again. "Temple Damus is among those trees, and you must go in there by yourself, for we cannot follow you or go with you. We must remain here. Go on boldly." Teig looked from him, and he saw a high wall that was in places half broken down, and an old grey church on the inside of the wall, and about a dozen withered old trees scattered here and there round it. There was neither leaf nor twig on any of them, but their bare crooked branches were stretched out like the arms of an angry man when he threatens. He had no help for it, but was obliged to go forward. He was a couple of 100 yards from the church, but he walked on, and never looked behind him until he came to the gate of the churchyard. The old gate was thrown down, and he had no difficulty in entering. He turned to see if any of the little people were following him, but there came a cloud over the moon, and the night became so dark that he could see nothing. He went into the churchyard, and he walked up the grassy pathway leading to the church. When he reached the door, he found it locked. The door was large and strong, and he did not know what to do. At last he drew out his knife with difficulty, and stuck it in the wood to try if it were not rotten, but it was not. "Now," said he to himself, "I have no more to do. The door is shut, and I can't open it." Before the words were rightly shaped in his own mind, a voice in his ear said to him, "Search for the key on top of the door, or on the wall." He started. "Who is that speaking to me?" he cried, turning round, but he saw no one. The voice said in his ear again, "Search for the key on top of the door, or on the wall." "What's that?" said he, and the sweat running from his forehead. "Who spoke to me?" "It's I, the corpse, that spoke to you," said the voice. "Can you talk?" said Teig. "Now and again," said the corpse. Teig searched for the key, and he found it on top of the wall. He was too much frightened to say any more, but he opened the door wide, and as quickly as he could, and he went in, with the corpse on his back. It was as dark as pitch inside, and poor Teig began to shake and tremble. "Light the candle," said the corpse. Teig put his hand in his pocket, as well as he was able, and drew out a flint and steel. He struck a spark out of it, and lit a burnt rag he had in his pocket. He blew it until it made a flame, and he looked round him. The church was very ancient, and part of the wall was broken down. The windows were blown in or cracked, and the timber of the seats was rotten. There were 6 or 7 old iron candlesticks left still there, and in one of these candlesticks Teig found the stump of an old candle, and he lit it. He was still looking round him on the strange and horrid place in which he found himself, when the cold corpse whispered in his ear, "Bury me now, bury me now. There is a spade, and turn the ground." Teig looked from him, and he saw a spade lying beside the altar. He took it up, and he placed the blade under a flag that was in the middle of the aisle, and leaning all his weight on the handle of the spade, he raised it. When the first flag was raised, it was not hard to raise the others near it, and he moved 3 or 4 of them out of their places. The clay that was under them was soft and easy to dig, but he had not thrown up more than 3 or 4 shovelfuls when he felt the iron touch something soft like flesh. He threw up 3 or 4 more shovelfuls from around it, and then he saw it was another body that was buried in the same place. "I am afraid I'll never be allowed to bury the 2 bodies in the same hole," said Teig in his own mind. "You corpse, there on my back," says he. "Will you be satisfied if I bury you down here?" But the corpse never answered him a word. "That's a good sign," said Teig to himself. "Maybe he's getting quiet." And he thrust the spade down in the earth again. Perhaps he hurt the flesh of the other body, for the dead man that was buried there stood up in the grave and shouted an awful shout. "Ho, ho, ho! Go, go, go! Or you're a dead, dead, dead man!" And he fell back in the grave again. Teig said afterwards that of all the wonderful things he saw that night, that was the most awful to him. His hair stood upright on his head like the bristles of a pig, the cold sweat ran off his face, and then came a tremor over all his bones, until he thought he must fall. But after a while he became bolder, when he saw that the second corpse remained lying quietly there, and he threw in the clay on it again, and he smoothed it overhead, and he laid down the flags carefully as they had been before. "It can't be that he'll raise up any more," said he. He went down the aisle a little further, and drew near to the door, and began raising the flags again, looking for another bed for the corpse on his back. He took up 3 or 4 flags and put them aside, and then he dug the clay. He was not long digging until he laid bare an old woman without a thread upon her but her shirt. She was more lively than the first corpse, for he had scarcely taken any of the clay away from about her when she sat up and began to cry. "Ho, you bodach! Ha, you bodach! Where has he been that he got no bed?" Poor Teig drew back, and when she found she was getting no answer, she closed her eyes gently, lost her vigour, and fell back quietly and slowly under the clay. Teig did to her as he had done to the man. He threw the clay back on her, and left the flags down overhead. He began digging again near the door, but before he had thrown up more than a couple of shovelfuls, he noticed a man's hand laid bare by the spade. "By my soul, I'll go no further then," said he to himself. "What use is it for me?" And he threw the clay in again on it, and settled the flags as they had been before. He left the church then, and his heart was heavy enough. But he shut the door and locked it, and left the key where he found it. He sat down on a tombstone that was near the door, and began thinking. He was in great doubt what he should do. He laid his face between his 2 hands, and cried for grief and fatigue, since he was dead certain at this time that he never would come home alive. He made another attempt to loosen the hands of the corpse that were squeezed round his neck, but they were as tight as if they were clamped, and the more he tried to loosen them, the tighter they squeezed him. He was going to sit down once more, when the cold, horrid lips of the dead man said to him, "Carach fod vigoris," and he remembered the command of the good people to bring the corpse with him to that place, if he should be unable to bury it where he had been. He rose up and looked about him. "I don't know the way," he said. As soon as he had uttered the word, the corpse stretched out its left hand that had been tightened round his neck, and kept it pointing out. showing him the road he ought to follow. Teig went in the direction that the fingers were stretched, and passed out of the churchyard. He found himself on an old ruddy stone road, and he stood still again, not knowing where to turn. The corpse stretched out its bony hand a second time, and pointed out to him another road, not the road by which he had come when approaching the old church. Teig followed that road, and wherever he came to a path or road meeting it, the corpse always stretched out its hand and pointed with its fingers, showing him the way he was to take. Many was the crossroad he turned down, and many was the crooked boreen he walked, until he saw from him an old burying ground at last, beside the road, but there was neither church nor chapel nor any other building in it. The corpse squeezed him tightly, and he stood. Bury me in the burying ground," said the voice. Teig drew over towards the old burying place, and he was not more than about 20 yards from it when, raising his eyes, he saw hundreds and hundreds of ghosts, men, women, and children, sitting on top of the wall round about, or standing on the inside of it, or running backwards and forwards and pointing at him, while he could see their mouths opening and shutting as if they were speaking, though he heard no word, nor any sound amongst them at all. He was afraid to go forward, so he stood where he was, and the moment he stood, all the ghosts became quiet and ceased moving. Then Teig understood that it was trying to keep him from going in that they were. He walked a couple of yards forward, and immediately the whole crowd rushed together toward the spot to which he was moving, and they stood so thickly together that it seemed to him he could never break through them, even though he had a mind to try. But he had no mind to try it. He went back broken and dispirited, and when he had gone a couple of 100 yards from the burying ground, he stood again, for he did not know what way he was to go. He heard the voice of the corpse in his ears saying, "Temple Ronan," and the skinny hand was stretched out again, pointing him out the road. As tired as he was, he had to walk, and the road was neither short nor even. The night was darker than ever, and it was difficult to make his way. Many was the toss he got, and many a bruise they left on his body. At last he saw Temple Ronan from him in the distance, standing in the middle of the burying ground. He moved over towards it, and thought he was all right and safe, when he saw no ghosts nor anything else on the wall, and he thought he would never be hindered now from leaving his load off him at last. He moved over to the gate, but as he was passing in, he tripped on the threshold. Before he could recover himself, something he could not see seized him by the neck, by the hands, and by the feet, and bruised him and shook him and choked him until he was nearly dead, and at last he was lifted up and carried more than 100 yards from that place, and then thrown down in an old dyke, with the corpse still clinging to him. He rose up, bruised and sore, but feared to go near the place again, for he had seen nothing the time he was thrown down and carried away. "You, corpse up on my back," said he. "Shall I go over again to the churchyard?" But the corpse never answered him. "That's a sign you don't wish me to try it again," said Teig. He was now in great doubt as to what he ought to do, when the corpse spoke in his ear and said, "Imlog fada." "Oh, murder," said Teig, "must I bring you there? If you keep me long walking like this, I tell you I'll fall under you." He went on, however, in the direction the corpse pointed out to him. He could not have told himself how long he had been going when the dead man behind suddenly squeezed him and said, "There." Teig looked from him, and he saw a little low wall that was so broken down in places it was no wall at all. It was in a great wide field, in from the road, and only for 3 or 4 great stones at the corners that were more like rocks than stones. There was nothing to show that there was either graveyard or burying ground there. "Is this Imlog fada? Shall I bury you here?" said Teig. "Yes," said the voice. "But I see no grave or gravestone, only this pile of stones," said Teig. The corpse did not answer, but stretched out its long fleshless hand to show Teig the direction in which he was to go. Teig went on accordingly, but he was greatly terrified, for he remembered what had happened to him at the last place. He went on, with his heart in his mouth, as he said himself afterwards, but when he came to within 15 or 20 yards of the little low square wall, there broke out a flash of lightning, bright yellow and red, with blue streaks in it, and went round the wall in one course, and it swept by as fast as the swallow in the clouds, and the longer Teig remained looking at it, the faster it went, till at last it became like a bright ring of flame round the old graveyard, which no one could pass without being burnt by it. Teig never saw, from the time he was born, and never saw afterwards, so wonderful or so splendid a sight as that was. Round went the flame, white and yellow and blue sparks leaping out from it as it went, and although at first it had been no more than a thin narrow line, it increased slowly until it was at last a great broad band, and it was continually getting broader and higher, and throwing out more brilliant sparks, till there was never a colour on the ridge of the earth that was not to be seen in that fire, and lightning never shone, and flame never flamed, that was so shining and so bright as that. Teig was amazed. He was half dead with fatigue, and he had no courage left to approach the wall. There fell a mist over his eyes, and there came a sore on in his head, and he was obliged to sit down upon a great stone to recover himself. He could see nothing but the light, and could hear nothing but the whir of it as it shot round the paddock faster than a flash of lightning. As he sat there on the stone, the voice whispered once more in his ear, "Kill Breda," and the dead man squeezed him so tightly that he cried out. He rose again, sick, tired, and trembling, and went forwards as he was directed. The wind was cold, and the road was bad, and the load on his back was heavy, and the night was dark, and he himself was nearly worn out, and if he had had very much further to go, he must have fallen dead under his burden. At last the corpse stretched out his hand, and said to him, "Bury me there." "This is the last burying place," said Teig in his own mind, "and the little grey man said I'd be allowed to bury him in some of them, so it must be this. It can't be but they'll let him in here." The first faint streak of the ring of day was appearing in the east, and the clouds were beginning to catch fire, but it was darker than ever, for the moon was set, and there were no stars. make haste," said the corpse, and Teig hurried forward as well as he could to the graveyard, which was a little place on a bare hill, with only a few graves in it. He walked boldly in through the open gate, and nothing touched him, nor did he either hear or see anything. He came to the middle of the ground, and then he stood up and looked round him for a spade or shovel to make a grave. As he was turning round and searching, he suddenly perceived what startled him greatly, a newly dug grave right before him. He moved over to it and looked down, and there at the bottom he saw a black coffin. He clambered down into the hole and lifted the lid, and found that, as he thought it would be, the coffin was empty. He had hardly mounted up out of the hole, and was standing on the brink, when the corpse, which had clung to him for more than 8 hours, suddenly relaxed its hold of his neck, and loosened its shins from round his hips, and sank down with a plop into the open coffin. Teig fell down onto his 2 knees at the brink of the grave, and gave thanks to God. He made no delay then, but pressed down the coffin lid in its place, and threw in the clay over it with his 2 hands, and when the grave was filled up, he stamped and leaped on it with his feet, until it was firm and hard, and then he left the place. The sun was fast rising as he finished his work, and the first thing he did was to return to the road, and look out for a house to rest himself in. He found an inn at last, and lay down upon a bed there, and slept till night. Then he rose up and ate a little, and fell asleep again till morning. When he awoke in the morning, he hired a horse and rode home. He was more than 26 miles from home where he was, and he had come all that way with the dead body on his back in one night. All the people at his own home thought that he must have left the country, and they rejoiced greatly when they saw him come back. Every one began asking him where he had been, but he would not tell anyone except his father. He was a changed man from that day. He never drank too much, he never lost his money over cards, and especially he would not take the world and be out late by himself of a dark night. He was not a fortnight home until he married Mary, the girl he had been in love with, and it's at their wedding the sport was, and it's he was the happy man from that day forward, and it's all I wish that we may be as happy as he was. End section 4. Section 5 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paddy Corcoran's wife, William Carleton. Paddy Corcoran's wife was for several years afflicted with a kind of complaint which nobody could properly understand. She was sick, and she was not sick. She was well, and she was not well. She was as ladies wish to be who love their lords, and she was not as such ladies wish to be. In fact, nobody could tell what the matter with her was. She had a gnawing at the heart which came heavily upon her husband, for, with the help of God, a keener appetite than the same gnawing amounted to could not be met with of a summer's day. The poor woman was delicate beyond belief, and had no appetite at all. So she hadn't, barring a little relish for a mutton chop, or a steak, or a bit of mate anyway. For sure, God help her, she hadn't the least inclination for the dreary pratie, or the dollop of sour buttermilk along with it, especially as she was so poorly, and indeed, for a woman in her condition, for, sick as she was, poor Paddy always was made to believe her in that condition. But God's will be done. She didn't care. A pratie and a grain o' salt was a welcome to her, glory be to his name, as the best roast and boiled that ever was dressed, and why not? There was one comfort, she wouldn't be long with him, long troubling him. It mattered little what she got, but sure she knew herself that from the gnawing at her heart she could never do good without that little bit o' mate now and then, and sure if her own husband begrudged it to her, who else had she a better right to expect it from? Well, as we have said, she lay a bedridden invalid for long enough, trying doctors and quacks of all sorts, sexes and sizes, and all without a farthing's benefit, until, at the long run, poor Paddy was nearly brought to the last pass in striving to keep her in the bit o' mate. The 7th year was now on the point of closing, when, one harvest day, as she lay bemoaning her hard condition, on her bed beyond the kitchen fire, a little weeshy woman dressed in a neat red cloak comes in, and setting down by the hearth, says, "Well, Kitty Corcoran, you've had a long layer of it there on the broad o' your back for 7 years, and you're just as far from being cured as ever." "Mavrone, aye," said the other. "In troth, that's what I was this minute thinking of, and a sorrowful thought it's to me." "It's your own fault then," says the little woman, "and indeed, for that matter, it's your fault that ever you were there at all." "Arrah, how is that?" asked Kitty. "Sure I wouldn't be here if I could help it. Do you think it's a comfort or a pleasure to me to be sick and bedridden?" "No," said the other, "I do not. But I'll tell you the truth. For the last 7 years you have been annoying us. I am one of the good people, and as I have a regard for you, I've come to let you know the reason why you've been sick so long as you are. For all the time you've been ill, if you'll take the trouble to remember, your children threwn out your dirty water after dusk and before sunrise, at the very time we're passing your door, which we pass twice a day. Now, if you avoid this, if you throw it out in a different place, and at a different time, the complaint you have will lave you, so will the gnawing at the heart, and you'll be as well as ever you were. If you don't follow this advice, why, remain as you are, and all the art o' man can't cure you." She then bade her good-bye, and disappeared. Kitty, who was glad to be cured on such easy terms, immediately complied with the injunction of the fairy, and the consequence was, that the next day she found herself in as good a health as ever she enjoyed during her life. Cusheen Lugh, translated from the Irish by J.J. Callanan. This song is supposed to have been sung by a young bride who was forcibly detained in one of those forts which are so common in Ireland, and to which the good people are very fond of resorting. Under pretence of hushing her child to rest, she retired to the outside margin of the fort, and addressed the burthen of her song to a young woman whom she saw at a short distance, and whom she requested to inform her husband of her condition, and to desire him to bring the steel knife to dissolve the enchantment. Sleep, my child, for the rustling trees, stirred by the breath of summer breeze, and fairy songs of sweetest note around us gently float. Sleep, for the weeping flowers have shed their fragrant tears upon thy head. The voice of love hath soothed thy rest, and thy pillow is a mother's breast. Sleep, my child. Weary hath passed the time forlorn, since to your mansion I was born, though bright the feast of its airy halls, and the voice of mirth resounds from its walls. Sleep, my child. Full many a maid and blooming bride within that splendid dome abide, and many a hoar and shrivelled sage, and many a matron bowed with age. Sleep, my child. O thou who hearest this song of fear, to the mourner's home these tidings bear. Bid him bring the knife of the magic blade, at whose lightning flash the charm will fade. Sleep, my child. Haste, for tomorrow's sun will see the hateful spell renewed for me. Nor can I from that home depart, till life shall leave my withering heart. Sleep, my child. Sleep, my child, for the rustling trees, stirred by the breath of summer breeze, and fairy songs of sweetest note around us gently float. The White Trout, a Legend of Cong, by S. Lover. There was once upon a time, long ago, a beautiful lady that lived in a castle upon the lake beyond, and they say she was promised to a king's son, and they were to be married, when all of a sudden he was murthered, the crathur, Lord help us, and thrown into the lake above, and so, of course, he couldn't keep his promise to the fair lady, and more's the pity. Well, the story goes that she went out of her mind, because of losing the king's son, for she was tender-hearted, God help her, like the rest of us, and pined away after him until at last no one about seen her, good or bad, and the story went that the fairies took her away. Well, sir, in course o' time, the White Trout, God bless it, was seen in the stream beyond, and sure the people didn't know what to think of the crathur, seeing as how a white trout was never heard of before nor since, and years upon years the trout was there, just where you seen it this blessed minute, longer nor I can tell, aye troth, and beyond the memory of the oldest in the village. At last the people began to think it must be a fairy, for what else could it be? And no hurt or harm was ever put on the White Trout until some wicked sinners of soldiers came to these parts, and laughed at all the people, and jibed and jeered them for thinking o' the likes, and one of them in particular, bad luck to him, God forgive me for saying it, swore he'd catch the trout and eat it for his dinner, the blackguard. Well, what do you think of the villainy of the soldier? Sure enough, he caught the trout, and away with him home, and puts it in the frying pan, and into it he pitches the purty little thing. The trout squealed all as one as a Christian creature, and, my dear, you'd think the soldier had split his sides laughing, for he was a hardened villain, and when he thought one side was done, he turns it over to fry the other, and what would you think but the devil a taste of a burn was on it at all, and sure the soldier thought it was a quare trout that could not be broiled. But, says he, I'll give it another turn by and by, little thinking what was in store for him, the haythen. Well, when he thought that side was done, he turns it again, and lo and behold you, the devil of a taste more done that side was nor the other. Bad luck to me, says the soldier, but that bates the world, says he. But I'll try you again, my darling, says he, as cunning as you think yourself. And so with that he turns it over and over, but not a sign of the fire was on the purty trout. Well, says the desperate villain, for sure, sir, only he was a desperate villain entirely. He might know he was doing a wrong thing, seeing as all his endeavours were no good. Well, says he, my jolly little trout, maybe you're fried enough, though you don't seem to be over well dressed, but you may be better than you look, like a singed cat and a titbit after all, says he, and with that he ups with his knife and fork to taste a piece of the trout. But, my Julia, the minute he puts his knife into the fish, there was a murtherin' screech, and you'd think the life would leave you if you heard it, and away jumps the trout out of the frying pan and into the middle of the floor, and in the spot where it fell, up rose a lovely lady, the beautifullest creature that I's ever seen, dressed in white, and a band of gold in her hair, and a stream of blood running down her arm. "Look where you cut me, you villain," says she, and she held out her arm to him, and, my dear, he thought the sight'd lave his eyes. "Couldn't you lave me cool and comfortable in the river where you snared me, and not disturb me in my duty?" says she. Well, he trembled like a dog in a wet sack, and at last he stammered out something and begged for his life, and asked her ladyship's pardon, and said he didn't know she was on duty, or he was too good a soldier not to know better nor to meddle with her. "I was on duty then," says the lady. "I was watching for my true love that is coming to water to me," says she, "and if he comes while I'm away, and that I miss of him, I'll turn you into a pinkeen and hunt you up and down for evermore, while the grass grows or water runs." Well, the soldier thought the life had lave him at the thoughts of his being turned into a pinkeen, and begged for mercy, and with that, says the lady, "Renounce your evil course," says she, "you villain, or you'll repent it too late. Be a good man for the future, and go to your duty regular, and now," says she, "take me back and put me into the river again, where you found me." "Oh, my lady," says the soldier, "how could I have the heart to drown a beautiful lady like you?" But before he could say another word, the lady was vanished, and there he saw the little trout on the ground, Well, he put it in a clean plate, and away he runs for the bare life, for fear her lover would come while she was away, and he run, even till he came to the cave again, and threw the Trout into the river. The minute he did it, the water was as red as blood for a little while, by raison of the cut, I suppose, until the stream washed the stain away, and to this day there's a little red mark on the Trout's side where it was cut. Well, sir, from that day out the soldier was an altered man, and reformed his ways, and went to his duty regular, and fasted 3 times a week, though it was never fish he took on fasting days, for after the fright he got, fish should never rest in his stomach, save in your presence. But anyhow, he was an altered man, as I said before, and in course o' time he left the army, and turned hermit at last, and they say he used to pray evermore for the soul of the white trout. These trout stories are common all over Ireland. Many holy wells are haunted by such blessed trout. There is a trout in a well on the border of Lugill, Sligo, that some paganish person put once on the gridiron. It carries the marks to this day. Long ago the saint who sanctified the well put that trout there. Nowadays it is only visible to the pious who have done due penance. End section 5. Section 6 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fairy Thorn, an Ulster Ballad, Sir Samuel Ferguson. Get up, our Anna dear, from the weary spinning wheel, for your father's on the hill, and your mother's asleep. Come up above the crags, and we'll dance a Highland reel around the fairy thorn on the steep. At Anna Grace's door 'twas thus the maidens cried, 3 merry maidens fair in kirtles of the green, and Anna laid the rock and the weary wheel aside, the fairest of the 4, I ween. There glancing through the glimmer of the quiet eve, away in milky wavings of neck and ankle bare, the heavy sliding stream in its sleepy song they leave, and the crags in the ghostly air. And linking hand in hand, and singing as they go, the maids along the hillside have ta'en their fearless way, till they come to where the rowan trees in lonely beauty grow, beside the fairy hawthorn grey. The hawthorn stands between the ashes tall and slim, like matron with her twin granddaughters at her knee. The rowan berries cluster o'er her low head grey and dim, in ruddy kisses sweet to see. The merry maidens 4 have ranged them in a row, between each lovely couple a stately rowan stem, and away in mazes wavy like skimming birds they go, oh never carolled bird like them. But solemn is the silence of the silvery haze, that drinks away their voices in echoless repose, and dreamily the evening has stilled the haunted braes, and dreamier the gloaming grows. And sinking one by one, like lark notes from the sky, when the falcon's shadow saileth across the open shaw, are hushed the maidens' voices, as cowering down they lie, in the flutter of their sudden awe. For, from the air above, and the grassy ground beneath, and from the mountain ashes and the old whitethorn between, a power of faint enchantment doth through their beings breathe, and they sink down together on the green. They sink together silent, and stealing side by side, they fling their lovely arms o'er their drooping necks so fair, they vainly strive again their naked arms to hide, for their shrinking necks again are bare. Thus clasped and prostrate all, with their heads together bowed, soft o'er their bosoms beating, the only human sound, they hear the silky footsteps of the silent fairy crowd, like a river in the air gliding round. No scream can any raise, no prayer can any say, but wild, wild the terror of the speechless 3, for they feel fair Anna Grace drawn silently away, by whom they dare not look to see. They feel their tresses twine with her parting locks of gold, and the curls elastic falling as her head withdraws. They feel her sliding arms from their tranced arms unfold, but they may not look to see the cause. For heavy on their senses the faint enchantment lies, through all that night of anguish and perilous amaze, and neither fear nor wonder can ope their quivering eyes, or their limbs from the cold ground raise. Till out of night the earth has rolled her dewy side, with every haunted mountain and streaming vale below, when as the mist dissolves in the yellow morning tide, the maiden's trance dissolveth so. Then fly the ghastly three as swiftly as they may, and tell their tale of sorrow to anxious friends in vain. They pined away and died within the year and day, and ne'er was Anna Grace seen again. The Legend of Knockgrafton, T. Crofton Croker. There was once a poor man who lived in the fertile glen of Arrow, at the foot of the gloomy Galtee mountains, and he had a great hump on his back. He looked just as if his body had been rolled up and placed upon his shoulders, and his head was pressed down with the weight so much that his chin, when he was setting, used to rest upon his knees for support. The country people were rather shy of meeting him in any lonesome place, for though, poor creature, he was as harmless and as inoffensive as a newborn infant, yet his deformity was so great that he scarcely appeared to be a human creature, and some ill-minded persons had set strange stories about him afloat. He was said to have a great knowledge of herbs and charms, but certain it was that he had a mighty skilful hand in plaiting straws and rushes into hats and baskets, which was the way he made his livelihood. Lusmore, for that was the nickname put upon him by reason of his always wearing a sprig of the fairy cap, or Lusmore, the foxglove, in his little straw hat, would ever get a higher penny for his plaited work than any one else, and perhaps that was the reason why someone, out of envy, had circulated the strange stories about him. Be that as it may, it happened that he was returning one evening from the pretty town of Cahir towards Capac, and as little Lusmore walked very slowly, on account of the great hump upon his back, it was quite dark when he came to the old moat of Knockgrafton, which stood on the right-hand side of his road. Tired and weary was he, and no ways comfortable in his own mind at thinking how much further he had to travel, and that he should be walking all the night. So he sat down under the moat to rest himself, and began looking mournfully enough upon the moon, which, rising in clouded majesty at length, apparent queen, unveiled her peerless light, and o'er the dark her silver mantle threw. Presently there rose a wild strain of unearthly melody upon the ear of little Lusmore. He listened, and he thought that he had never heard such ravishing music before. It was like the sound of many voices, each mingling and blending with the other so strangely that they seemed to be one, though all singing different strains, and the words of the song were these: Da lune da mort, da lune da mort, da lune da mort, when there would be a moment's pause, and then the round of melody went on again. Lusmore listened attentively, scarcely drawing his breath lest he might lose the slightest note. He now plainly perceived that the singing was within the moat, and though at first it had charmed him so much, he began to get tired of hearing the same round sung over and over so often without any change. So, availing himself of the pause when Da Lune da Mort had been sung 3 times, he took up the tune, and raised it with the words August da Dardine, and then went on singing with the voices inside of the moat, Da Lune da Mort finishing the melody when the pause came again, with August da Dardine. The fairies within Knockgrafton, for the song was a fairy melody, when they heard this addition to the tune, were so much delighted that, with instant resolve, it was determined to bring the mortal among them, whose musical skill so far exceeded theirs. And little Lusmore was conveyed into their company with the eddying speed of a whirlwind. Glorious to behold was the sight that burst upon him as he came down through the moat, twirling round and round with the lightness of a straw, to the sweetest music that kept time to his motion. The greatest honour was then paid him, for he was put above all the musicians, and he had servants tending upon him, and everything to his heart's content, and a hearty welcome to all, and in short, he was made as much of as if he had been the first man in the land. Presently Lusmore saw a great consultation going forward amongst the fairies, and notwithstanding all their civility, he felt very much frightened, until one stepping out from the rest came up to him and said, Lusmore, Lusmore, doubt not nor deplore, for the hump which you bore on your back is no more. Look down on the floor, and view it, Lusmore. When these words were said, poor little Lusmore felt himself so light and so happy that he thought he could have bounded at one jump over the moon, like the cow in the history of the Cat and the Fiddle, and he saw, with inexpressible pleasure, his hump tumbled down upon the ground from his shoulders. He then tried to lift up his head, and he did so with becoming caution, fearing that he might knock it against the ceiling of the grand hall, where he was. He looked round and round again with the greatest wonder and delight upon everything, which appeared more and more beautiful, and overpowered at beholding such a resplendent scene, his head grew dizzy, and his eyesight became dim. At last he fell into a sound sleep, and when he awoke he found that it was broad daylight, the sun shining brightly, and the birds singing sweetly, and he was lying just at the foot of the moat of Knockgrafton, with the cows and sheep grazing peaceably round about him. The first thing Lusmore did, after saying his prayers, was to put his hand behind to feel for his hump, but no sign of one was there on his back, and he looked at himself with great pride, for he had now become a well-shaped, dapper little fellow, and more than that, found himself in a full suit of new clothes, which he concluded the fairies had made for him. Towards Capa he went, stepping out as lightly, and springing at every step as if he had been all his life a dancing-master. Not a creature who met Lusmore knew him without his hump, and he had a great work to persuade everyone that he was the same man. In truth he was not, so far as the outward appearance went. Of course it was not long before the story of Lusmore's hump got about, and a great wonder was made of it. Through the country, for miles round, it was the talk of everyone, high and low. One morning, as Lusmore was sitting contented enough at his cabin door, up came an old woman to him, and asked if he could direct her to Capna. "I need give you no directions, my good woman," said Lusmore, "for this is Capna, and whom may you want here?" "I have come," said the woman, "out of D.C.'s country, in the county of Waterford, looking after one Lusmore, who, I have heard tell, had his hump taken off by the fairies, for there is a son of a gossip of mine who has got a hump on him that will be his death, and maybe, if he could use the same charm as Lusmore, the hump may be taken off him. And now I have told you the reason of my coming so far. 'Tis to find out about this charm, if I can." Lusmore, who was ever a good-natured little fellow, told the woman all the particulars, how he had raised the tune for the fairies at Knockgrafton, how his hump had been removed from his shoulders, and how he had got a new suit of clothes into the bargain. The woman thanked him very much, and then went away quite happy and easy in her own mind. When she came back to her gossip's house in the county of Waterford, she told her everything Lusmore had said, and they put the little hump-backed man, who was a peevish and cunning creature from his birth, upon a car, and took him all the way across the country. It was a long journey, but they did not care for that, so the hump was taken from off him, and they brought him just at nightfall, and left him under the old moat of Knockgrafton. Jack Madden, for that was the humpy man's name, had not been sitting there long when he heard the tune going on within the moat much sweeter than before, for the fairies were singing it the way Lusmore had settled their music for them, and the song was going on, Da lune da mort, da lune da mort, da lune da mort, angus da dardine, without ever stopping. Jack Madden, who was in a great hurry to get quit of his hump, never thought of waiting until the fairies had done, or watching for a fit opportunity to raise the tune higher again than Lusmore had. So having heard them sing it over 7 times without stopping, out he bawls, never minding the time or the humour of the tune, or how he could bring his words in properly, Angus Dardine, Angus Dahina, thinking that if one day were good, 2 were better, and if Lusmore had 1 new suit of clothes given him, he should have 2. No sooner had the words passed his lips than he was taken up and whisked into the moat with prodigious force, and the fairies came crowding round about him with great anger, screeching and screaming and roaring out, "Who spoiled our tune? Who spoiled our tune?" And one stepped up to him above all the rest and said, Jack Madden, your words came so bad in the tune we felt glad in, the castle you're had in, that your life we may sadden, here's 2 humps for Jack Madden." And 20 of the strongest fairies brought out Lusmore's hump, and put it down upon poor Jack's back, over his own, where it became fixed as firmly as if it was nailed on, with 12-penny nails, by the best carpenter that ever drove one. Out of their castle they kicked him, and in the morning, when Jack Madden's mother and her gossip came to look after their little man, they found him half dead, lying at the foot of the moat, with the other hump upon his back. Well, to be sure, how they did look at each other! But they were afraid to say anything, lest a hump might be put upon their own shoulders. Home they brought the unlucky Jack Madden with them, as downcast in their hearts and their looks as ever two gossips were. And what through the weight of his other hump and the long journey, he died soon after, leaving, they say, his heavy curse to anyone who would go listen to fairy tunes again. A Donegal Fairy, Letitia McClintock. Aye, it's a bad thing to displeasure the gentry, sure enough. They can be unfriendly if they're angered, and they can be the very best o' good neighbours if they're treated kindly. My mother's sister was her lone in the house one day, wi' a big pot o' water boiling on the fire, and one o' the wee folk fell down the chimney and slipped with his leg in the hot water. He let a terrible squeal out o' him, and in a minute the house was full o' wee creatures pulling him out of the pot and carrying him across the floor. "Did she scald you?" my aunt heard them saying to him. "Na, it was mysel' scalded my own self," quoth the wee fellow. A weel, says they. If it was your own self scalded yoursel, we'll say nothing, but if she had scalded you, we'd ha' made her pay. End section 6. Section 7 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trooping Fairies, Changelings. Sometimes the fairies fancy mortals, and carry them away into their own country, leaving instead some sickly fairy child, or a log of wood so bewitched that it seems to be a mortal pining away, and dying, and being buried. Most commonly they steal children. If you overlook a child, that is, look on it with envy, the fairies have it in their power. Many things can be done to find out in a child a changeling, but there is one infallible thing. Lay it on the fire with this formula: burn, 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 if of the devil burn, but if God and the saints be safe from harm. Given by Lady Wilde. Then if it be a changeling, it will rush up the chimney with a cry, for according to Giraldus Cambresis, fire is the greatest of enemies to every sort of phantom, insomuch that those who have seen apparitions fall into a swoon as soon as they are sensible of the brightness of fire. Sometimes the creature is got rid of in a more gentle way. It is on record that once when a mother was leaning over a wizened changeling, the latch lifted and a fairy came in, carrying home again the wholesome stolen baby. It was the others, she said, who stole it. As for her, she wanted her own child. Those who carried away are happy, according to some accounts, having plenty of good living and music and mirth. Others say, however, that they are continually longing for their earthly friends. Lady Wilde gives a gloomy tradition that there are two kinds of fairies, one kind merry and gentle, the other evil, and sacrificing every year a life to Satan, for which purpose they steal mortals. No other Irish writer gives this tradition. If such fairies there be, they must be among the solitary spirits, Pookas, Feardarags, and the like. The Brewery of Eggshells, T. Crofton Croker. Mrs. Sullivan fancied that her youngest child had been exchanged by fairies' theft, and certainly appearances warranted such a conclusion, for in one night her healthy blue-eyed boy had become shriveled up into almost nothing, and never ceased squalling and crying. This naturally made poor Mrs. Sullivan very unhappy, and all of the neighbours, by way of comforting her, said that her own child was, beyond any kind of doubt, with the good people, and that one of themselves was put in his place. Mrs. Sullivan, of course, could not disbelieve what everyone told her, but she did not wish to hurt the thing, for although its face was so withered, and its body wasted away to a mere skeleton, it had still a strong resemblance to her own boy. She, therefore, could not find it in her heart to roast it alive on the griddle, or to burn its nose off with the red-hot tongs, or to throw it out in the snow on the roadside. Notwithstanding these and several like proceedings were strongly recommended to her for the recovery of her own child. One day who should Mrs. Sullivan meet but a cunning woman, well known about the country by the name of Ellen Lee, or Grey Ellen. She had the gift, however she got it, of telling where the dead were, and what was good for the rest of their souls, and could charm away warts and wens, and do a great many wonderful things of the same nature. "You're in grief this morning, Mrs. Sullivan," were the first words Ellen Lee to her. "You may say that, Ellen," said Mrs. Sullivan, and good cause I have to be in grief, for there was my own fine child whipped from me out of his cradle, without so much as a by your leave or ask your pardon, and an ugly donny bit of shrivelled-up fairy put in his place. No wonder, then, you see me in grief, Ellen." "Small blame to you, Mrs. Sullivan," said Ellen Lee. "But are you sure 'tis a fairy?" "Sure," echoed Mrs. Sullivan. "Sure enough I am to my sorrow, and can I doubt my own 2 eyes? Every mother's soul must feel for me." "Will you take an old woman's advice?" said Ellen Lee, fixing her wild and mysterious gaze upon the unhappy mother, and after a pause she added, "But maybe you'll call it foolish." "Can you get me back my child, my own child, Ellen?" said Mrs. Sullivan with great energy. "If you do as I bid you," returned Ellen Lee, "you'll know." Mrs. Sullivan was silent in expectation, and Ellen continued, "Put down the big pot full of water on the fire, and make it boil like mad. Then get a dozen new-leg eggs, break them, and keep the shells, but throw away the rest. When that is done, put the shells in the pot of boiling water, and you will soon know whether it is your own boy or a fairy. If you find that it is a fairy in the cradle, take the red-hot poker and cram it down his ugly throat, and you will not have much trouble with him after that, I promise you." Home went Mrs. Sullivan, and did as Ellen Lee desired. She put the pot on the fire, and plenty of turf under it, and set the water boiling at such a rate that if ever water was red-hot, it surely was. The child was lying, for a wonder, quite easy and quiet in the cradle, every now and then cocking his eye, that would twinkle as keen as a star in a frosty night, over at the giant fire and the big pot upon it, and he looked on with great attention at Mrs. Sullivan breaking the eggs and putting down the eggshells to boil. At last he asked, with the voice of a very old man, "What are you doing, mammy?" Mrs. Sullivan's heart, as she said herself, was up in her mouth ready to choke her at hearing the child speak, but she contrived to put the poker in the fire, and to answer, without making any wonder at the words, "I'm brewing avick, my son." "What are you brewing, mammy?" said the little imp, whose supernatural gift of speech now proved beyond question that he was a fairy substitute. "I wish the poker was red," thought Mrs. Sullivan, but it was a large one, and took a long time heating, so she determined to keep him in talk until the poker was in a proper state to thrust down his throat, and therefore repeated the question. "Is what I'm brewing avick," said she, "you want to know?" "Yes, mammy. What are you brewing?" returned the fairy. "Eggshells avick," said Mrs. Sullivan. "Oh!" shrieked the imp, starting up in the cradle and clapping his hands together. "I'm 1500 years in the world, and I never saw a brewery of eggshells before." The poker was by this time quite red, and Mrs. Sullivan, seizing it, ran furiously toward the cradle, but somehow or other her foot slipped, and she fell flat on the floor, and the poker flew out of her hand to the other end of the house. However, she got up without much loss of time and went to the cradle, intending to pitch the wicked thing that was in it into the pot of boiling water, when there she saw her own child in a sweet sleep. One of his soft round arms rested upon the pillows. His features were as placid as if their repose had never been disturbed, save the rosy mouth, which moved with a gentle and regular breathing. The Fairy Nurse, by Edward Walsh. Sweet babe, a golden cradle holds thee, and soft the snow-white fleece enfolds thee. In airy bower I'll watch thy sleeping, where branchy trees to the breeze are sweeping. Shuheen sho lulu lo, when mothers languish broken-hearted, when young wives are from husbands parted. Ah, little think the keeners lonely, they weep some time-worn fairy only. Shuheen sho lulu lo. Within our magic halls of brightness trips many a foot of snowy whiteness. Stolen maidens, queens of fairy, and kings and chiefs, a slew shieri. Shuheen sho lulo lo. Rest thee, babe, I love thee dearly, and as thy mortal mother nearly. Ours is the swiftest steed and proudest, that moves where the tramp of the host is loudest. Shuheen sho lo lo lu. Rest thee, babe, for soon thy slumbers shall flee at the magic Colchi's numbers. In airy bower I'll watch thy sleeping, where branchy trees to the breeze are sweeping. Shuheen sho lu lo lo. End section 7. Section 8 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jamie Friel and the Young Lady, a Donegal Tale, Miss Letitia McClintock. Down in Fanet, in times gone by, lived Jamie Friel and his mother. Jamie was the widow's sole support. His strong arm worked for her untiringly, and as each Saturday night came round, he poured his wages into her lap, thanking her dutifully for the halfpence which she returned him for tobacco. He was extolled by his neighbours as the best son ever known or heard of. But he had neighbours of whose opinion he was ignorant, neighbours who lived pretty close to him, whom he had never seen, who are, indeed, rarely seen by mortals, except on May Eves and Halloweens. An old ruined castle, about 1/4 of a mile from his cabin, was said to be the abode of the wee folk. Every Halloween were the ancient windows lighted up, and passers-by saw little figures flitting to and fro inside the building, while they heard the music of pipes and flutes. It was well known that fairy revels took place, but nobody had the courage to intrude on them. Jamie had often watched the little figures from a distance, and listened to the charming music, wondering what the inside of the castle was like. But one Halloween he got up and took his cap, saying to his mother, "I'm away to the castle to seek my fortune." "What," cried she, "would you venture there? You that's the poor widow's one son? Dinna be sae venturesome and foolish, Jamie. They'll kill you, and that'll what'll come o' me." "Never fear, mother, nae harm'll happen to me, but I mun go." He set out, and he crossed the potato field, came in sight of the castle, whose windows were ablaze with light, that seemed to turn the russet leaves, still clinging to the crab-tree branches, into gold. Halting in the grove at one side of the ruin, he listened to the elfin revelry, and the laughter and singing made him all the more determined to proceed. Numbers of little people, the largest about the size of a child of 5 years old, were dancing to the music of flutes and fiddles, while others drank and feasted. "Welcome, Jamie Friel! Welcome, welcome, Jamie!" cried the company, perceiving their visitor. The word welcome was caught up and repeated by every voice in the castle. Time flew, and Jamie was enjoying himself very much, when his hosts said, "We're going to ride to Dublin tonight to steal a young lady. Will you come too, Jamie Friel?" "Aye, that will I," cried the rash youth, thirsting for adventure. A troop of horses stood at the door. Jamie mounted, and his steed rose with him into the air. He was presently flying over his mother's cottage, surrounded by the elfin troop, and on they went, over bold mountains, over little hills, over the deep blue Swilly, over towns and cottages, when people were burning nuts and eating apples and keeping merry Halloween. It seemed to Jamie that they flew all round Ireland before they got to Dublin. "This is Derry," said the fairies, flying over the cathedral spire, and what was said by one voice was repeated by all the rest, till 50 little voices were crying out, "Derry, Derry, Derry." In like manner was Jamie informed as they passed over each town on the route, and at length he heard the silvery voices cry, "Dublin, Dublin." It was no mean dwelling that was to be honoured by the fairy visit, but one of the finest houses in Stephen's Green. The troop dismounted near a window, and Jamie saw a beautiful face on a pillow in a splendid bed. He saw the young lady lifted and carried away, while the stick which was dropped in her place on the bed took her exact form. The lady was placed before one rider and carried a short way, then given another, and the names of the towns were cried out as before. They were approaching home. Jamie heard Rathmullen, Milford, Tamney, and then he knew they were near his own house. "You've all had your turn at carrying the young lady," said he. "Why wouldn't I get her for a wee piece?" "Aye, Jamie," replied they pleasantly, "you may take your turn at carrying her, to be sure." Holding his prize very tightly, he dropped down near his mother's door. "Jamie Friel, Jamie Friel, is that the way you treat us?" cried they, and they too dropped down near the door. Jamie held fast, though he knew not what he was holding, for the little folk turned the lady into all sorts of strange shapes. At one moment she was a black dog, barking and trying to bite, at another a glowing bar of iron, which yet had no heat. Then, again, a sack of wool. But still Jamie held her, and the baffled elves were turning away, when a tiny woman, the smallest of the party, exclaimed, "Jamie Friel has her away fra us, but he shall ha' nae good of her, for I'll make her deaf and dumb," and she threw something over the young girl. When they rode off disappointed, Jamie lifted the latch and went in. "Jamie, man," cried his mother, "you've been away all night. What have they done on you?" "Nothing bad, mother. I had the very best of good luck. Here's a beautiful young lady I have brought you for company." "Bless and save us!" exclaimed the mother, and for some minutes she was so astonished that she could not think of anything else to say. Jamie told his story of the night's adventure, ending by saying, "Surely you would not have allowed me to let her gang with them to be lost forever." "But a lady, Jamie! How can a lady eat wi' her poor diet, and live wi' her poor way? I ask you that, you foolish fellow." "Weel, mother, sure it's better for her to be here nor over yonder," and he pointed in the direction of the castle. Meanwhile the deaf and dumb girl shivered in her light clothing, stepping close to the humble turf fire. "Poor crathur, she's quare and handsome, nae wonder they set their hearts on her," said the old woman, gazing at her guest with pity and admiration. "We maun dress her first, but what, in the name o' fortune, hae I fit for the likes o' her to wear?" She went to her press in the room, and took out her Sunday gown of brown duget. She then opened a drawer, and drew forth a pair of white stockings, a long snowy garment of fine linen, and a cap, her dead dress, as she called it. These articles of attire had long been ready for a certain triste ceremony, in which she would some day fill the chief part, and only saw the light occasionally, when they were hung out to air. But she was willing to give even these to the fair trembling visitor, who was turning in dumb sorrow and wonder from her to Jamie, and from Jamie back to her. The poor girl suffered herself to be dressed, then sat down on a creepie in the chimney corner, and buried her face in her hands. "What'll we do to keep up a lady like thou?" cried the old woman. "I'll work for you both, mother," replied the son. "And how could a lady live on weir poor diet?" she repeated. "I'll work for her," was all Jamie's answer. He kept his word. The young lady was very sad for a long time, and tears stole down her cheeks many an evening, while the old woman spun by the fire, and Jamie made salmon nets, an accomplishment lately acquired by him, in hopes of adding to the comfort of his guest. But she was always gentle, and tried to smile when she perceived them looking at her, and by degrees she adapted herself to their ways and mode of life. It was not very long before she began to feed the pig, mashed potatoes and meal for the fowls, and knit blue worsted socks. So a year passed, and Halloween came round again. "Mother," said Jamie, taking down his cap, "I'm off to the old castle to seek my fortune." "Are you mad, Jamie?" cried his mother in terror. "Sure they'll kill you this time for what you done on them last year." Jamie made light of her fears and went his way. As he reached the crabtree grove, he saw bright lights in the castle windows as before, and heard loud talking. Creeping under the window, he heard the wee folk say, "That was a poor trick Jamie Friel played us this night last year, when he stole the nice young lady from us." "Aye," said the tiny woman, "and I punished him for it, for there she sits, a dumb image by his hearth, and he does na know that 3 drops out of this glass I hold in my hand would gie her her hearing and her speeches back again." Jamie's heart beat fast as he entered the hall. Again he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes from the company. "Here comes Jamie Friel! Welcome, welcome, Jamie!" As soon as the tumult subsided, the little woman said, "You be to drink our health, Jamie, out o' this glass in my hand." Jamie snatched the glass from her and darted to the door. He never knew how he reached his cabin, but he arrived there breathless, and sank on a stove by the fire. "You're kilt surely this time, my poor boy," said his mother. "No, indeed, better luck than ever this time," and he gave the lady 3 drops of the liquid that still remained at the bottom of the glass, notwithstanding his mad race over the potato field. The lady began to speak, and her first words were of thanks to Jamie. The 3 inmates of the cabin had so much to say to one another that long after cock-crow, when the fairy music had quite ceased, they were talking round the fire. "Jamie," said the lady, "be pleased to get me paper and pen and ink, that I may write to my father and tell him what has become of me." She wrote, but weeks passed, and she received no answer. Again and again she wrote, and still no answer. At length she said, "You must come with me to Dublin, Jamie, to find my father." "I ha' no money to hire a car for you," he replied, "and how can you travel to Dublin on your foot?" But she implored him so much that he consented to set out with her, and walk all the way from Fanet to Dublin. It was not as easy as the ferry journey, But at last they rang the bell at the door of the house in Stephen's Green. "Tell my father that his daughter is here," said she to the servant who opened the door. "The gentleman that lives here has no daughter, my girl. He had one, but she died better nor a year ago." "Do you not know me, Sullivan?" "No, poor girl, I do not." "Let me see the gentleman. I only ask to see him." "Well, that's not much to ask. We'll see what can be done." In a few minutes the lady's father came to the door. "Dear father," said she, "don't you know me?" "How dare you call me your father?" cried the old gentleman angrily. "You are an impostor. I have no daughter." "Look in my face, father, and surely you'll remember me." "My daughter is dead and buried. She died a long, long time ago." The old gentleman's voice changed from anger to sorrow. "You can go," he concluded. "Stop, dear father, till you look at this ring on my finger. Look at your name and mine engraved on it." "It certainly is my daughter's ring, but I do not know how you came by it. I fear in no honest way." "Call my mother. She will be sure to know me," cried the poor girl, who, by this time, was crying bitterly. "My poor wife is beginning to forget her sorrow. She seldom speaks of her daughter now. Why should I renew her grief by reminding her of her loss?" But the young lady persevered, till at last the mother was sent for. "Mother," she began, when the old lady came to the door, "don't you know your daughter?" "I have no daughter. My daughter died and was buried a long, long time ago. Only look in my face, and surely you'll know me." The old lady shook her head. "You have all forgotten me, but look at this mole on my neck. Surely, mother, you know me now." "Yes, yes," said the mother. "My Gracie had a mole on her neck like that. But then I saw her in her coffin, and saw the lid shut down upon her." It became Jamie's turn to speak, and he gave the history of the fairy journey, of the theft of the young lady, of the figure he had seen laid in its place, of her life with his mother and Fannet, of last Halloween, of the 3 drops that had released her from her enchantment. She took up the story when he paused, and told how kind the mother and son had been to her. The parents could not make enough of Jamie. They treated him with every distinction, and when he expressed his wish to return to Fannet, said they did not know what to do to show their gratitude. But an awkward complication arose. The daughter would not let him go without her. "If Jamie goes, I'll go too," she said. "He saved me from the fairies, and has worked for me ever since. If it had not been for him, dear father and mother, you would never have seen me again. If he goes, I'll go too." This being her resolution, the old gentleman said that Jamie should become his son-in-law. The mother was brought from Fannet in a coach and 4, and there was a splendid wedding. They all lived together in the grand Dublin house, and Jamie was heir to untold wealth at his father-in-law's death. The Stolen Child, W.B. Yeats. Where dips the rocky highland of Sleuthwood in the lake, there lies a leafy island where flapping herons wake. The drowsy water rats, there we've hid our fairy vats, full of berries, and of reddest stolen cherries. Come away, O human child, to the woods and waters wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Where the wave of moonlight glosses the dim grey sands with light, far off by furthest Rosses we footed all the night, weaving olden dances, mingling hands and mingling glances, till the moon has taken flight. To and fro we leap, and chase the frothy bubbles, while the world is full of troubles, and is anxious in its sleep. Come away, O human child, to the woods and waters wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Where the wandering water gushes from the hills above Glencar, in pools among the rushes that could scarce bathe a star, we seek for slumbering trout, and whispering in their ears, we give them evil dreams, leaning softly out from ferns that drop their tears of dew on the young streams. Come, O human child, to the woods and waters wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Away with us he's going, the solemn-eyed, he'll hear no more the lowing of the calves on the warm hillside, or the kettle on the hob sing peace into his breast, or see the brown mice bob round and round the oatmeal chest. For he comes, the human child, to the woods and waters wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than he can understand. End section 8. Section 9 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trooping Pharaohs. The Marrow. The marrow, or if you write it in Irish, morcht or morcach, from Muir, sea, and oich, a maid, is not uncommon, they say, on the wilder coasts. The fishermen do not like to see them, for it always means coming gales. The male marrows, if you can use such a phrase, I have never heard the masculine of marrow, have green teeth, green hair, pig's eyes, and red noses. But their women are beautiful, for all their fish tails and little duck-like scale between their fingers. Sometimes they prefer, small blame to them, good-looking fishermen to their sea-lovers. Near Bantry, in the last century, there is said to have been a woman covered all over with scales like a fish, who was descended from such a marriage. Sometimes they come out of the sea, and wander about the shore in the shape of little hornless cows. They have, when in their own shape, a red cap, called a colindruth, usually covered with feathers. If this is stolen, they cannot again go down under the waves. Red is the colour of magic in every country, and has been so from the very earliest times. The caps of fairies and magicians are well nigh always red. The Soul Cages. T. Crofton Croker. Jack Dougherty lived on the coast of the county Clare. Jack was a fisherman, as his father and grandfather before him had been. Like them, too, he lived all alone, but for the wife, and just in the same spot. People used to wonder why the Dougherty family were so fond of that wild situation, so far away from all humankind, and in the midst of huge shattered rocks, with nothing but the wide ocean to look upon. But they had their own good reasons for it. The place was just the only spot on that part of the coast where anybody could well live. There was a neat little creek where a boat might lie as snug as a puffin in her nest, and out from this creek a ledge of sunken rocks ran into the sea. Now when the Atlantic, according to custom, was raging with a storm, and a good westerly wind was blowing strong on the coast, many a richly laden ship went to pieces on these rocks, and then the fine bales of cotton and tobacco, and such like things, and the pipes of wine, and the puncheons of rum, and the casks of brandy, and the kegs of Hollands that used to come ashore. Dunbeg Bay was just like a little estate to the Doughertys. Not but they were kind and humane to a distressed sailor, if ever one had the good luck to get to land, and many a time indeed did Jack put out in his little corrig, which, though not quite equal to honest Andrew Hennessy's canvas lifeboat, would breast the billows like any gannet, to lend a hand toward bringing off the crew from a wreck. But when the ship had gone to pieces, and the crew were all lost, who would blame Jack for picking up all he could find? "And who is the worse of it?" said he. "For as to the king, God bless him, everybody knows he's rich enough already without getting what's floating in the sea." Jack, though such a hermit, was a good-natured, jolly fellow. No other, sure, could have coaxed Biddy Mahoney to quit her father's snug and warm house in the middle of the town of Ennis, and to go so many miles off to live among the rocks, with the seals and the seagulls for next-door neighbours. But Biddy knew that Jack was the man for a woman who wished to be comfortable and happy, for, to say nothing of the fish, Jack had the supplying of half the gentlemen's houses of the country with the godsends that came into the bay. And she was right in her choice, for no woman ate, drank, or slept better, or made a prouder appearance at chapel on Sundays than Mrs. Dougherty. Many a strange sight, it may well be supposed, did Jack see, and many a strange sound did he hear, but nothing daunted him. So far was he from being afraid of marrows or such beings, that the very first wish of his heart was to fairly meet with one. Jack had heard that they were mighty like Christians, and that luck had always come out of an acquaintance with them. Never, therefore, did he dimly discern the marrows moving along the face of the waters in their robes of mist, but he made straight for them, and many a scolding did Biddy, in her own quiet way, bestow upon Jack for spending his whole day out at sea, and bringing home no fish. Little did poor Biddy know the fish Jack was after. It was rather annoying to Jack that, though living in a place where the marrows were as plenty as lobsters, he never could get a right view of one. What vexed him more was that both his father and grandfather had often and often seen them, and he even remembered hearing, when a child, how his grandfather, who was the first of the family that had settled down at the creek, had been so intimate with a Merrow that, only for fear of vexing the priest, he would have had one stand for one of his children. This, however, Jack did not well know how to believe. Fortune at length began to think it was only right that Jack should know as much as his father and grandfather did. Accordingly, one day when he had strolled a little farther than usual along the coast to the northward, just as he had turned a point, he saw something, like to nothing he had ever seen before, perched upon a rock at a little distance out to sea. It looked green in the body, as well as he could discern at that distance, and he would have sworn, only the thing was impossible, that it had a cocked hat in its hand. Jack stood for a good half-hour straining his eyes and wondering at it, and all the time the thing did not stir hand or foot. At last Jack's patience was quite worn out, and he gave a loud whistle and a hail, when the Merrow, for such it was, started up, put the cocked hat on its head, and dived down, head foremost, from the rock. Jack's curiosity was now excited, and he constantly directed his steps toward the point. Still he could never get a glimpse of the sea gentleman with the cocked hat, and with thinking and thinking about the matter, he began at last to fancy he had been only dreaming. One very rough day, however, when the sea was running mountains high, Jack Dogherty determined to give a look at the Merrow's rock, for he had always chosen a fine day before, and then he saw the strange thing cutting capers upon the top of the rock, and then diving down, and then coming up, and then diving down again. Jack had now only to choose his time, that is, a good blowing day, and he might see the man of the sea as often as he pleased. All this, however, did not satisfy him. Much will have more. He wished now to get acquainted with the Merrow, and even in this he succeeded. One tremendous blustering day, before he got to the point whence he had a view of the Merrow's rock, the storm came on so furiously that Jack was obliged to take shelter in one of the caves, which are so numerous along the coast, and there, to his astonishment, he saw setting before him a thing with green hair, long green teeth, a red nose, and pig's eyes. It had a fish's tail, legs with scales on them, and short arms like fins. It wore no clothes, but had the cocked hat under its arm, and seemed engaged thinking very seriously about something. Jack, with all his courage, was a little daunted, but now or never, thought he, so up he went boldly to the cogitating fishman, took off his hat, and made his best bow. "Your servant, sir," said Jack. "Your servant kindly, Jack Dogherty," answered the Merrow. "To be sure, then, how well your honour knows my name," said Jack. "Is it I not know your name, Jack Dogherty? Why, man, I knew your grandfather, long before he was married to Judy Regan, your grandmother. Ah, Jack, Jack, I was fond of that grandfather of yours. He was a mighty worthy man in his time. I never met his match above or below, before or since, for sucking in a shell full of brandy. I hope, my boy," said the old fellow with a merry twinkle in his eyes, "I hope you're his own grandson." "Never fear me for that," said Jack. "If my mother had reared me on brandy, 'tis myself that would be a sucking infant this hour." "Well, I like to hear you talk so manly. You and I must be better acquainted, if it were only for your grandfather's sake. But, Jack, that father of yours was not the thing. He had no head at all." "I'm sure," said Jack, "since your honour lives down under the water, you must be obliged to drink a power to keep any heat in you in such a cruel, damp, cold place." "Well, I've often heard of Christians drinking like fishes, and might I be so bold as to ask where you get the spirits?" "Where do you get them yourself, Jack?" said the Merrow, twitching his red nose between his forefinger and thumb. "Hubbubboo!" cries Jack. "Now I see how it is. But I suppose, sir, your honour has got a fine dry cellar below to keep them in." "Let me alone for the cellar," said the Merrow, with a knowing wink of his left eye. "I'm sure," continued Jack, "it must be mighty well worth the looking at." "You may say that, Jack," said the Merrow, "and if you meet me here next Monday, just at this time of the day, we will have a little more talk with one another about the matter." Jack and the Merrow parted the best friends in the world. On Monday they met, and Jack was not a little surprised to see that the Merrow had 2 cocked hats with him, one under each arm. "Might I take the liberty to ask, sir," said Jack, "why your honour has brought the 2 hats with you to-day? You would not, sure, be going to give me one of them to keep for the curiosity of the thing?" No, no, Jack, said he, I don't get my hats so easily to part with them that way. But I want you to come down and dine with me, and I brought you the hat to dine with. Lord bless and preserve us, cried Jack in amazement. Would you want me to go down to the bottom of the salt sea ocean? Sure, I'd be smothered and choked up with the water, to say nothing of being drowned, and what would poor Biddy do for me? What would she say? And what matter what she says, you pinkeen? Who cares for Biddy's squalling? It's long before your grandfather would have talked in that way. Many's the time he stuck that same hat on his head and dived down boldly after me, and many's the snug bit of dinner and good shelfful of brandy he and I have had together below, under the water. Is it really, sir, and no joke? Said Jack. Why then, sorrow from me forever and a day after, if I'll be a bit worse man nor my grandfather was. Here goes, but play me fair now. Here's neck or nothing, cried Jack. That's your grandfather all over, said the old fellow, so come along then, and do as I do. They both left the cave, walked into the sea, and then swam a piece until they got to the rock. The Merrow climbed to the top of it, and Jack followed him. On the far side it was as straight as the wall of a house, and the sea beneath looked so deep that Jack was almost cowed. Now, do you see, Jack, said the Merrow, just put this hat on your head, and mind to keep your eyes wide open. Take hold of my tail and follow after me, and you'll see what you'll see. In he dashed, and in dashed Jack after him boldly. They went, and Jack thought they'd never stop going. Many a time did he wish himself sitting at home by the fireside with Biddy. Yet where was the use of wishing now, when he was so many miles, as he thought, below the waves of the Atlantic? Still he held hard by the Merrow's tail, slippery as it was, and, at last, to Jack's great surprise, they got out of the water, and he actually found himself on dry land at the bottom of the sea. They landed just in front of a nice house that was slated very neatly with oyster shells, and the Merrow, turning about to Jack, welcomed him down. Jack could hardly speak, what with wonder, and what with being out of breath with travelling so fast through the water. He looked about him and could see no living things, barring crabs and lobsters, of which there were plenty walking leisurely about on the sand. Overhead was the sea like a sky, and the fishes like birds swimming about in it. "Why don't you speak, man?" said the Merrow. "I dare say you had no notion that I had such a snug little concern here as this. Are you smothered or choked or drowned, or are you fretting after Biddy, eh?" "Oh, not myself indeed," said Jack, showing his teeth with a good-humoured grin. "But who in the world would ever have thought of seeing such a thing? Well, come along, and let's see what they've got for us to eat." Jack really was hungry, and it gave him no small pleasure to perceive a fine column of smoke rising from the chimney, announcing what was going on within. Into the house he followed the Merrow, and there he saw a good kitchen, right well provided with everything. There was a noble dresser, and plenty of pots and pans, with 2 young Merrows cooking. His host then led him into the room, which was furnished shabbily enough. Not a table or a chair was there in it, nothing but planks and logs of wood to sit on and eat off. There was, however, a good-sized fire blazing upon the hearth, a comfortable sight to Jack. "Come now, and I'll show you where I keep you know what," said the Merrow with a sly look, and opening a little door, he led Jack into a fine cellar, well filled with pipes and kegs and hogsheads and barrels. "What do you say to that, Jack Dogherty, eh? Maybe a body can't live snug under the water." "Never the doubt of that," said Jack, with a convincing smack of his underlip, that he really thought what he said. They went back to the room, and found dinner laid. There was no tablecloth, to be sure, but what matter? It was not always Jack had one at home. The dinner would have been no discredit to the first house of the country on a fast day. The choicest of fish, and no wonder, was there. Turbots and sturgeons and soles, and lobsters and oysters, and 20 other kinds were on the planks at once, and plenty of the best of foreign spirits. The wines, the old fellow said, were too cold for his stomach. Jack ate and drank till he could eat no more, then, taking up a shell of brandy, "Here's to your honour's good health, sir," said he, "though begging your pardon, it's mighty odd that as long as we've been acquainted I don't know your name yet." "That's true, Jack," replied he. "I never thought of it before, but better late than never. My name's Coomara." "And a decent name it is," cried Jack, taking another shellful. "Here's to your good health, Coomara, and may ye live these 50 years to come." "50 years," repeated Coomara. "I'm obliged to you indeed. If you had said 500 it would have been something worth the wishing." "By the laws, sir," cries Jack,
Yous live to a powerful age here under the water. You knew my grandfather, and he's dead and gone better nor these 60 years. I'm sure it must be a healthy place to live in." "No doubt of it, but come, Jack, keep the liquor stirring." Shell after shell did they empty, and to Jack's exceeding surprise, he found the drink never got into his head, owing, I suppose, to the sea being over them, which kept their noddles cool. Old Kumaro got exceedingly comfortable, and sung several songs, but Jack, if his life had depended on it, never could remember more than "Rum-fum-boodle-boo, ripple-dipple-nitty-dob, dum-doo-doodle-coo, raffle-taffle-chitty-boo." It was the chorus to one of them, and to say the truth, nobody that I know has ever been able to pick any particular meaning out of it, but that, to be sure, is the case with many a song nowadays. At length he said to Jack, "Now, my dear boy, if you follow me, I'll show you my curiosities." He opened a little door, and led Jack into a large room, where Jack saw a great many odds and ends that Kumara had picked up at one time or another. What chiefly took his attention, however, were things like lobster pots ranged on the ground all along the wall. "Well, Jack, how do you like my curiosities?" said old Q. "Upon my sokins, sir," said Jack, "they're mighty well worth the looking at, but might I make so bold as to ask what these things like lobster pots are?" "Oh, the soul cages, is it?" "The what, sir?" "These things here that I keep the souls in." "Arrah! What souls, sir?" cried Jack in amazement. "Sure the fish have no souls in them." "Oh no," replied Coo quite coolly, "they have not, but these are the souls of drowned sailors." "The Lord preserve us from all harm," muttered Jack. "How in the world did you get them?" "Easily enough. I've only, when I see a good storm coming on, to set a couple dozen of these, and then, when the sailors are drowned and the souls get out of them under the water, the poor things are almost perished to death, not being used to the cold, so they make into my pots for shelter, and then I have them snug and fetch them home, and keep them here dry and warm. And is it not well for them, poor souls, to get into such good quarters?" Jack was so thunderstruck he did not know what to say, so he said nothing. They went back into the dining-room, and had a little more brandy, which was excellent, and then, as Jack knew it must be getting late, and as Biddy might be uneasy, he stood up and said he thought it was time for him to be on the road. "Just as you like, Jack," said Coo, "but take a ducatharis before you go. You've a cold journey before you." Jack knew better manners than to refuse the parting glass. "I wonder," said he, "will I be able to make out my way home?" "What should ail you," said Coo, "when I'll show you the way." Out they went before the house, and Kumara took one of the cocked hats, and put it upon Jack's head the wrong way, and then lifted him up on his shoulder that he might launch him up into the water. "Now," says he, giving him a heave, "you'll come up just in the same spot you came down in, and Jack, mind and throw me back the hat." He canted Jack off his shoulder, and up he shot like a bubble, whir, whir, whiz. Away he went up through the water till he came to the very rock he had jumped off, where he found a landing place, and then he threw in the hat, which sunk like a stone. The sun was just going down in the beautiful sky of a calm summer's evening. Feascore was seen dimly twinkling in the cloudless heaven, a solitary star, and the waves of the Atlantic flashed in a golden flood of light. So Jack, perceiving it was late, set off home, but when he got there, not a word did he say to Biddy of where he had spent his day. The state of the poor souls cooped up in the lobster pots gave Jack a great deal of trouble, and how to release them cost him a great deal of thought. He at first had a mind to speak to the priest about the matter, but what could the priest do, and what did Coo care for the priest? Besides, Coo was a good sort of old fellow, and did not think he was doing any harm. Jack had a regard for him too, and it also might not be much to his own credit if it were known that he used to go dine with Merrows. On the whole, he thought his best plan would be to ask Coo to dinner, and to make him drunk, if he were able, and then to take the hat and go down and turn up the pots. It was, first of all, necessary, however, to get Biddy out of the way, for Jack was prudent enough, as she was a woman, to wish to keep the thing secret from her. Accordingly, Jack grew mighty pious all of a sudden, and said to Biddy he thought it would be for the good of both their souls if she was to go and take her rounds at St. John's Well near Ennis. Biddy thought so too, and accordingly off she set one fine morning at day-dawn, giving Jack a strict charge to have an eye to the place. The coast being clear, away went Jack to the rock to give the appointed signal to Coomara, which was throwing a big stone into the water. Jack threw, and up sprang Coo. "Good morning, Jack," said he. "What do you want with me?" "Just nothing at all to speak about, sir," returned Jack. "Only to come and take a bit of dinner with me, if I might make so free as to ask you, and sure I'm now after doing so." "I'm quite agreeable, Jack, I assure you. What's your hour?" "Any time that's most convenient to you, sir. Say 1 o'clock, that you may go home if you wish with the daylight." "I'll be with you," said Coo. "Never fear me." Jack went home and dressed a noble fish dinner, and got out plenty of his best foreign spirits, enough for that matter to make 20 men drunk. Just to the minute came Coo, with his cocked hat under his arm. Dinner was ready, they sat down, and ate and drank away manfully. Jack, thinking of the poor souls below in the pots, plied old Coo well with brandy, and encouraged him to sing, hoping to put him under the table. But poor Jack forgot he had not the sea over his own head to keep it cool. The brandy got into it, and did his business for him, and Coo reeled off home, leaving his entertainer as dumb as a haddock on a Good Friday. Jack never woke till the next morning, and then he was in a sad way. "'Tis to no use for me to be thinking to make that old rapparee drunk," said Jack, "and how in this world can I help the poor souls out of the lobster pots?" After ruminating nearly the whole day, a thought struck him. "I have it," says he, slapping his knee. "I'll be sworn that Coo never saw a drop of poutine, as old as he is, and that's the thing to settle him. Oh, then, is it not well that Biddy will not be home these 2 days yet? I can have another twist at him." Jack asked Coo again, and Coo laughed at him for having no better head, telling him he'd never come up to his grandfather. "Well, but try me again," said Jack, "and I'll be bailed to drink you drunk and sober, and drunk again." "Anything in my power," said Coo, "to oblige you." At this dinner Jack took care to have his own liquor well watered, and to give the strongest brandy he had to Coo. At last, says he, "Pray, sir, did you ever drink any poteen, any real Mountain Dew?" "No," says Coo. "What's that, and where does it come from?" "Oh, that's a secret," said Jack, "but it's the right stuff. Never believe me again if it's not 50 times as good as brandy or rum either. Biddy's brother just sent me a present of a little drop in exchange for some brandy, and as you're an old friend of the family, I kept it to treat you with." "Well, let's see what sort of thing it is," said Coomara. The poteen was the right sort. It was first rate, and had the real smack upon it. Coo was delighted. He drank and he sung "Rum Bum Boodle Boo" over and over again, and he laughed and he danced till he fell on the floor fast asleep. Then Jack, who had taken good care to keep himself sober, snapped up the cocked hat, ran off to the rock, leaped in, and soon arrived at Coo's habitation. All was as still as a churchyard at midnight. Not a marrow, old or young, was there. In he went and turned up the pots, but nothing did he see, only he heard a sort of little whistle or chirp as he raised each of them. At this he was surprised, till he recollected what the priests had often said, that nobody living could see the soul, no more than they could see the wind or the air. Having now done all he could do for them, he set the pots as they were before, and sent a blessing after the poor souls to speed them on their journey wherever they were going. Jack now began to think of returning. He put the hat on, as was right, the wrong way, but when he got out he found the water so high over his head that he had no hopes of ever getting up into it, and now that he had not old Coomara to give him a lift. He walked about looking for a ladder, but not one could he find, and not a rock was there in sight. At last he saw a spot where the sea hung rather lower than anywhere else, so he resolved to try there. Just as he came to it, a big cod happened to put down his tail. Jack made a jump and caught hold of it, and the cod, all in amazement, gave a bounce and pulled Jack up. The minute the hat touched the water, away Jack was whisked, and up he shot like a cork, dragging the poor cod, that he forgot to let go, up with him, tail foremost. He got to the rock in no time, and without a moment's delay hurried home, rejoicing in the good deed he had done. But meanwhile there was fine work at home, for our friend Jack had hardly left the house on his soul-freeing expedition, when back came Biddy from her soul-saving one to the well. When she entered the house and saw the things lying Tranahala on the table before her, "Here's a pretty job," said she. "That blackguard of mine, what ill luck I had to ever marry him. He has picked up some vagabond or other while I was praying for the good of his soul, and they've been drinking all the poteen that my own brother gave him, and all the spirits, to be sure. that he was to have sold to his honour. Then, hearing an outlandish kind of grunt, she looked down and saw Coomara lying under the table. "The Blessed Virgin help me," shouted she, "if he has not made a real beast of himself. Well, well, I've often heard of a man making a beast of himself with drink. Ohona, ohona! Jack, honey, what will I do with you, or what will I do without you? How can any decent woman ever think of living with a beast?" With such like lamentations, Biddy rushed out of the house, and was going she knew not where, when she heard the well-known voice of Jack singing a merry tune. Glad enough was Biddy to find him safe and sound, and not turned into a thing that was neither fish nor flesh. Jack was obliged to tell her all, and Biddy, though she had half a mind to be angry with him for not telling her before, owned that he had done a great service to the poor souls. Back they both went most lovingly to the house, and Jack wakened up Coomara, and perceiving the old fellow to be rather dull, he bid him not be cast down, for 'twas many a good man's case, said it all came of his not being used to the poteen, and recommended him, by way of a cure, to swallow a hair of the dog that bit him. Coo, however, seemed to think he had had quite enough. He got up, quite out of sorts, and without having the manners to say one word in the way of civility, he sneaked off to cool himself by a jaunt through the salt water. Coomara never missed the souls. He and Jack continued to be the best friends in the world, and no one, perhaps ever, equalled Jack for freeing souls from purgatory, for he contrived 50 excuses for getting into the house below the sea, unknown to the old fellow, and then turning up the pots and letting out the souls. It vexed him, to be sure, that he could never see them, but as he knew the thing to be impossible, he was obliged to be satisfied. Their intercourse continued for several years. However, one morning, on Jack's throwing in a stone as usual, he got no answer. He flung another, and another. Still there was no reply. He went away and returned the following morning, but it was to no purpose. As he was without the hat, he could not go down to see what had become of old Coo, but his belief was that the old man, or the old fish, or whatever he was, had either died or had removed from that part of the country. End section 9.
Section 10 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry by William Butler Yeats. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Florrie Cantillon's funeral, T. Croker. The ancient burial place of the Cantillon family was on an island in Ballyhigh Bay. This island was situated at no great distance from the shore, and at a remote period was overflowed in one of the encroachments which the Atlantic has made on that part of the coast of Kerry. The fishermen declare they have often seen the ruined walls of an old chapel beneath them in the water, as they sailed over the clear green sea of a sunny afternoon. However this may be, it is well known that the Cantillons were, like most other Irish families, strongly attached to their ancient burial place, and this attachment led to the custom, when any of the family died, of carrying the corpse to the seaside, where the coffin was left on the shore within reach of the tide. In the morning it had disappeared, being, as was traditionally believed, conveyed away by the ancestors of the deceased to their family tomb. Connor Crowe, a County Clare man, was related to the Cantillons by marriage. Connor Machan Crowe, of the 7 quarters of Brauntrag, as he was commonly called, and a proud man he was of the name. Connor, be it known, would drink a quart of salt water, for its medicinal virtues, before breakfast, and for the same reason, I suppose, double that quantity of raw whisky between breakfast and night, which last he did with as little inconvenience to himself as any man in the barony of Moyferta. And were I to add Clandair, R'Law, and Imbracan, I don't think I should say wrong. On the death of Florence Cantillon, Connor Crowe was determined to satisfy himself about the truth of this story of the old church under the sea. So when he heard the news of the old fellow's death, away with him to Ardfert, where Florrie was laid out in high style, and a beautiful corpse he made. Florrie had been as jolly and as rollicking a boy in his day as ever was stretched, and his wake was in every respect worthy of him. There were all kind of entertainment and all sort of diversion at it, and no less than 3 girls got husbands there, more luck to them. Everything was as it should be. All that side of the country, from Dingle to Tarbert, was at the funeral. The keen was sung long and bitterly, and, according to the family custom, the coffin was carried to Ballyhigh Strand, where it was laid upon the shore, with a prayer for the repose of the dead. The mourners departed, one group after another, and at last Connor Crowe was left alone. He then pulled out his whisky bottle, his drop of comfort as he called it, which he required, being in grief, and down he sat upon a big stone that was sheltered by a projecting rock, and partly concealed from view, to await with patience the appearance of the ghostly undertakers. The evening came on mild and beautiful. He whistled an old air which he had heard in his childhood, hoping to keep idle fears out of his head. But the wild strain of that melody brought 1,000 recollections with it, which only made the twilight appear more pensive. "If 'twas near the gloomy tower of Dunmore, in my own sweet country I was," said Connor Crowe with a sigh, "one might well believe that the prisoners, who were murdered long ago there in the vaults under the castle, would be the hands to carry off the coffin out of envy, for never a one of them was buried decently, nor had as much as a coffin amongst them all. 'Tis often, sure enough, I have heard lamentations and great mourning coming from the vaults of Dunmore Castle. But," continued he, after fondly pressing his lips to the mouth of his companion and silent comforter, the whisky bottle, "didn't I know all the time well enough 'twas the dismal-sounding waves working through the cliffs and hollows of the rocks, and fretting themselves to foam. Oh, then, Dunmore Castle, it is you that are the gloomy-looking tower on a gloomy day, with the gloomy hills behind you, when one has gloomy thoughts on their heart, and sees you like a ghost rising out of the smoke made by the kelp-burners on the strand. There is, the Lord save us, as fearful a look about you as about the Blue Man's Lake at midnight." "Well then, anyhow," said Connor, after a pause, "is it not a blessed night, though surely the moon looks mighty pale in the face? Saint Shaneen himself between us and all kinds of harm." It was, in truth, a lovely moonlight night. Nothing was to be seen around but the dark rocks and the white pebbly beach, upon which the sea broke with a hoarse and melancholy murmur. Connor, notwithstanding his frequent draughts, felt rather queerish, and almost began to repeat his curiosity. It was certainly a solemn sight to behold the black coffin resting upon the white strand. His imagination gradually converted the deep moaning of old ocean into a mourning wail for the dead, and from the shadowy recesses of the rocks he imagined forth strange and visionary forms. As the night advanced, Connor became weary with watching. He caught himself more than once in the act of nodding, when suddenly giving his head a shake, he would look towards the black coffin, but the narrow house of death remained unmoved before him. It was long past midnight, and the moon was sinking into the sea, when he heard the sound of many voices, which gradually became stronger, above the heavy and monstrous roll of the sea. He listened, and presently could distinguish a keen of exquisite sweetness, the notes of which rose and fell with the heaving of the waves, whose deep murmur mingled with and supported the strain. The keen grew louder and louder, and seemed to approach the beach, and then fell into a low, plaintive wail. As it ended, Connor beheld a number of strange, and in the dim light, mysterious-looking figures emerge from the sea, and surround the coffin, which they prepared to launch into the water. "This comes of marrying with the creatures of the earth," said one of the figures, in a clear yet hollow tone. "True," replied another, with a voice still more fearful. "Our king would never have commanded his gnawing white-toothed waves to devour the rocky roots of the island cemetery, had not his daughter Drusilla been buried there by her mortal husband." "But the time will come," said a third, bending over the coffin, "when mortal eye our work shall spy, and mortal ear our dirge shall hear." "Then," said a fourth, "our burial of the Cantillons is at an end for ever." As this was spoken, the coffin was borne from the beach by a retiring wave, and the company of sea people prepared to follow it. But at the moment one chanced to discover Connor Crowe, as fixed with wonder and as motionless with fear as the stone on which he sat. "The time is come," cried the unearthly being, "the time is come. A human eye looks on the forms of ocean, a human ear has heard their voices. Farewell to the Cantillons, the sons of the sea are no longer doomed to bury the dust of the earth." One after the other turned slowly round, and regarded Connor Crowe, who still remained as if bound by a spell. Again arose their funeral song, and on the next wave they followed the coffin.
The sound of the lamentation died away, and at length nothing was heard but the rush of waters. The coffin and the train of sea people sank over the old churchyard, and never since the funeral of old Flory Cantillon have any of the family been carried to the strand of Ballyhigh for conveyance to their rightful burial place beneath the waves of the Atlantic. End section 10.
Section 11 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. Edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 11. The Leprechaun, or Fairy Shoemaker, William Allingham. 1. Little cowboy, what have you heard? Up on the lonely Rath's green mound, only the plaintive yellow bird, sighing in sultry fields around. Chary, 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 chee-ee, only the grasshopper and the bee. Tip, tap, rip, rap, tick-a-tack-a-too, scarlet leather sewn together. This will make a shoe. Left, right, pull it tight. Summer days are warm. Underground in winter, laughing at the storm. Lay your ear close to the hill. Do you not catch the tiny clamor? Busy click of an elfin hammer. Voice of the leprechaun singing shrill as he merrily plies his trade. He's a span and a quarter in height. Get him in sight, hold him tight, and you're a made man. 2. Watch your cattle the summer day. Sup on potatoes, sleep in the hay. How would you like to roll in your carriage? Look for a duchess's daughter in marriage. Seize the shoemaker, then you may. Big boots a-hunting, sandals in the hall. White for a wedding feast, pink for a ball. This way, that way, so we make a shoe. Getting rich every stitch, tick-tack-too. 99 treasure crocks this keen miser fairy hath, hid in mountains, woods, and rocks, ruin and round tower, cave and rath, and where the cormorants build, from times of old, guarded by him, each of them filled full to the brim with gold. 3. I caught him at work one day, myself, in the castle ditch where foxglove grows, a wrinkled, wizened, and bearded elf, spectacles stuck on his pointed nose, silver buckles to his hose, leather apron, shoe in his lap. Rip, rap, tip, tap, tick, tack, too. A grasshopper on my cap, away the moth flew. Buskins for a fairy prince, brogues for his son. Pay me well, when the job is done. The rogue was mine, beyond a doubt. I stared at him, he stared at me. Servant, sir! Humph, says he, and pulled a snuff-box out. He took a long pinch, looked better pleased. The queer little leprechaun offered the box with a whimsical grace. Poof! He flung the dust in my face, and while I sneezed, was gone. Footnote: Yellow bird, the yellow bunting or yorlin. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 12. Master and Man. K.G.Cross Crooker. Billy McDaniel was once as likely a young man as ever shook his brogue at a patron. Footnote: a festival held in honor of some patron saint. End of footnote. Emptied a quart or handled a shillelagh. fearing for nothing but the want of drink, caring for nothing but who should pay for it, and thinking of nothing but how to make fun over it. Drunk or sober, a word and a blow was ever the way with Billy McDaniel, and a mighty easy way it is of either getting into or of ending a dispute. More is the pity that, through the means of his thinking and fearing and caring for nothing, this same Billy McDaniel fell into bad company. For surely the good people are the worst of all company anyone could come across. It so happened that Billy was going home one clear frosty night not long after Christmas. The moon was round and bright, but although it was as fine a night as heart could wish for, he felt pinched with cold. "By my word," chattered Billy, "a drop of good liquor would be no bad thing to keep a man's soul from freezing in him, and I wish I had a full measure of the best." "Never wish it twice, Billy," said a little man in a three-cornered hat, bound all about with gold lace, and with great silver buckles in his shoes, so big that it was a wonder how he could carry them, and he held out a glass as big as himself, filled with as good liquor as ever eye looked on or lip tasted. "Success, my little fellow," said Billy McDaniel, nothing daunted, though well he knew the little man to belong to the good people. "Here's your health, anyway, and thank you kindly, no matter who pays for the drink." And he took the glass and drained it to the very bottom without ever taking a second breath to it. "Success," said the little man, "and you're heartily welcome, Billy, but don't think to cheat me as you have done others. Out with your purse and pay me like a gentleman." "Is it I pay you?" said Billy. "Could I not just take up you and put you in my pocket as easily as a blackberry?" "Billy McDaniel," said the little man, getting very angry, "you shall be my servant for 7 years and a day, and that is the way I will be paid. So make ready to follow me." When Billy heard this, he began to be very sorry for having used such bold words towards the little man, and he felt himself, yet could not tell how, obliged to follow the little man the livelong night about the country, up and down, and over hedge and ditch, and through bog and brake without any rest. When morning began to dawn, the little man turned round to him and said, "You may now go home, Billy, but on your peril don't fail to meet me in the fort field to-night. Or if you do, it may be worse for you in the long run. If I find you a good servant, you will find me an indulgent master." Home went Billy McDaniel, and though he was tired and weary enough, never a wink of sleep could he get from thinking of the little man. But he was afraid not to do his bidding, so up he got in the evening, and away he went for the fort field. He was not long there before the little man came towards him and said, "Billy, I want to go a long journey to-night, so saddle one of my horses, and you may saddle another for yourself, as you are to go along with me, and may be tired after your walk last night." Billy thought this very considerate of his master, and thanked him accordingly. "But," said he, "if I may be so bold, sir, I would ask which is the way to your stable, for never a thing do I see but the fort here, and the old thorn tree in the corner of the field, and the stream running at the bottom of the hill, with a bit of bog over against us." "Ask no questions, Billy," said the little man, "but go over to that bit of bog, and bring me 2 of the strongest rushes you can find. Billy did accordingly, wondering what the little man would be at, and he picked 2 of the stoutest rushes he could find, with a little bunch of brown blossom stuck at the side of each, and brought them back to his master. "Get up, Billy," said the little man, taking one of the rushes from him and striding across it. "Where shall I get up, please your honour?" said Billy. "Why, upon horseback, like me, to be sure," said the little man. "Is it after making a fool of me you'd be," said Billy, "bidding me get a horseback upon that bit of a rush? Maybe you want to persuade me that the rush I pulled but a while ago out of the bog over there is a horse? Up, up, and no words," said the little man, looking very angry. "The best horse you ever rode was but a fool to it." So Billy, thinking all this was in joke, and fearing to vex his master, straddled across the rush. "Boram, boram, boram," cried the little man 3 times, which in English means to become great. And Billy did the same after him. Presently the rushes swelled up into fine horses, and away they went full speed. But Billy, who had put the rush between his legs without much minding how he did it, found himself sitting on horseback the wrong way, which was rather awkward, with his face to the horse's tail. And so quickly had his steed started off with him that he had no power to turn around, and there was therefore nothing for it but to hold on by the tail. At last they came to their journey's end, and stopped at the gate of a fine house. "Now, Billy," said the little man, "do as you see me do, and follow me close. But as you did not know your horse's head from his tail, mind that your own head does not spin round until you can tell whether you are standing on it or on your heels. For remember that old liquor, though able to make a cat speak, can make a man dumb." The little man then said some queer kind of words, out of which Billy could make no meaning. But he contrived to say them after him for all that, and in they both went through the keyhole of the door, and through one keyhole after another, until they got into the wine cellar, which was well stored with all kinds of wine. The little man fell to drinking as hard as he could, and Billy, no way disliking the example, did the same. "The best of masters are you, surely," said Billy to him. "No matter who is the next, and well pleased will I be with your service if you continue to give me plenty to drink." "I have made no bargain with you," said the little man, "and will make none. But up and follow me." Away they went, through keyhole after keyhole, and each mounting upon the rush which he left at the hall door, scampered off, kicking the clouds before them like snowballs, as soon as the words "Boram, boram, boram" had passed their lips. When they came back to the fort field, the little man dismissed Billy, bidding him to be there the next night at the same hour. Thus did they go on night after night, shaping their course one night here and another night there, sometimes north and sometimes east and sometimes south, until there was not a gentleman's wine cellar in all Ireland they had not visited, and could tell the flavour of every wine in it as well, better than the butler himself. One night, when Billy McDaniel met the little man as usual in the fort field, and was going to the bog to fetch the horses for their journey, his master said to him, "Billy, I shall want another horse tonight, for maybe we may bring back more company than we take." So Billy, who now kept better than to question any order given to him by his master, brought a third rush, much wondering who it might be that would travel back in their company, and whether he was about to have a fellow servant. "If I have," thought Billy, "he shall go and fetch the horses from the bog every night, for I don't see why I am not, every inch of me, as good a gentleman as my master." Well, away they went, Billy leading the third horse, and never stopped until they came to a snug farmer's house in the country Limerick, close under the old castle of Carrigoganio, that was built, they say, by the great Brian Boru. Within the house there was great carousing going forward, and the little man stopped outside for some time to listen. Then turning round all of a sudden said, "Billy, I will be 1,000 years old tomorrow." "God bless us, sir," said Billy. "Will you?" "Don't say those words again, Billy," said the little old man, "or you will be my ruin for ever." "Now, Billy, as I will be 1,000 years in the world tomorrow, I think is full time for me to get married." "I think so too, without any kind of doubt at all," said Billy, "if ever you mean to marry." "And to that purpose," said the little man, "have I come all the way to Carrigoganio, for in this house, this very night, is young Darby Riley going to be married to Bridget Rooney, and as she is a tall and comely girl, and has come of decent people, I think of marrying her myself and taking her off with me." "And what will Darby Riley say to that?" said Billy. "Silence!" said the little man, putting on a mighty severe look. "I did not bring you here with me to ask questions." And, without holding further argument, he began saying the queer words which had the power of passing him through the keyhole as free as air, and which Billy thought himself mighty clever to be able to say after him. In they both went, and for the better viewing the company, the little man perched himself up as nimbly as a cock sparrow upon one of the big beams which went across the house over all their heads, and Billy did the same upon another facing him. But not being much accustomed to roosting in such a place, his legs hung down as untidy as may be, and it was quite clear he had not taken pattern after the way in which the little man had bundled himself up together. If the little man had been a tailor all his life, he could not have sat more contentedly upon his lounges. There they were, both master and man, looking down upon the fun that was going forward, and under them were the priest and piper, and the father of Darby Riley, with Darby's 2 brothers and his uncle's son, and there were both the father and the mother of Bridget Rooney, and proud enough the old couple were that night of their daughter. As good ride they had, and her 4 sisters with brand new ribbons in their caps, and her 3 brothers all looking as clean, as clever as any 3 boys in Munster, and there were uncles and aunts, and gossips and cousins enough besides to make a full house of it, and plenty was there to eat and drink on the table for every one of them, if they had been double the number. Now it happened, just as Mrs. Rooney had helped his reverence to the first cut of the pig's head which was placed before her, beautifully bolstered up with white voice, that the bride gave a sneeze, which made every one at the table start, but not a soul said God bless us, all thinking that the priest would have done so, as he ought if he had done his duty. No one wished to take the word out of his mouth, which, unfortunately, was preoccupied with the pig's head and greens. And after a moment's pause, the fun and merriment of the bridal feast went on without the pious benediction. Of this circumstance both Billy and his master were no inattentive spectators from their exalted stations. "Ha!" exclaimed the little man, throwing one leg from under him with a joyous flourish, and his eye twinkled with a strange light, whilst his eyebrows became elevated into the curvature of Gothic arches. "Ha!" said he, leering down at the bride, and then up at Billy. "I have half of her now, surely. Let her sneeze but twice more, and she is mine, in spite of the priest, mass book, and Darby Riley." Again the fair Bridget sneezed, but it was so gently, and she blushed so much, that few except the little man took, or seemed to take, any notice, and no one thought of saying, "God bless us." Billy all this time regarded the poor girl with the most rueful expression of countenance, for he could not help thinking what a terrible thing it was for a nice young girl of 19, with large blue eyes, transparent skin, and dimpled cheeks, suffused with health and joy, to be obliged to marry an ugly little bit of a man, who was 1,000 years old, bearing a day. At this critical moment the bride gave a third sneeze, and Billy roared out with all his might, "God save us!" Whether this exclamation resulted from his soliloquy, or from the mere force of habit, he never could tell exactly himself. But no sooner was it uttered than the little man, his face glowing with rage and disappointment, sprung from the beam on which he had perched himself, and shrieking out in the shrill voice of a cracked bagpipe, "I discharge you from my service, Billy McDaniel. Take that for your wages," gave poor Billy a most furious kick in the back, which sent his unfortunate servant sprawling upon his face and hands, right in the middle of the supper table. If Billy was astonished, how much more so was every one of the company into which he was thrown with so little ceremony. But when they heard his story, Father Cooney laid down his knife and fork, and married the young couple out of hand with all speed, and Billy McDaniel danced the rinka at their wedding, and plenty he did drink at it too, which was what he thought more of than dancing. Fardaring in Donegal. Miss Letitia McClintock. Pet Diver, the tinker, was a man well accustomed to a wandering life and to strange shelters. He had shared the beggar's blanket in smoky cabins. He had crouched beside the still in many a nook and corner where poutine was made on the wild Inishowen mountains. He had even slept on the bare heather or on the ditch, with no roof over him but the vault of heaven. Yet were all his nights of adventure tame and commonplace when compared with one especial night. During the day preceding that night he had mended all the kettles and saucepans in Mobile and Greencastle, and was on his way to Goodolph, when night overtook him on a lonely mountain road. He knocked at one door after another, asking for a night's lodging, while he jingled the halfpence in his pocket, but was everywhere refused. Where was the boasted hospitality of Inishowen, which he had never before known to fail? It was of no use to be able to pay, when people seem so churlish. Thus thinking, he made his way towards a light a little further on, and knocked at another cabin door. An old man and woman were seated one at each side of the fire. "Will you be pleased to give me a night's lodging, sir?" asked Pat respectfully. "Can you tell a story?" returned the old man. "No, then, sir, I cannot say I'm good at story-telling," replied the puzzled tinker. "Then you mun just gang further, for none but them that can tell a story will get in here." This reply was made in so decided a tone that Pat did not attempt to repeat his appeal, but turned away reluctantly to resume his weary journey. "A story indeed," muttered he. "Old wives' fables to please the winds." As he took up his bundle of tinkering implements, he observed a barn standing rather behind the dwelling house, and, aided by the rising moon, he made his way towards it. It was a clean, roomy barn, with a piled-up heap of straw in one corner. Here was a shelter not to be despised, so Pat crept under the straw and was soon asleep. He could not have slept very long when he was awakened by the tramp of feet, and, peeping cautiously through a crevice in his straw covering, he saw four immensely tall men enter the barn, dragging a body, which they threw roughly upon the floor. They next lighted a fire in the middle of the barn, and fastened the corpse by the feet with a great rope to a beam in the roof. One of them then began to turn it slowly before the fire. "Come on," said he, addressing a gigantic fellow, the tallest of the four. "I'm tired. You'd be to take your turn." "Faix and troth, I'll no turn him," replied the big man. "There's Pat divering under the straw. Why wouldn't he take his turn?" With hideous clamour the four men called the wretched Pat, who, seeing there was no escape, thought it was his wisest plan to come forth as he was bidden. "Now, Pat," said they, "you'll turn the corpse, but if you let him burn, you'll be tied up there and roasted in his place." Pat's hair stood on end, and the cold perspiration poured from his forehead, but there was nothing for it but to perform his dreadful task. Seeing him fairly embarked in it, the tall man went away. Soon, however, the flames rose so high as to singe the rope, and the corpse fell with a great thud upon the fire, scattering the ashes and embers, and extracting a howl of anguish from the miserable cook, who rushed to the door and ran for his life. He ran on until he was ready to drop with fatigue, when, seeing a drain overgrown with tall rank grass, he thought he would creep in there and lie hidden till morning. But he was not many minutes in the drain before he heard a heavy tramping again, and the four men came up with their burthen, which they laid down on the edge of the drain. "I'm tired," said one to the giant. "It's your turn to carry him a piece now." "Faix and troth, I'll no carry him," replied he, "but there's Pat Diver in the drain. Why wouldn't he come out and take his turn?" "Come out, Pat, come out," roared all the men, and Pat, almost dead with fright, crept out. He staggered on under the weight of the corpse, until he reached Kiltown Abbey, a ruin festooned with the ivy, where the brown owl hooted all night long, and the forgotten dead slept around the walls under dense, matted tangles of brambles and benweed. No one ever buried there now, but Pat's tall companions turned into the wild graveyard and began digging the grave. Pat, seeing them thus engaged, thought he might once more try to escape, and climb up into a hawthorn tree in the fence, hoping to be hidden in the boughs. "I'm tired," said the man who was digging the grave. "Here, take the spade," addressing the big man. "It's your turn." "Fags and troth, it's not my turn," replied he as before. "There's Pat Diver in the tree. Why wouldn't he come down and take his turn?" Pat came down to take the spade. But just then the cocks in the little farmyards and cabins round the abbey began to crow, and the men looked at one another. "We must go," said they, "and well it is for you, Pat Diver, that the cocks crowed, for if they had not, you'd just have been bundled into that grave with the corpse." 2 months passed, and Pat had wandered far and wide over the county Donegal, when he chanced to arrive at Ruphoe during a fair. Among the crowd that filled the diamond, he came suddenly on the big man. "How are you, Pat Diver?" said he, bending down to look into the tinker's face. "You've the advantage of me, sir, for I haven't the pleasure of knowing you," faltered Pat. "Do you not know me, Pat?" whispered. "When you go back to Inishowen, you'll have a story to tell." End of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, Section 12.
Section 13 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 13. The Piper and the Pukka, Douglas Hyde. Translated literally from the Irish of the Leabhar Sgeulaigheachta. In the old times there was a half-fool living in Dunmore in the county Galway, and although he was excessively fond of music, he was unable to learn more than one tune, and that was the Black Rogue. He used to get a good deal of money from the gentlemen, for they used to get sport out of him. One night the piper was coming home from a house where there had been a dance, and he half drunk. When he came to a little bridge that was up by his mother's house, he squeezed the pipes on, and began playing the Black Rogue. The Pukka came behind him, and flung him up on his own back. There were the long horns of the Pukka, and the piper got a good grip of them, and then he said, "Destruction on you, you nasty beast! Let me home. I have a 10-penny piece in my pocket for my mother, and she wants snuff." "Never mind your mother," said the Pukka, "but keep your hold. If you fall, you will break your neck and your pipes." Then the Pukka said to him, "Play up for me the Shan Van Vocht." "I don't know it," said the piper. "Never mind whether you do or don't," said the Pukka. "Play up, and I'll make you know." The piper put wind in his bag, and he played such music as made himself wonder. "Upon my word, you're a fine music master," says the piper then. "But tell me where you're for bringing me." "There's a great feast in the house of the Banshee on the top of Crog Patrick to night," said the Pukka, "and I'm for bringing you there to play music, and take my word you'll get the price for your trouble." "By my word, you'll save me a journey then," says the piper, "for Father William put a journey to Crog Patrick on me, because I stole the white gander from him last Martinmas." The Pukka rushed him across hills and bogs and rough places till he brought him to the top of Crog Patrick. Then the Pukka struck 3 blows with his foot, and a great door opened, and they passed in together into a fine room. The piper saw a golden table in the middle of the room, and hundreds of old women sitting around about it. The old women rose up and said, "100,000 welcomes to you, you Pukka of November. Who is this you have with you?" "The best piper in Ireland," says the Pukka. One of the old women struck a blow on the ground, and a door opened in the side of the wall, and what should the piper see coming out but the white gander which he had stolen from Father William. "By my conscience then," said the piper, Myself and my mother ate every taste of that gander, only one wing, and I gave that to Muir, and it's she told the priest I stole his gander." The gander cleaned the table and carried it away, and the Pooka said, "Play up music for these ladies." The piper played up, and the old woman began dancing, and they were dancing till they were tired. Then the Pooka said to pay the piper, and every old woman drew out a gold piece and gave it to him. "By the tooth of Patrick," said he, "I'm as rich as the son of a lord." "Come with me," says the Pooka, "and I'll bring you home." They went out then, and just as he was going to ride on the Pooka, the gander came up to him and gave him a new set of pipes. The Pooka was not long until he brought him to Dunmore, and he threw the piper off at the little bridge, and then he told him to go home, and says to him, "You have two things now that you never had before. You have sense and music." The piper went home, and he knocked at his mother's door, saying, "Let me in, I'm as rich as a lord, and I'm the best piper in Ireland." "You're drunk," said the mother. "No, indeed," says the piper, "I haven't drunk a drop." The mother let him in, and he gave her the gold pieces, and "Wait now," says he, "till you hear the music I'll play." He buckled on the pipes, but instead of music there came a sound as if all the geese and ganders in Ireland were screeching together. He wakened the neighbours, and they were all mocking him, until he put on the old pipes, and then he played melodious music for them, and after that he told them all he had gone through that night. The next morning, when his mother went to look at the gold pieces, there was nothing there but the leaves of a plant. The piper went to the priest and told him his story, but the priest would not believe a word from him, until he put the pipes on him, and then the screeching of the ganders and geese began. "Leave my sight, you thief," says the priest. But nothing would do the piper till he would put the old pipes on him, to show the priest that his story was true. He buckled on the old pipes, and he played melodious music, and from that day till the day of his death there was never a piper in the county Galway was as good as he was. Daniel O'Rourke, T. Crofton Croker. People may have heard of the renowned adventures of Daniel O'Rourke, but how few are there who know that the cause of all his perils, above and below, was neither more nor less than his having slept under the walls of the Pooka's tower. I knew the man well. He lived at the bottom of Hungry Hill, just at the right-hand side of the road as you go towards Bantry. An old man was he at the time he told me the story, with grey hair and a red nose, and it was on the 25th of June, 1813, that I heard it from his own lips, as he sat smoking his pipe under the old poplar tree, on as fine an evening as ever shone from the sky. I was going to visit the caves in Dursey Island, having spent the morning at Glengariff. "I am often axed to tell it, sir," said he, "so that this is not the first time. The master's son, you see, had come from beyond foreign parts in France and Spain, as young gentlemen used to go before Bonaparte or any such was heard of. And sure enough there was a dinner given to all the people on the ground, gentle and simple, high and low, rich and poor. The old gentlemen were the gentlemen after all, saving your honour's presence. They'd swear at a body a little, to be sure, and may be give one cut of a whip now and then, but we were no losers by it in the end, and they were so easy and civil, and kept such rattling houses and thousands of welcomes, that there was no grinding for rent, and there was hardly a tenant on the estate that did not taste of his landlord's bounty often and often in a year. But now it's another thing. No matter for that, sir, for I'd better be telling you my story. Well, we had everything of the best, and plenty of it, and we ate, and we drank, and we danced, and the young master by the same token danced with Peggy Barry from the Bohereen. A lovely young couple they were, though they are both low enough now. To make a long story short, I got, as a body may say, the same thing as tipsy almost, for I can't remember ever at all, no ways, how it was I left the place, only I did leave it, that's certain. Well, I thought, for all that, in myself, I'd just step to Molly Cronahan's, the fairy woman, to speak a word about the bracket heifer that was bewitched, and so as I was crossing the stepping stones of the ford of Ballyashenogh, and was looking up at the stars and blessing myself, for why, it was Lady Day, I missed my foot, and souse I fell into the water. Death alive, thought I, I'll be drowned now. However, I began swimming away for dear life, till at last I got ashore somehow or other, but never the one of me can tell how, upon a desolate island. I wandered and wandered about there, without knowing where I wandered, until at last I got into a big bog. The moon was shining as bright as day, or your fair lady's eyes, sir, with your pardon for mentioning her, and I looked east and west and north and south and every way, and nothing did I see but bog, bog, bog. I could never find out how I got into it, and my heart grew cold with fear, for sure and certain I was that it would be my barren place. So I sat down upon a stone, which as good luck would have it was close by me, and I began to scratch my head and sing the Ullagan, when all of a sudden the moon grew black, and I looked up and saw something for all the world as if it was moving down between me and it, and I could not tell what it was. Down it came with a pounce, and looked at me full in the face, and what was it but an eagle, as fine a one as ever flew from the kingdom of Kerry. So he looked at me in the face, and says he to me, "Daniel O'Rourke," says he, "how do you do?" "Very well, I thank you, sir," says I. "I hope you're well," wondering out of my senses all the time how an eagle came to speak like a Christian. "What brings you here, Dan?" says he. "Nothing at all, sir," says I, "only I wish I was safe home again." "Is it out of the island you want to go, Dan?" says he. "'Tis, sir," says I. So I up and told him how I had taken a drop too much, and fell into the water, how I swam to the island, and how I got into the bog and did not know my way out of it. "Dan," says he, after a minute's thought, "though it is very improper for you to get drunk on Lady Day, yet as you are a decent sober man who tends mass well, and never flings stones at me or mine, nor cries out after us in the fields, my life for yours," says he. "So get up on my back, and grip me well for fear you'd fall off, and I'll fly you out of the bog." "I am afraid," says I, "your honour's making game of me, for who ever heard of riding a horseback on an eagle before?" "'Pon the honour of a gentleman," says he, putting his right foot on his breast, "I am quite in earnest, and so now either take my offer or starve in the bog. Besides, I see that your weight is sinking the stone." It was true enough, as he said, for I found the stone every minute going from under me. I had no choice. So thinks I to myself, faint heart never won fair lady, and this is fair pursuadance. "I thank your honour," says I, "for the loan of your civility, and I'll take your kind offer." I therefore mounted upon the back of the eagle, and held him tight enough by the throat, and up he flew in the air like a lark. Little I knew the trick he was going to serve me. Up, 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 God knows how far up he flew. "Why then," said I to him, thinking he did not know the right road home, very civilly, because why I was in his power entirely, "Sir," says I, "please your honour's glory, and with humble submission to your better judgment, if you'd fly down a bit, you're now just over my cabin, and I could be put down there, and many thanks to your worship." "Arrah, Dan," said he, "do you think me a fool? Look down in the next field, and don't you see 2 men and a gun? By my word it would be no joke to be shot this way, to oblige a drunken blackguard that I picked up off of a cold stone in a bog." "Bother you," said I to myself, but I did not speak out, for where was the use? Well, sir, up he kept, flying, flying, and I asking him every minute to fly down, and all to no use. "Where in the world are you going, sir?" says I to him. "Hold your tongue, Dan," says he. "Mind your own business, and don't be interfering with the business of other people." "Faith, this is my business, I think," says I. "Be quiet, Dan," says he. So I said no more. At last where should we come to but to the moon itself. Now you can't see it from this, but there is, or there was in my time, a reaping hook sticking out of the side of the moon, this way, drawing the figure thus on the ground with the end of his stick. "Dan," said the eagle, "I'm tired with this long fly. I had no notion 'twas so far." "And my lord, sir," said I, "who in the world asked you to fly so far? Was it I? Did not I beg and pray and beseech you to stop half an hour ago?" "There's no use talking, Dan," said he. "I'm tired bad enough, so you must get off and sit down on the moon until I rest myself." "Is it sit down on the moon?" said I. "Is it upon that little round thing, then? Why, then, sure I'd fall off in a minute, and be kilt and spilt and smashed all to bits. You are a vile deceiver, so you are." "Not at all, Dan," said he. "You can catch fast hold of the reaping hook that's sticking out of the side of the moon, and 'twill keep you up." I won't then, said I. May be not, said he, quite quiet. If you don't, my man, I shall just give you a shake and one slap of my wing and send you down to the ground, where every bone in your body will be smashed, as small as a drop of dew on a cabbage leaf in the morning. Why, then, I'm in a fine way, said I to myself, ever to have come along with the likes of you. And so giving him a hearty curse in Irish, for fear he'd know what I said, I got off his back with a heavy heart, took hold of the reaping hook, and sat down upon the moon, and a mighty cold seat it was, I can tell you that. When he had me there fairly landed, he turned about on me and said, Good morning to you, Daniel O'Rourke, said he. I think I've nicked you fairly now. You robbed my nest last year. 'Twas true enough for him, but how he found it out is hard to say. And in return you are freely welcome to cool your heels dangling upon the moon like a cock-throw. Is that all, and is this the way you leave me, you brute, you, says I, you ugly unnatural bast, and is this the way you serve me at last? Bad luck to yourself with your hooked nose, and to all your breed, you blackguard. 'Twas all no matter of use. He spread out his great big wings, burst out a-laughing, and flew away like lightning. I bawled after him to stop, but I might have called and bawled forever without his minding me. Away he went, and I never saw him from that day to this. Sorrow fly away with him. You may be sure I was in a disconsolate condition, and kept roaring out for the bare grief, when all at once a door opened, right in the middle of the moon, creaking on its hinges as if it had not been opened for a month before. I suppose they never thought of greasing 'em. And out there walks, who do you think, but the man in the moon himself. I knew him by his bush. Good morrow to you, Daniel O'Rourke, said he. How do you do? Very well, thank your honour, said I. I hope your honour's well. What brought you here, Dan? Said he. So I told him how I was a little overtaken in liquor at the master's, and how I was cast on a dissolute island, and how I lost my way in the bog, and how the thief of an eagle promised to fly me out of it, and how instead of that he had fled me up to the moon. Dan, said the man in the moon, taking a pinch of snuff when I was done, you must not stay here. Indeed, sir, says I, 'tis much against my will I'm here at all, but how am I to get back? That's your business, said he, Dan. Mine is to tell you that here you must not stay, so be off in less than no time. I'm doing no harm, says I, only holding on hard by the reaping hook, lest I fall off. That's what you must not do, Dan, says he. Pray, sir, says I, may I ask how many you are in family, that you would not give a poor traveller lodging? I am sure 'tis not so often you're troubled with strangers coming to see you, for 'tis a long way. I'm by myself, Dan, says he, but you'd better let go the reaping hook. Faith, and with your leave, says I, I'll not let go the grip, and the more you bids me, the more I won't let go. So will. You had better, Dan, says he again. Why then, my little fellow, says I, taking the whole weight of him with my eye from head to foot, there are 2 words to that bargain, and I'll not budge, but you may if you like. We'll see how that is to be, says he, and back he went, giving the door such a great bang after him, for it was plain he was huffed, that I thought the moon and all would fall down with it. Well, I was preparing myself to try strength with him, when back again he comes, with the kitchen cleaver in his hand, and without saying a word he gives 2 bangs to the handle of the reaping hook that was keeping me up, and whap, it came in 2. Good morning to you, Dan, says the spiteful little old blackguard, when he saw me cleanly falling down with a bit of the handle in my hand. I thank you for your visit, and fair weather after you, Daniel. I had not time to make any answer to him, for I was tumbling over and over, rolling and rolling, at the rate of a fox hunt. God help me, says I, but this is a pretty pickle for a decent man to be seen in at this time of night. I'm now sold fairly. The word was not out of my mouth when, whiz, what should fly by close to my ear but a flock of wild geese, all the way from my own bog of Ballyshannog, else how should they know me? The old gander, who was their general, turning about his head, cried out to me, Is that you, Dan? The same, said I, not a bit daunted now at what he said, for I was by this time used to all kinds of bedevilment, and besides I knew him of old. Good morrow to you, says he. Daniel O'Rourke, how are you in health this morning? Very well, sir, says I thank you kindly, drawing my breath, for I was mightily in want of some. I hope your honour is the same. I think 'tis falling you are, Daniel, says he. "You may say that, sir," says I. "And where are you going all the way so fast?" said the gander. So I told him how I had taken the drop, and how I came on the island, and how I lost my way in the bog, and how the thief of an eagle flew me up to the moon, and how the man in the moon turned me out. "Dan," said he, "I'll save you. Put out your hand and catch me by the leg, and I'll fly you home." "Sweet is your hand in a pitcher of honey, my jewel," says I, though all the time I thought within myself that I don't much trust you. But there was no help, so I caught the gander by the leg, and away I and the other geese flew after him as fast as hops. We flew, and we flew, and we flew, until we came right over the wide ocean. I knew it well, for I saw Cape Clear to my right hand, sticking up out of the water. "Ah, my lord," said I to the goose, for I thought it best to keep a civil tongue in my head anyway, "fly to land, if you please." "It is impossible, you see, Dan," said he, "for a while, because you see we are going to Arabia." "To Arabia!" said I, "that's surely some place in foreign parts, far away. Oh, Mr. Goose, why then, to be sure, I'm a man to be pitied among you." "Whist, whist, you fool," said he, "hold your tongue. I tell you Arabia is a very decent sort of place, as like West Carbery as one egg is like another, only there is a little more sand there." Just as we were talking, a ship hove in sight, scudding so beautiful before the wind. "Ah, then, sir," said I, "will you drop me on the ship, if you please?" "We are not fair over it," said he. "If I dropped you now, you would splash into the sea." "I would not," says I. "I know better than that, for it is just clean under us. So let me drop now at once." "If you must, you must," said he. "There, take your own way." And he opened his claw, and faith he was right. Sure enough I came down plump into the very bottom of the salt sea. Down to the very bottom I went, and I gave myself up then for ever, when a whale walked up to me, scratching himself after his night's sleep, and looked me full in the face, and never the word did he say, but lifting up his tail, he splashed me all over again with the cold salt water, till there wasn't a dry stitch upon my whole carcass. And I heard somebody saying, 'twas a voice I knew too, "Get up, you drunken brute, off o' that." And with that I woke up, and there was Judy with a tub full of water, which she was splashing all over me, for rest her soul, though she was a good wife, she never could bear to see me in drink, and had a bitter hand of her own. "Get up," said she again, "and of all places in the Paris would no place serve your turn to lie down upon but under the old walls of Carrigapuka? Uneasy resting I'm sure you had of it." And sure enough I had, for I was fairly bothered out of my senses with eagles and men of the moons, and flying ganders and whales driving me through bogs, and up to the moon, and down to the bottom of the green ocean. If I was in drink 10 times over, long would it be before I'd lie down in the same spot again, I know that. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Douglas W. Taylor, Squim, Washington, on Facebook at Papa Doug Actor. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats, Section 14. The Kildare Polka, by Patrick Kennedy. Mr. H.R., when he was alive, used to live a good deal in Dublin, and he was once a great while out of the country on account of the 98 business. But the servants kept on in the big house at Roth, all the same as if the family was at home. Well, they used to be frightened out of their lives after going to their beds with the banging of the kitchen door and the clattering of fire irons and the pots and plates and dishes. One evening they sat up ever so long, keeping one another in heart with telling stories about ghosts and fetches, and that when, what would you have of it, the little scullery boy that used to be sleeping over the horses and could not get room at the fire crept into the hot hearth, and when he got tired listening to the stories, sorra fear him, but he fell dead asleep. Well and good, after they were all gone and the kitchen fire raked up, he was woke with the noise of the kitchen door opening and the trampling of an ass on the kitchen floor. He peeped out, and what should he see but a big ass, sure enough, sitting on his carabingo and a-yawning before the fire. After a little he looked about him and began scratching his ears if he was quite tired, and says he, "I may as well begin first as last." The poor boy's teeth began to chatter in his head, for says he, "Now he's going to eat me." But the fellow with the long ears and tail on him had something else to do. He stirred the fire, and then he brought in a pail of water from the pump and filled a big pot that he put on the fire before he went out. He then put in his foot, into the hot hearth and pulled out the little boy. He let a roar out of him with the fright, but the Puka only looked at him and thrust out his lower lip to show how little he valued him, and then he pitched him into his pew again. Well, he then lay down before the fire till he heard the bile coming on the water, and maybe there wasn't a plate or a dish or a spoon on the dresser that he didn't fetch and put into the pot and wash and dry the whole boiling of 'em, as well as e'er a kitchen maid from that to Dublin town. He then put all of them up on their places on the shelves, and if he didn't give a good sweep into the kitchen, leave it till again. Then he comes and sets foam at the boy, let down one of his ears and cocked up the other, and gave a grin. The poor fella strove to roar out, but not a deega'd come out of his throat. The last thing the Puka done was to rake up the fire and walk out, giving such a slap at the door that the boy thought the house couldn't help tumbling down. Well, to be sure, if there wasn't a hullabaloo next morning when the poor fella told his story. They could talk of nothing else the whole day. One said one thing, another said another, but a fat, lazy scullery girl said the wittiest thing of all. "Musha," says she, "if the Puka does be cleaning up everything that way when we are asleep, what should we be slaving ourselves for, doing his work?" "Sugadeen," says another, "them's the wisest words you ever said, Cough. It's myself won't contradict ya." So said, so done. Not a bit of a plate or dish saw a drop of water that evening, and not a besom was laid on the floor, and everyone went to bed soon after sundown. Next morning, everything was as fine in the kitchen, and the Lord Mayor might eat his dinner off the flags. It was great ease to the lazy servants, you may depend, and everything went on well, till a foolhardy gag of a boy said he would stay up one night and have a chat with the Puka. He was a little daunted when the door was thrown open, and the ass marched up to the fire. "And then, sir," says he at last, picking up courage, "if it isn't taking a liberty, might I ask who you are, and why you are so kind as to do half of the day's work for the girls every night?" "No liberty at all," says the Puka, says he. "I'll tell you and welcome. I was a servant in the time of Squire R's father, and was the laziest rogue that ever was clothed and fed and done nothing for it. When my time came for the other world, this is the punishment was laid on me, to come here and do all this labour every night, and then go out in the cold. It isn't so bad in the fine weather, but if you only knew what it is to stand with your head between your legs, facing the storm from midnight to sunrise on a bleak winter night." "And could we do anything for your comfort, my poor fellow?" says the boy. "Musha, I don't know," says the Puka, "but I think a good quilted frieze coat would help to keep the life in me them long nights." "Why, then, in troth, we'd be the ungratefullest of people if we didn't feel for ye." To make a long story short, the next night but two the boy was there again, and if he didn't delight the poor Puka, holding up a fine warm coat before him. It's no matter. Between the Puka and the man, his legs was got into the forearms of it, and it was buttoned down the breast and the belly, and he was so pleased he walked up to the glass to see how he looked. "Well," says he, "it's a long lane that has no turning. I am much obliged to you and your fellow servants. You have made me happy at last. Good night to you." So he was walking out, but the other cried, "Ach, sure you're going too soon. What about the washing and sweeping?" "Ah, you may tell the girls that they must now get their turn. My punishment was to last till I was thought worthy of a reward for the way I done me duty. You'll see me no more." And no more they did, and right sorry they were for having been in such a hurry to reward the ungrateful Pooka. End of the Kildare Pooka. The Solitary Fairies. The Banshee. The Banshee, from ban, a woman, and she, a fairy, is an attendant fairy that follows the old families and none but them, and wails before a death. Many have seen her as she goes wailing and clapping her hands. The keen, the funeral cry of the peasantry, is said to be an imitation of her cry. When more than one banshee is present and they wail and sing in chorus, it is for the death of some holy or great one. An omen that sometimes accompanies the banshee is the coach-a-bower, an immense black coach mounted by a coffin and drawn by headless horses driven by a dullahan. It will go rumbling to your door, and if you open it, according to Croker, a basin of blood will be thrown in your face. These headless phantoms are found elsewhere than in Ireland. In 1807, 2 of the sentries stationed outside St. James Park died of fright. A headless woman, the upper part of her body naked, used to pass at midnight and scale the railings. After a time, the sentries were stationed no longer at the haunted spot. In Norway, the heads of corpses were cut off to make their ghosts feeble. Thus came into existence the Dullahans, perhaps, unless indeed they are descended from that Irish giant who swam across the channel with his head in his teeth. Ed. End of The Solitary Fairies. How Thomas Connolly Met the Banshee. J. Todhunter. The Banshee, sir. Well, sir, as I was striving to tell ye, I was going home from work one day from Mr. Cassidy's that I told ye of in the dusk of the evening. I had more nor a mile, it was nearer 2 mile to thrack to, where I was lodging with a decent widdy woman I knew, Biddy Maguire by name, so as to be near me work. It was the first week in November, and a lonesome road I had to travel, and dark enough, with trees above it, and about halfways there was a bit of a bridge I had to cross over one of them little streams that runs into the Dodder. I walked on in the middle of the road, and there was no towpath at that time, Mr. Airy, nor for many a long day after that. But, as I was saying, I walked along till I come nigh upon the bridge, where the road was a bit open, and there, right enough, I seen the hog's back of the old-fashioned bridge that used to be there till it was pulled down, and a white mist steaming up out of the water all around it. Well, now, Mr. Harry, often as I'd passed by the place before that night, it seemed strange to me, and like a place you might see in a dream. And as I come up to it, I began to feel a cold wind blowing through the hollow of me heart. "Musha, Thomas," says I to myself, "is it yourself that's in it?" says I. "Or if it is, what's the matter wid ye at all, says I. So I put a bold face on it, and I made a struggle to set one leg afore the other, until I came to the rise of the bridge. And there, God be good to us, in a cantle of the wall, I seen an old woman, as I thought, sitting on her hunkers, all crouched together, and her head bowed down, seemingly in the greatest affliction. Well, sir, I pitied the old creature, and thought I wasn't worth a thraneen for the mortal fright I was in. I up and says to her, "It's a cold lodging for ye, mem." Well, the sorra ha'porth, she says to that, nor took no more notice of me than if I hadn't let a word out of me, but kept rocking herself to and fro as if her heart was breaking. So I says to her again, ma'am, is there anything the matter wid ye? And I made for to touch her on the shoulder, only something stopped me. For as I looked closer at her, I saw she was no more an old woman, nor was she an old cat. The first thing I took notice to, Mr. Harry, was her hair, that was streeling down over her shoulders, and a good yard on the ground in each side of her. Oh, be the hokey farmer, but that was the hair! The likes of it I never seen on mortal woman, young or old, before nor since. It grew as strong out of her as out of e'er a young slip of a girl ye could see, but the colour of it was a mystery to describe. The first squint I got of it, I thought it was silvery grey, like an old crone's, but when I got up beside her, I saw, by the glance of the sky, it was a sort of an Iscariot colour, and a shine out of it like floss silk. It ran over her shoulders, and the two shapely arms she was leaning her head on, for all the world like Mary Magdalene's in a picture. And then I perceived that the grey cloak and the green ground underneath it was made of no earthly material I ever laid eyes on. Now I needn't tell ye, sir, that I seen all this in the twinkle of a bedpost, long as I take to make the narration of it. So I made a step back from her, and the Lord betune us an arm, says I, out loud, and wid that I blessed myself. Well, Mr. Harry, the word wasn't out of me mouth afore she turned her face on me. Oh, Mr. Harry, but that was the awfullest apparition ever I seen. The face of her as she looked up at me. God forgive me for saying it, but it was more like the face of the Axie Homo beyond in the Marlborough Street Chapel, nor like any face I could mention. As pale as a corpse, and the most of freckles on it, like the freckles of a turkey's egg, and the two eyes sewn in with red thread from the terrible power of crying they had to do, and such a pair of eyes as the world, Mr. Harry, as blue as two forget-me-nots, and as cold as the moon in a bog-hole of a frosty night, and a dead and live look in him that sent a cold shiver through the marrow of me bones. Be the mortal, you could have run a take-up full of cold perspiration out of the hair of me head that minute, so ye could. Well, I thought the life would leave me entirely when she riz up from her hunkers, till bedad she looked mostly as tall as Nelson's pillar, and with the two eyes gazing back at me, and her two arms stretched out before her, and a keen out of her that riz the hair of me scalp till it was stiff as the hog's bristles in a new hearth broom. Away she glides round the angle of the bridge, and down with her into the stream that ran underneath it. 'Twas then I began to suspect what she was. Weecious, Thomas, says I to myself, says I, and I made a great struggle to get me two legs into a trot, in spite of the spavin of fright the pair of them were in, and how I brought myself home that same night the Lord in heaven only knows, for I never could tell. But I must have tumbled agin the door and shot in head foremost into the middle of the floor, where I lay in dead swoon for mostly an hour. And the first I knew was Mrs. Maguire standing over me with a jorum of punch she was pouring down me throat to bring back the life into me, and me head in a pool of cold water she dashed over me in her first fright. "Arrah, Mr. Connolly," says she, "what ails ye?" says she. "To put the scare on a lone woman like that," says she. "Am I in this world or the next?" says I. "Musha, where else would ye be, only here in me kitchen?" says she. "Oh, glory be to God," says I, "but I thought I was in purgatory at the least, not to mention an uglier place," says I. "Only it's too cold I find myself, and not too hot," says I. "Faith, and maybe you are more nor halfways there, only for me," says she. "But what's come to ye at all? Is it your fetch ye seen, Mr. Connolly?" "Ah, Nobleclush," says I. Never mind what I seen, says I. So by degrees I began to come to a little, and that's the way I met the banshee, Mr. Harry. But how did you know it really was the banshee after all, Thomas? Begor, sir, I knew the apparition of her well enough, but 'twas confirmed by the circumstance that occurred the same time. There was a Mr. O'Neill's was come on a visit, you must know, to a place in the neighbourhood, one of the old O'Neills of the county Tyrone, a real old Irish family, and the banshee was heard keening round the house that same night. Be more than one that was in it, and sure enough, Mr. Harry, he was found dead in his bed the next morning. So if it wasn't the banshee I seen that time, I'd like to know what else it could have been. End of How Thomas Connolly Met the Banshee. End of section 14. Section 15 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Douglas W. Taylor, Squim, Washington, on Facebook at Papa Doug, Actor. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W. B. Yeats, Section 15. A lamentation for the death of Sir Maurice Fitzgerald, Knight of Kerry, who was killed in Flanders, 1642, from the Irish, by Clarence Mangan. There was lifted up one voice of woe, one lament of more than mortal grief, through the wide south to and fro, for a fallen chief. In the dead of night that cry thrilled through me. I looked out upon the midnight air. My own soul was all as gloomy as I knelt in prayer. O'er Loch Goor that night, once, twice, yea, thrice, passed a wail of anguish for the brave that half curled into ice its moon-mirroring wave. Then uprose a many-toned wild hymn in choral swell from Ogre's dark ravine, and Mowgli's phantom women mourned the Geraldine. Far on Caramona's emerald plains, shrieks and sighs were blended many hours, and Fermoy, in fitful strains, answered from her towers. Youghal, Keenalmeaky, Emokeely mourned in concert, and their piercing keen woke to wondering life the stilly glens of Inchiqueen. From Longbow to Yellow Dunanore there was fear. The traders of Tralee gathered up their golden store and prepared to flee, for in ship and hall from night till morning showed the first faint beamings of the sun, all the foreigners heard the warning of the dreaded one. This, they spake, portendeth death to us if we fly not swiftly from our fate. Self-conceited idiots, thus ravingly to prate. Not for base-born, higgling Saxon trucksters, ring laments like those by shore and sea. Not for churls, with souls like hucksters, waileth our banshee. For the high Milesian race alone ever flows the music of her woe. For slain heir to bygone throne, and for chief laid low. Hark! Again methinks I hear her weeping yonder. Is she near me now as then? Or was but the night wind sweeping down the hollow glen? The Banshee of the McCarthys, T. Crofton Croker. Charles McCarthy was, in the year 1749, the only surviving son of a very numerous family. His father died when he was little more than 20, leaving him the McCarthy estate, not much encumbered, considering that it was an Irish one. Charles was gay, handsome, unfettered either by poverty, a father, or guardians, and therefore was not, at the age of 21, a pattern of regularity and virtue. In plain terms, he was an exceedingly dissipated, I fear I may say debauched young man. His companions were, as may be supposed, of the higher classes of the youth in his neighbourhood, and, in general, of those whose fortunes were larger than his own, whose dispositions to pleasure were, therefore, under still less restrictions, and in whose example he found at once an incentive and an apology for his irregularities. Besides, Ireland, a place to this day not very remarkable for the coolness and steadiness of its youth, was then one of the cheapest countries in the world in most of those articles which money supplies for the indulgence of the passions. The odious exciseman, with his portentous book in one hand, his unrelenting pen held in the other, or stuck beneath his hatband, and the ink bottle, black emblem of the informer, dangling from his waistcoat button, went not then from alehouse to alehouse, denouncing all those patriotic dealers in spirits who preferred selling whiskey, which had nothing to do with English laws, but to elude them, to retailing that poisonous liquor which derived its name from the British Parliament that compelled its circulation among a reluctant people. Or if the gauger, recording angel of the law, wrote down the peccadillo of a publican, he dropped a tear upon the word and blotted it out forever. For welcome to the tables of their hospitable neighbours, the guardians of the excise, where they existed at all, scrupled to abridge those luxuries which they freely shared. And thus the competition in the market between the smuggler, who incurred little hazard, and the personage yclept fair trader, who enjoyed little protection, made Ireland a land flowing not merely with milk and honey, but with whiskey and wine. In the enjoyments supplied by these, and in the many kindred pleasures to which frail youth is but too prone, Charles McCarthy indulged to such a degree that just about the time when he had completed his 24th year, after a week of great excesses, he was seized with a violent fever, which, from its malignity and the weakness of his frame, left scarcely a hope of his recovery. His mother, who had at first made many efforts to check his vices, and at last had been obliged to look on his rapid progress to ruin in silent despair, watched day and night at his pillow. The anguish of parental feeling was blended with that still deeper misery which those only know who have striven hard to rear in virtue and piety a beloved and favourite child, have found him grow up all that their hearts could desire, until he reached manhood, and then, when their pride was the highest, and their hopes almost ended in the fulfilment of their fondest expectations, have seen this idol of their affections plunge headlong into a course of reckless profligacy, and after a rapid career of vice, hang upon the verge of eternity without the leisure or the power of repentance. Fervently she prayed that, if his life could not be spared, at least the delirium, which continued with increasing violence from the first few hours of his disorder, might vanish before death, and leave enough of light and of calm for making his peace with offended heaven. After several days, however, nature seemed quite exhausted, and he sunk into a state too like death to be mistaken for the repose of sleep. His face had that pale, glossy marble look, which is in general so sure a symptom that life has left its tenement of clay. His eyes were closed and sunk, the lids having that compressed and stiffened appearance which seemed to indicate that some friendly hand had done its last office. The lips, half closed and perfectly ashy, discovered just so much of the teeth as to give to the features of death their most ghastly but most impressive look. He lay upon his back with his hands stretched beside him, quite motionless, and his distracted mother, after repeated trials, could discover not the least symptom of animation. The medical man who attended, having tried the usual modes for ascertaining the presence of life, declared at last his opinion that it was flown, and prepared to depart from the house of mourning. His horse was seen to come to the door. A crowd of people, who were collected before the windows or scattered in groups on the lawn in front, gathered around when the door opened. These were tenants, fosterers, and poor relations of the family, with others attracted by affection, or by that interest which partakes of curiosity, but is something more, and which collects the lower ranks round a house where a human being is in his passage to another world. They saw the professional men come out from the hall door and approach his horse, and while slowly and with a melancholy air he prepared to mount, they clustered round him with inquiring and wistful looks. Not a word was spoken, but their meaning could not be misunderstood, and the physician, when he had got into his saddle, and while the servant was still holding the bridle as if to delay him, and was looking anxiously at his face, as if expecting that he would relieve the general suspense, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "It's all over, James," and moved slowly away. The moment he had spoken, the women present, who were very numerous, uttered a shrill cry, which, having been sustained for about half a minute, fell suddenly into a full, loud, continued, and discordant, but plaintive wailing, above which occasionally were heard the deep sounds of a man's voice, sometimes in deep sobs, sometimes in more distinct exclamations of sorrow. This was Charles' foster brother, who moved about the crowd, now clapping his hands, now rubbing them together in an agony of grief. The poor fellow had been Charles's playmate and companion when a boy, and afterwards his servant, had always been distinguished by his peculiar regard, and loved his young master as much at least as he did his own life. When Mrs. McCarthy became convinced that the blow was indeed struck, and that her beloved son was sent to his last account, even in the blossoms of his sin, she remained for some time gazing with fixedness upon his cold features. Then, as if something had suddenly touched the string of her tenderest affections, tear after tear trickled down her cheeks, pale with anxiety and watching. Still she continued looking at her son, apparently unconscious that she was weeping, without once lifting her handkerchief to her eyes, until reminded of the sad duties which the custom of the country imposed upon her by the crowd of females belonging to the better class of the peasantry, who now, crying audibly, nearly filled the apartment. She then withdrew to give directions for the ceremony of waking, and for supplying the numerous visitors of all ranks with the refreshments usual on these melancholy occasions. Though her voice was scarcely heard, and though no one saw her but the servants and one or two old followers of the family, who assisted her in the necessary arrangements, everything was conducted with the greatest regularity, and though she made no effort to check her sorrows, they never once suspended her attention, now more than ever required to preserve order in her household, which in this season of calamity, but for her, would have been all confusion. The night was pretty far advanced. The boisterous lamentations, which had prevailed during part of the day in and about the house, had given place to a solemn and mournful stillness, and Mrs. McCarthy, whose heart, notwithstanding her long fatigue and watching, was yet too sore for sleep, was kneeling in fervent prayer in a chamber adjoining that of her son. Suddenly her devotions were disturbed by an unusual noise proceeding from the persons who were watching round the body. First there was a low murmur, then all was silent, as if the movements of those in the chamber were checked by a sudden panic, and then a loud cry of terror burst from all within. The door of the chamber was thrown open, and all who were not overturned in the press rushed wildly into the passage which led to the stairs, and into which Mrs. McCarthy's room opened. Mrs. McCarthy made her way through the crowd into her son's chamber, where she found him sitting up in bed and looking vacantly around like one risen from the grave. The glare thrown upon his sunk features and thin lathy frame gave an unearthly horror to his whole aspect. Mrs. McCarthy was a woman of some firmness, but she was a woman, and not quite free from the superstitions of her country. She dropped on her knees, and clasping her hands, began to pray aloud. The form before her moved only its lips, and barely uttered, "Mother." But though the pale lips moved, as if there was a design to finish the sentence, the tongue refused its office. Mrs. McCarthy sprung forward, and catching the arm of her son, exclaimed, "Speak, in the name of God and his saints, speak! Are you alive?" He turned to her slowly, and said, speaking still with apparent difficulty, "Yes, my mother, alive, and Sit down and collect yourself. I have that to tell which will astonish you more than what you have seen." He leaned back upon his pillow, and while his mother remained kneeling by the bedside, holding one of his hands clasped in hers, and gazing on him with the look of one who distrusted all her senses, he proceeded. "Do not interrupt me until I have done. I wish to speak while the excitement of returning life is upon me, as I know I shall soon need much repose. Of the commencement of my illness I have only a confused recollection, but within the last 12 hours I have been before the judgment seat of God. Do not stare incredulously on me. 'Tis as true as have been my crimes, and as I trust shall be repentance. I saw the awful judge arrayed in all the terrors which invest him when mercy gives place to justice. The dreadful pomp of offended omnipotence I saw. I remember. It is fixed here, printed on my brain in characters indelible. But it passeth human language. What I can describe I will. I may speak it briefly. It is enough to say I was weighed in the balance and found wanting. The irrevocable sentence was upon the point of being pronounced. The eye of my almighty judge, which had already glanced upon me, half spoke my doom, when I observed the guardian saint, to whom you so often directed my prayers when I was a child, looking at me with an expression of benevolence and compassion. I stretched forth my hands to him and besought his intercession. I implored that 1 year, 1 month might be given me on earth to do penance and atonement for my transgressions. He threw himself at the feet of my judge and supplicated for mercy. Oh, never! Not if I should pass through 10,000 successive states of being, never for eternity shall I forget the horrors of that moment when my fate hung suspended, when an instant was to decide whether torments unutterable were to be my portion for endless ages. But justice suspended its decree, and mercy spoke in accents of firmness but mildness. Return to that world in which thou hast lived, but to outrage the laws of him who made that world and thee. 3 years are given thee for repentance. When these are ended, thou shalt again stand here, to be saved or lost forever." Charles' strength continued just long enough to finish these last words, and, on uttering them, he closed his eyes and lay quite exhausted. His mother, though, as was before said, somewhat disposed to give credit to supernatural visitations, yet hesitated whether or not she should believe that, although awakened from a swoon which might have been the crisis of his disease, he was still under the influence of delirium. Repose, however, was at all events necessary, and she took immediate measures that he should enjoy it undisturbed. After some hours' sleep, he awoke refreshed, and thenceforward gradually but steadily recovered. Still he persisted in his account of the vision, as he had at first related it, and his persuasion of its reality had an obvious and decided influence on his habits and conduct. He did not altogether abandon the society of his former associates, for his temper was not soured by his reformation, but he never joined in their excesses, and often endeavoured to reclaim them. How his pious exertions succeeded I have never learnt, but of himself it is recorded that he was religious without ostentation, and temperate without austerity, giving a practical proof that vice may be exchanged for virtue without the loss of respectability, popularity, or happiness. Time rolled on, and long before the 3 years were ended, the story of his vision was forgotten, or, when spoken of, was usually mentioned as an instance proving the folly of believing in such things. Charles' health, from the temperance and regularity of his habits, became more robust than ever. His friends, indeed, had often occasion to rally him upon a seriousness and abstractedness of demeanour which grew upon him as he approached the completion of his 27th year. But for the most part his manner exhibited the same animation and cheerfulness for which he had always been remarkable. In company he evaded every endeavour to draw from him a distinct opinion on the subject of the supposed prediction, but among his own family it was well known that he still firmly believed it. However, when the day had nearly arrived on which the prophecy was, if at all, to be fulfilled, his whole appearance gave such promise of a long and healthy life that he was persuaded by his friends to ask a large party to an entertainment at Spring House to celebrate his birthday. But the occasion of this party, and the circumstances which attended it, will be best learned from a perusal of the following letters, which have been carefully preserved by some relations of his family. The first is from Mrs. McCarthy to a lady, a very near connection and valued friend of hers, who lived in the county of Cork, at about 50 miles distance from Spring House. To Mrs. Barry, Castleberry, Spring House, Tuesday morning, October 15th, 1752. My dearest Mary, I am afraid I am going to put your affection for your old friend and kinswoman to a severe trial. A 2 days' journey at this season over bad roads and through a troubled country, it will indeed require friendship such as yours to persuade a sober woman to encounter. But the truth is, I have more than usual cause for wishing you near me. You know my son's story. I can't tell you how it is, but as next Sunday approaches, when the prediction of his dream or vision will be proved false or true, I feel a sickening of the heart, which I cannot suppress, but which your presence, my dear Mary, will soften, as it has done so many of my sorrows. My nephew, James Ryan, is to be married to Jane Osborne, who, you know, is my son's ward, and the bridal entertainment will take place here on Sunday next, though Charles pleaded hard to have it postponed for a day or two longer. Would to God, but no more of this till we meet. Do prevail upon yourself to leave your good man for 1 week, if his farming concerns will not admit of his accompanying you, and come to us with the girls as soon before Sunday as you can. Ever my dear Mary's attached cousin and friend, Anne McCarthy. Although this letter reached Castleberry early on Wednesday, the messenger having travelled on foot over bog and moor by paths impassable to horse or carriage, Mrs. Barry, who at once determined on going, had so many arrangements to make for the regulation of her domestic affairs, which in Ireland, among the middle orders of the gentry, fall soon into confusion when the mistress of the family is away, that she and her 2 young daughters were unable to leave until late on the morning of Friday. The eldest daughter remained to keep her father company and superintend the concerns of the household. As the travellers were to journey in an open 1-horse vehicle called a jaunting car, still used in Ireland, and as the roads, bad at all times, were rendered still worse by the heavy rains, it was their design to make 2 easy stages, to stop about midway the first night, and reach Spring House early on Saturday morning. This arrangement was now altered, for they found that from the lateness of their departure they could proceed at the utmost no farther than 20 miles on the first day, and they therefore purposed sleeping at the house of a Mr. Bourke, a friend of theirs, who lived at somewhat less than that distance from Castleberry. They reached Mr. Bourke's in safety after a rather disagreeable ride. What befell them on their journey the next day to Spring House, and after their arrival there, is fully recounted in a letter from the second Miss Barry to her eldest sister. Spring House, Sunday evening, 20th October, 1752. Dear Ellen, as my mother's letter, which encloses this, will announce to you briefly the sad intelligence which I shall here relate more fully, I think it better to go regularly through the recital of the extraordinary events of the last 2 days. The Bourkes kept us up so late on Friday night that yesterday was pretty far advanced before we could begin our journey, and the day closed when we were nearly 15 miles distant from this place. The roads were excessively deep from the heavy rains of the last week, and we proceeded so slowly that at last my mother resolved on passing the night at the house of Mr. Bourke's brother, who lives about 1/4 of a mile off the road, and coming here to breakfast in the morning. The day had been windy and showery, and the sky looked fitful, gloomy, and uncertain. The moon was full, and at times shone clear and bright. At others it was wholly concealed behind the thick, black, and rugged masses of clouds that rolled rapidly along, and were every moment becoming larger and collecting together as if gathering strength for a coming storm. The wind, which blew in our faces, whistled bleakly along the low ledges of the narrow road on which we proceeded with difficulty from the number of deep sloughs, and which afforded not the least shelter, no plantation being within some miles of us. My mother therefore asked Leary, who drove the jaunting car, how far we were from Mr. Bourke's. "'Tis about 10 spades from this to the cross, and we have then only to turn to the left into the avenue, ma'am." "Very well, Leary. Turn up to Mr. Bourke's as soon as you reach the crossroads." My mother had scarcely spoken these words when a shriek that made us thrill as if our very hearts were pierced by it burst from the hedge to the right of our way. If it resembled anything earthly, it seemed the cry of a female struck by a sudden and mortal blow, and given out her life in one long deep pang of expiring agony. "Heaven defend us!" exclaimed my mother. "Go you over the hedge, Leary, and save that woman, if she is not yet dead, while we run back to the hut we have just passed, and alarm the village near it." "Woman?" said Leary, beating the horse violently while his voice trembled. "That's no woman. The sooner we get on, ma'am, the better." And he continued his efforts to quicken the horse's pace. We saw nothing. The moon was hid. It was quite dark, and we had been for some time expecting a heavy fall of rain. But just as Leary had spoken, and had succeeded in making the horse trot briskly forward, we distinctly heard a loud clapping of hands, followed by a succession of screams that seemed to denote the last excess of despair and anguish, and to issue from a person running forward inside the hedge to keep pace with our progress. Still we saw nothing, until, when we were within about 10 yards of the place where an avenue branched off to Mr. Bourke's to the left, and the road turned to Spring House on the right, the moon started suddenly from behind a cloud, and enabled us to see, as plainly as I now see this paper, the figure of a tall, thin woman with uncovered head and long hair that floated round her shoulders, attired in something which seemed either a loose white cloak or a sheet thrown hastily about her. She stood on the corner hedge, where the road on which we were met that which leads to Spring House, with her face towards us, her left hand pointing to this place, and her right arm waving rapidly and violently, as if to draw us on in that direction. The horse had stopped, apparently frightened at the sudden presence of the figure, which stood in the manner I have described, still uttering the same piercing cries for about half a minute. It then leapt upon the road, disappeared from our view for one instant, and the next was seen standing upon a high wall a little way up the avenue on which we were purposed going, still pointing towards the road to Spring House, but in an attitude of defiance and command, as if prepared to oppose our passage up the avenue. The figure was now quite silent, and its garments, which had before flown loosely in the wind, were closely wrapped around it. "Go on, Leary, to Spring House in God's name," said my mother. "Whatever world it belongs to, we will provoke it no longer." "'Tis the Banshee, ma'am," said Leary, "and I would not, for what my life is worth, go anywhere this blessed night but to Spring House. But I'm afraid there's something bad going forward, or she would not send us there." So saying, he drove forward, and as we turned on the road to the right, the moon suddenly withdrew its light, and we saw the apparition no more. But we heard plainly a prolonged clapping of hands, gradually dying away, as if it issued from a person rapidly retreating. We proceeded as quickly as the badness of the roads and the fatigue of the poor animal that drew us would allow, and arrived here about 11 o'clock last night. The scene which awaited us you have learned from my mother's letter. To explain it fully, I must recount to you some of the transactions which took place here during the last week. You are aware that Jane Osborne was to have been married this day to James Ryan, and that they and their friends had been here for the last week. On Tuesday last, the very day on the morning of which Cousin McCarthy dispatched the letter inviting us here, the whole of the company were walking around the grounds a little before dinner. It seems that an unfortunate creature who had been seduced by James Ryan was seen prowling in the neighbourhood in a moody, melancholy state for some days previous. He had separated from her for several months, and they say had provided for her rather handsomely. But she had been seduced by the promise of his marrying her, and the shame of her unhappy condition, uniting with disappointment and jealousy, had disordered her intellects. During the whole forenoon of this Tuesday, she had been walking in the plantations near Springhouse, with her cloak folded tight round her, the hood nearly covering her face, and she had avoided conversing with, or even meeting, any of the family. Charles McCarthy, at the time I mentioned, was walking between James Ryan and another, at a little distance from the rest, on a gravel path skirting a shrubbery. The whole party was thrown into the utmost consternation by the report of a pistol fired from a thickly planted part of the shrubbery which Charles and his companions had just passed. He fell instantly, and it was found that he had been wounded in the leg. One of the party was a medical man. His assistance was immediately given, and on examining, he declared that the injury was very slight, that no bone was broken, it was merely a flesh wound, and that it would certainly be well in a few days. "We shall know more by Sunday," said Charles, as he was carried to his chamber. His wound was immediately dressed, and so slight was the inconvenience which it gave, that several of his friends spent a portion of the evening in his apartment. On inquiry, it was found that the unlucky shot was fired by the poor girl I just mentioned. It was also manifest that she had aimed it not at Charles, but at the destroyer of her innocence and happiness, who was walking beside him. After a fruitless search for her through the grounds, she walked into the house of her own accord, laughing and dancing and singing wildly, and every moment exclaiming that she had at last killed Mr. Ryan. When she heard that it was Charles and not Mr. Ryan who was shot, she fell into a violent fit, out of which, after working convulsively for some time, she sprung to the door, escaped from the crowd that pursued her, and could never be taken until last night, when she was brought here, perfectly frantic, a little before our arrival. Charles' wound was thought of such little consequence that the preparations went forward as usual for the wedding entertainment on Sunday. But on Friday night he grew restless and feverish, and on Saturday, yesterday morning, felt so ill that it was deemed necessary to obtain additional medical advice. 2 physicians and a surgeon met in consultation about 12 o'clock in the day, and the dreadful intelligence was announced that unless a change, hardly hoped for, took place before night, death must happen within 24 hours after. The wound, it seems, had been too tightly bandaged, and otherwise injudiciously treated. The physicians were right in their anticipations. No favourable symptom appeared, and long before we reached Springhouse, every ray of hope had vanished. The scene we witnessed on our arrival would have wrung the heart of a demon. We heard briefly at the gate that Mr. Charles was upon his deathbed. When we reached the house, the information was confirmed by the servant who opened the door, but just as we entered, we were horrified by the most appalling screams issuing from the staircase. My mother thought she heard the voice of poor Mrs. McCarthy, and sprung forward. We followed, and on ascending a few steps of the stairs, we found a young woman in a state of frantic passion, struggling furiously with the 2 men servants, whose united strength was hardly sufficient to prevent her rushing upstairs over the body of Mrs. McCarthy, who was lying in strong hysterics upon the steps. This, I afterwards discovered, was the unhappy girl I before described, who was attempting to gain access to Charles' room to get his forgiveness, as she said, before he went away to accuse her for having killed him. This wild idea was mingled with another, which seemed to dispute with the former possession of her mind. In one sentence, she called on Charles to forgive her. In the next, she would denounce James Ryan as the murderer, both of Charles and her. At length, she was torn away, and the last words I heard her scream were, "James Ryan, 'twas you killed him and not I. 'Twas you killed him and not I." Mrs. McCarthy, on recovering, fell into the arms of my mother, whose presence seemed a great relief to her. She wept the first tears, I was told, that she had shed since the fatal accident. She conducted us to Charles's room, who, she said, had desired to see us the moment of our arrival, as he found his end approaching, and wished to devote the last hours of his existence to uninterrupted prayer and meditation. We found him perfectly calm, resigned, and even cheerful. He spoke of the awful event which was at hand with courage and confidence, and treated it as a doom for which he had been preparing ever since his former remarkable illness, and which he never once doubted was truly foretold to him. He bade us farewell with the air of one who was about to travel a short and easy journey, and we left him with impressions which, notwithstanding all their anguish, will, I trust, never entirely forsake us. Poor Mrs. McCarthy. But I am just called away. There seems a slight stir in the family. Perhaps... The above letter was never finished. The enclosure to which it more than once alludes told the sequel briefly, and it is all that I have ever further learned of the family of McCarthy. Before the sun had gone down upon Charles' 27th birthday, his soul had gone to render its last account to its Creator. End of section 15. Recording by Douglas Taylor, Squim, Washington, on Facebook at Papa Doug Actor.
Section 16 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 16. Ghosts. Ghosts, or as they are called in Irish, Tyeer or Tithe, live in a state intermediary between this life and the next. They are held there by some earthly longing or affection, or some duty unfulfilled, or anger against the living. "I will haunt you" is a common threat, and one hears such phrases as, "She will haunt him if she has any good in her." If one is sorrowing greatly after a dead friend, a neighbour will say, "Be quiet now, you are keeping him from his rest." Or, in the Western Isles, according to Lady Wilde, they will tell you, "You are waking the dog that watches to devour the soul of the dead." Those who die suddenly, more commonly than others, are believed to become haunting ghosts. They go about moving the furniture, and in every way trying to attract attention. When the soul has left the body, it is drawn away, sometimes, by the fairies. I have a story of a peasant who once saw, sitting in a fairy rath, all who had died for years in his village. Such souls are considered lost. If a soul eludes the fairies, it may be snapped up by the evil spirits. The weak souls of young children are in especial danger. When a very young child dies, the Western peasantry sprinkle the threshold with the blood of a chicken, that the spirits may be drawn away to the blood. A ghost is compelled to obey the commands of the living. "The stable boy up at Mrs. G's there," said an old countryman, "met the master going round the yards after he had been 2 days dead, and told him to be away with him to the lighthouse, and haunt that, and there he is, far out to sea still, sir." Mrs. G was quite wild about it, and dismissed the boy. A very desolate lighthouse, poor devil of a ghost. Lady Wilde considers it is only the spirits who are too bad for heaven, and too good for hell, who are thus plagued. They are compelled to obey some one they have wronged. The souls of the dead sometimes take the shapes of animals. There is a garden at Sligo where the gardener sees a previous owner in the shape of a rabbit. They will sometimes take the forms of insects, especially of butterflies. If you see one fluttering near a corpse, that is the soul, and is a sign of its having entered upon immortal happiness. The author of the Parochial Survey of Ireland, 1814, heard a woman say to a child who was chasing a butterfly, "How do you know it is not the soul of your grandfather?" On November Eve the dead are abroad, and dance with the fairies. As in Scotland, the fetch is commonly believed in. If you see the double, or fetch, of a friend in the morning, no ill follows. If at night, he is about to die. A Dream, by William Allingham. I heard a dog's howl in the moonlight night. I went to the window to see the sight. All the dead that ever I knew, going one by one and two by two. On they passed, and on they passed, town's fellows all from first to last, born in the moonlight of the lane, quenched in the heavy shadow again. Schoolmates marching as we'd played, at soldiers once, but now more staid, those were the strangest sight to me, who were drowned, I knew, in the awful sea. Straight and handsome folk, bent and weak too, some that I loved and gasped to speak to, some better day in their churchyard bed, some that I had not known were dead. A long, long crowd, where each seemed lonely, yet of them all there was one only, raised a head or looked my way. She lingered a moment, she might not stay. How long since I saw that fair pale face! Ah, mother dear, might I only place my head on thy breast, a moment to rest, while thy hand on my tearful cheek were pressed. On, a moving bridge they made, across the moonstream from shade to shade, young and old, women and men, many long forgotten, but remembered then. At first there came a bitter laughter, a sound of tears the moment after, and then a music so lofty and gay, that every morning, day by day, I strive to recall it, if I may. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aubrey Bjork. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 17. Paddy and Grace Connor lived on the borders of a large turf bog in the parish of Clondevaddock, where they could hear the Atlantic surges thunder in upon the shore, and see the wild storms of winter sweep over the Muckish Mountain and his rugged neighbours. Even in summer, the cabin by the bog was dull and dreary enough. Thady Connor worked in the fields, and Grace made a livelihood as a pedlar, carrying a basket of remnants of cloth, calico, drugget, and frieze about the country. The people rarely visited any large town, and found it convenient to buy from Grace, who was welcomed in many a lonely house, where a table was hastily cleared that she might display her wares. Being considered a very honest woman, she was frequently entrusted with commissions to the shops in Letterkenny and Ramelton. As she set out towards home, her basket was generally laden with little gifts for her children. "Grace, dear," would one of the kind housewives say, "here's a farrel of oat cake with a taste of butter on it." "Grace, dear," would one of the kind housewives say, "here's a farrel of oaten cake with a taste o' butter on it. Tak it wi' you for the weigh-ins." Footnote: when a large, round, flat griddle cake is divided into triangular cuts, each of these cuts is called a farrel, farley, or parley. End footnote. Or, "here's half a dozen of eggs. You've a big family to support." Small Connors of all ages crowded round the weary mother to rifle her basket of these gifts, but her thrifty, hard life came suddenly to an end. She died after an illness of a few hours, and was waked and buried as handsomely as Thady could afford. Thady was in bed the night after the funeral, and the fire still burned brightly, when he saw his departed wife cross the room and bend over the cradle. Terrified, he muttered rapid prayers, covered his face with the blanket, and on looking up again the appearance was gone. Next night he lifted the infant out of the cradle and laid it behind him in the bed, hoping thus to escape his ghostly visitor. But Grace was presently in the room, and stretching over him to wrap up her child, Shrinking and shuddering, the poor man exclaimed, "Grace, woman, what is it brings you back? What is it you want with me?" "I want naething fae you, Thady, but to put thon wean back in her cradle," replied the spectre, in a tone of scorn. "You're too feared for me, but my sister Rose will not be feared for me. Tell her to meet me tomorrow evening in the old Wallsteads." Rose lived with her mother about a mile off, but she obeyed her sister's summons without the least fear, and kept the strange tryst in due time. "Rose, dear," she said, as she appeared before her sister in the old Wallsteads, "my mind's uneasy about them twa red shawls that's in the basket. Maddie Hunter and Jane Taggart paid me for them, and I bought them wi' their money. Friday was 8 days. Give them the shawls the morrow. And old Mosey McCorkle gave me the price o' a wiley coat. It's in under the other things in the basket. And now farewell. I can get to my rest." "Grace, Grace, bide a wee minute," cried the faithful sister, as the dear voice grew fainter and the dear face began to fade. "Grace, darling, Thady, the children, one word more." But neither cries nor tears could further detain the spirit hastening to its rest. End of section 17. Recording by Aubrey Bjork. Section 18 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aubrey Bjork. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. Edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 18. A Legend of Tyrone. Ellen O'Leary. Crouched round a bare hearth in hard frosty weather, 3 lonely helpless weans cling close together. Tangled those gold locks, once bonny and bright, there's no one to fondle the baby tonight. "My mommy I want, oh, my mommy I want." The big tears stream down with the low wailing chant. Sweet Eileen's slight arms enfold the gold head. Poor weeny Willie, sure mommy is dead. And daddy is crazy from drinking all day. Come down, holy angels, and take us away. Eileen and Eddie keep kissing and crying. Outside the weird winds are sobbing and sighing. All in a moment the children are still. Only a quick coo of gladness from Will. The shieling no longer seems empty or bare, for, clothed in soft raiment, the mother stands there. They gather around her, they cling to her dress. She rains down soft kisses for each shy caress. Her light, loving touches smooth out tangled locks, and pressed to her bosom the baby she rocks. He lies in his cot, there's a fire on the hearth. To Eileen and Eddie 'tis heaven on earth. For mother's deft fingers have been everywhere. She lulls them to rest in the low sogan chair. Footnote: chair made of twisted straw ropes. End footnote. They gaze open-eyed, then the eyes gently close, as petals fold into the heart of a rose. But ope soon again in awe, love, but no fear. And fondly they murmur, "Our mommy is here." She lays them down softly, she wraps them around. They lie in sweet slumbers, she starts at a sound. The cock loudly crows and the spirits away. The drunkard steals in at the dawning of day. Again and again, 'tween the dark and the dawn, glides in the dead mother to nurse Willie Bawn. Or is it an angel who sits by the hearth? An angel in heaven, a mother on earth. End of Section 18. Recording by Aubrey Bjork.
Section 19 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. Edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 19. The Black Lamb by Lady Wilde. It is a custom amongst the people, when throwing away water at night, to cry out in a loud voice, "Take care of the water!" or literally from the Irish, "Away with yourself from the water!" for they say that the spirits of the dead last buried are then wandering about, and it would be dangerous if the water fell on them. One dark night a woman suddenly threw out a pail of boiling water without thinking of the warning words. Instantly a cry was heard, as of a person in pain, but no one was seen. However, the next night a black lamb entered the house, having the back all fresh scalded, and it laid down moaning by the hearth and died. Then they all knew that this was the spirit that had been scalded by the woman, and they carried the dead lamb out reverently, and buried it deep in the earth. Yet every night at the same hour it walked again into the house, and lay down, moaned, and died. And after this had happened many times, the priests were sent for, and finally, by the strength of his exorcism, the spirit of the dead was laid to rest. The black lamb appeared no more. Neither was the body of the dead lamb found in the grave when they searched for it, though it had been laid by their own hands deep in the earth, and covered with clay. Song of the Ghosts by Alfred Percival Graves. When all were dreaming, but Paddy in power, a light came streaming beneath her bower, a heavy foot at her door delayed, a heavy hand on the latch was laid. Now who dare venture, at this dark hour, and bid to enter my maiden bower? Dare Paddy and open the door to me, and your true lover you will surely see. My own true lover, so tall and brave, lives exiled over the angry wave. Your true love's body lies on the bier, his faithful spirit is with you here. His look was cheerful, his voice was gay, your speech is fearful, your face is grey, and sad and sunken, your eyes of blue, but Patrick, Patrick, alas, 'tis you! Ere dawn was breaking, she heard below the two cocks shaking their wings to crow. Oh, hush you, both red and grey, or you will hurry my love away. Oh, hush your crowing, both grey and red, or he'll be going to join the dead. Or cease from calling his ghost to the mould, and I'll come crowning your combs with gold. When all were dreaming, but Paddy in power, a light went streaming from out her bower, and on the morrow, when they awoke, they knew that sorrow her heart had broke. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 20. The Radiant Boy. Mrs. Crowe. Captain Stewart, afterwards Lord Castlereagh, when he was a young man, happened to be quartered in Ireland. He was fond of sport, and one day the pursuit of game carried him so far that he lost his way. The weather, too, had become very rough, and in this strait he presented himself at the door of a gentleman's house, and sending in his card, requested shelter for the night. The hospitality of the Irish country gentry is proverbial. The master of the house received him warmly, said he feared he could not make him so comfortable as he could have wished, his house being full of visitors already, added to which some strangers, driven by the inclemency of the night, had sought shelter before him, but such accommodation as he could give he was heartily welcome to. Whereupon he called his butler, and committing the guest to his good offices, told him he must put him up somewhere, and do the best he could for him. There was no lady, the gentleman being a widower. Captain Stewart found the house crammed, and a very jolly party it was. His host invited him to stay, and promised him good shooting if he would prolong his visit a few days. And, in fine, he thought himself extremely fortunate to have fallen into such pleasant quarters. At length, after an agreeable evening, they all retired to bed, and the butler conducted him to a large room, almost divested of furniture, but with a blazing turf fire in the grate, and a shake-down on the floor composed of cloaks and other heterogeneous materials. Nevertheless, to the tired limbs of Captain Stewart, who had had a hard day's shooting, it looked very inviting. But before he lay down, he thought it advisable to take off some of the fire which was blazing up the chimney in what he thought an alarming manner. Having done this, he stretched himself on his couch and soon fell asleep. He believed he had slept about a couple of hours when he awoke suddenly and was startled by such a vivid light in the room that he thought it on fire. But on turning to look at the grate, he saw the fire was out, though it was from the chimney the light proceeded. He sat up in bed, trying to discover what it was, when he perceived the form of a beautiful naked boy surrounded by a dazzling radiance. The boy looked at him earnestly, and then the vision faded, and was all dark. Captain Stewart, so far from supposing what he had seen to be of a spiritual nature, had no doubt that the host or the visitors had been trying to frighten him. Accordingly, he felt indignant at the liberty, and on the following morning, when he appeared at breakfast, he took care to evince his displeasure by the reserve of his demeanour, and by announcing his intention to depart immediately. The host expostulated, reminding him of his promise to stay and shoot. Captain Stewart coldly excused himself, and, at length, the gentleman, seeing something was wrong, took him aside and pressed for an explanation. Whereupon Captain Stewart, without entering into particulars, said he had been made the victim of a sort of practical joking that he thought quite unwarrantable with a stranger. The gentleman considered this not impossible amongst a parcel of thoughtless young men, and appealed to them to make an apology. But one and all, on honour, denied the impeachment. Suddenly a thought seemed to strike him. He clapped his hand to his forehead, uttered an exclamation, and rang the bell. "Hamilton," said he to the butler, "where did Captain Stewart sleep last night?" "Well, sir," replied the man, "you know every place was full. The gentlemen were lying on the floor, 3 or 4 in a room, so I gave him the boys' room, but I lit a blazing fire to keep him from coming out." "You are very wrong," said the host. "You know I have positively forbidden you to put anyone there, and have taken the furniture out of the room to ensure its not being occupied." Then, retiring with Captain Stewart, he informed him very gravely of the nature of the phenomena he had seen, and, at length, being pressed for further information, he confessed that there existed a tradition in the family that whoever the radiant boy appeared to will rise to the summit of power, and when he has reached the climax will die a violent death. And I must say, he added, that the records that have been kept of his appearance go to confirm this persuasion. End of the Radiant Boy. The Fate of Frank McKenna, William Carleton. There lived a man named McKenna at the hip of one of the mountainous hills which divide the country of Tyrone from that of Monaghan. This McKenna had 2 sons, one of whom was in the habit of tracing hares of a Sunday whenever there happened to be a fall of snow. His father, it seems, had frequently remonstrated him with upon what he considered to be a violation of the Lord's day, as well as for his general neglect of Mass. The young man, however, found otherwise harmless and inoffensive, was in this matter quite insensible to paternal reproof, and continued to trace wherever the avocations of labour would allow him to. It so happened that upon a Christmas morning, I think in the year 1814, there was a deep fall of snow, and young McKenna, instead of going to Mass, got down his cockstick, which is a staff much thicker and heavier at one end than at the other, and prepared to set out on his favourite amusement. His father, seeing this, reproved him seriously, and insisted that he should attend prayers. His enthusiasm for the sport, however, was stronger than his love of religion, and he refused to be guided by his father's advice. The old man during the altercation got warm, and on finding that the son obstinately scorned his authority, he knelt down and prayed that if the boy persisted in following his own will, he might never return from the mountains unless as a corpse. The imprecation, which was certainly as harsh as it was impious and senseless, might have startled many a mind from a purpose that was, to say the least of it, at variance with religion and the respect due to a father. It had no effect, however, upon the son, who is said to have replied that whether he ever returned or not, he was determined on going. And go accordingly he did. He was not, however, alone, for it appears that 3 or 4 of the neighbouring young men accompanied him. Whether their sport was good or otherwise is not to the purpose, neither am I able to say, but the story goes that towards the later part of the day they started a larger and darker hare than any they had ever seen, and that she kept dawdling on before them bit by bit, leading them to suppose that every succeeding cast of the cock-stick would bring her down. It was observed afterwards that she also led them into the recess of the mountains, and that although they tried to turn her course homewards, they could not succeed in doing so. As evening advanced, the companions of McKenna began to feel the folly of pursuing her further, and to perceive the danger of losing their way in the mountains, should night or a snowstorm come upon them. They therefore proposed to give over the chase and return home, but McKenna would not hear of it. "If you wish to go home, you may," said he. "As for me, I'll never leave the hills till I have her with me." They begged and entreated of him to desist and return, but all to no purpose. He appeared to be what the Scotch call fey, that is, to act as if he were moved by some impulse that leads to death, and from the influence of which a man cannot withdraw himself. At length, on finding him invincibly obstinate, they left him pursuing the hare directly into the heart of the mountains, and returned to their respective homes. In the meantime, one of the most terrible snowstorms ever remembered in that part of the country came on, and the consequence was that the self-willed young man, who had equally trampled on the sanctities of religion and parental authority, was given over for lost. As soon as the tempest became still, the neighbours assembled in a body and proceeded to look for him. The snow, however, had fallen so heavily that not a single mark of a footstep could be seen. Nothing but one wide waste of white, undulating hills met the eye wherever it turned, and of McKenna no trace whatever was visible or could be found. His father, now remembering the unnatural character of his imprecation, was nearly distracted, for although the body had not been yet found, still by every one who witnessed the sudden rage of the storm, and who knew the mountains, escape or survival was felt to be impossible. Every day for about a week, large parties were out among the hill ranges, seeking him, but to no purpose. At length there came a thaw, and his body was found on a snow raft, lying in a supine posture within a circle which he had drawn around him with his cockstick. His prayer book lay opened upon his mouth, and his hat was pulled down so as to cover it and his face. It is unnecessary to say that the rumour of his death, and of the circumstances under which he left home, created a most extraordinary sensation in the country, a sensation that was the greater in proportion to the uncertainty occasioned by his not having been found either alive or dead. Some affirmed that he had crossed the mountains and was seen in Monaghan, others that he had been seen in Clones, in Amelia, in 5 Mile Town, but despite all these agreeable reports, the melancholy truth was at length made clear by the appearance of the body as just stated. Now, it so happened that the house nearest the spot where he lay was inhabited by a man named Daly, I think, but of the name I am not certain, who was a herd or caretaker to Dr. Porter, then Bishop of Clogher. The situation of this house was the most lonely and desolate looking that could be imagined. It was at least 2 miles distant from any human habitation, being surrounded by one wide and dreary waste of dark moor. By this house lay the route of those who had found the corpse, and I believe the door of it was borrowed for the purpose of conveying it home. Be this as it may, the family witnessed the melancholy procession as it passed slowly through the mountains, and when the place and circumstances are all considered, we may admit that to ignorant and superstitious people, whose minds, even upon ordinary occasions, were strongly affected by such matters, it was a sight calculated to leave behind it a deep, if not terrible, impression. Time soon proved that it did so. An incident is said to have occurred at the funeral in fine keeping with the wild spirit of the whole melancholy event. When the procession had advanced to a place called Lagnanay, a large dark-coloured hare, which was instantly recognized by those who had been out with him on the hills as the identical one that led him to his fate, is said to have crossed the roads about 20 yards or so before the coffin. The story goes that the man struck it on the side with a stone, and that the blow, which would have killed any ordinary hare, not only did it no injury, but occasioned a sound to proceed from the body resembling the hollow one emitted by an empty barrel when struck. In the meantime, the interment took place, and the sensation began, like every other, to die away in the natural progress of time, when behold, a report ran abroad like wildfire that, to use the language of the people, Frank McKenna was appearing. One night, about a fortnight after his funeral, the daughter of Daly the herd, a girl about 14, while lying in bed, saw what appeared to be the likeness of McKenna, who had been lost. She screamed out, and covering her head with the bedclothes, told her father and mother that Frank McKenna was in the house. This alarming intelligence naturally produced great terror. Still Daly, who, notwithstanding his belief in such matters, possessed a good deal of moral courage, was cool enough to rise and examine the house, which consisted of only one apartment. This gave the daughter some courage, who, on finding that her father could not see him, ventured to look out, and she then could see nothing of him herself. She very soon fell asleep, and her father attributed what she saw to fear, or some accidental combination of shadows proceeding from the furniture, for it was a clear moonlight night. The light of the following day dispelled a great deal of their apprehensions, and comparatively little was thought of it until evening again advanced, when the fears of the daughter began to return. They appeared to be prophetic, for she said when night came that she knew he would appear again, and accordingly at the same hour he did so. This was repeated for several successive nights, until the girl, from the very hardihood of terror, began to become so far familiarized to the spectre as to venture to address it. "In the name of God," she asked, "what is troubling you, or why do you appear to me instead of to some of your own family or relations?" The ghost's answer alone might settle the question involved in the authenticity of its appearance, being as it was an account of one of the most ludicrous missions that ever a spirit was dispatched upon. "I am not allowed," said he, "to speak to any of my friends, for I parted with them in anger, but I am come to tell you that they are quarrelling about my breeches, a new pair that I got made for Christmas Day. And as I was coming up to trance in the mountains, I thought the old one would do better, and of course I didn't put the new pair on me. My reason for appearing," he added, "is that you may tell my friends that none of them is to wear them. They must be given in charity." This serious and solemn intimation from the ghost was duly communicated to the family, and it was found that the circumstances were exactly as it had represented them. This, of course, was considered as sufficient proof of the truth of its mission. Their conversations now became not only frequent, but quite friendly and familiar. The girl became a favourite with the spectre, and the spectre, on the other hand, soon lost all his terrors in her eyes. He told her that whilst his friends were bearing home his body, the handspikes or poles on which they carried him had cut his back, and occasioned him great pain. The cutting of the back also was known to be true, and strengthened, of course, the truth and authenticity of their dialogues. The whole neighbourhood was now in a commotion with the story of the apparition, and persons incited by curiosity began to visit the girl in order to satisfy themselves of the truth of what they had heard. Everything, however, was corroborated, and the child herself, without any symptoms of anxiety or terror, artlessly related her conversations with the spirit. Hitherto their interviews had been all nocturnal, but now that the ghost found his footing made good, he put a hardy face on and ventured to appear by daylight. The girl also fell into states of syncope, and while the fits lasted, long conversation with him upon the subject of God, the Blessed Virgin, and heaven took place between them. He was certainly an excellent moralist, and gave the best advice. Swearing, drunkenness, theft, and every evil propensity of our nature were declaimed against with a degree of spectral eloquence quite surprising. Common fame had now a topic dear to her heart, and never was a ghost made more of by his best friends than she made of him. The whole country was in a tumult, and I well remember the crowds which flocked to the lonely little cabin in the mountains, now the scene of matters so interesting and important. Not a single day passed in which I should think from 10 to 20, 30, or 50 persons were not present at these singular interviews. Nothing else was talked of, thought of, and, as I can well testify, dreamt of. I would myself have gone to Dallis were it not for a confounded misgiving I had that perhaps the ghost might take such a fancy of appearing to me as he had taken to cultivate an intimacy with the girl. And it so happens that when I see the face of an individual nailed down in the coffin, chilling and gloomy operation, I experience no particular wish to look upon it again. The spot where the body of McKenna was found is now marked by a little heap of stones, which has been collected since the melancholy event of his death. Every person who passes it throws a stone upon the heap. But why this old custom is practised, or what it means, I do not know, unless it be simply to mark the spot as a visible means of preserving the memory of the occurrence. Dallis House, the scene of the supposed apparition, is now a shapeless ruin, which could scarcely be seen were it not for the green spot that once was a garden, and which now shines at a distance like an emerald, but with no agreeable or pleasing associations. It is a spot which no solitary schoolboy will ever visit, nor indeed would the unflinching believer in the popular nonsense of ghosts wish to pass it without a companion. It is, under any circumstances, a gloomy and barren place, but when looked upon in connection with what we have just recited, it is lonely, desolate, and awful. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexandra Helms. Witches, Fairy Doctors. Witches and fairy doctors receive their power from opposite dynasties, the witch from evil spirits and her own malignant will, the fairy doctor from the fairies, and a temperament, that is born with him or her. The first is always feared and hated. The second is gone to for advice, and is never worse than mischievous. The most celebrated fairy doctors are sometimes people the fairies loved and carried away, and kept with them for 7 years. Not that those the fairies love are always carried off. They may merely grow silent and strange, and take to lonely wanderings in the gentle places. Such will, in after times, be great poets or musicians or fairy doctors. They must not be confused with those who have a Lagnanay, for the Lagnanay lives upon the vitals of its chosen, and they waste and die. She is of the dreadful solitary fairies. To her have belonged the greatest of the Irish poets, from Cusheen down to the last century. Those we speak of have for their friends the trooping fairies, the gay and sociable populace of raths and caves. Great is their knowledge of herbs and spells. These doctors, when the butter will not come on the milk, or the milk will not come from the cow, will be sent for to find out if the cause be in the course of common nature, or if there has been witchcraft. Perhaps some old hag in the shape of a hare has been milking the cow. Perhaps some user of the dead hand has drawn away the butter to her own churn. Whatever it be, there is a countercharm. They will give advice, too, in cases of suspected changelings, and prescribe for the fairy blast. When the fairy strikes anyone, a tumor rises or they become paralyzed. This is called a fairy blast or a fairy stroke. The fairies are, of course, visible to them, and many a new-built house have they bid the owner pull down because it lay on the fairies' road. Lady Wilde thus describes one who lived in Inishark. He never touched beer, spirits, or meat in all his life, but has lived entirely on bread, fruit, and vegetables. A man who knew him thus describes him. Winter and summer, his dress is the same, merely a flannel shirt and coat. He will pay his share at a feast, but neither eats nor drinks of the food and drink set before him. He speaks no English, and never could be made to learn the English tongue, though he says it might be used with great effect to curse one's enemy. He holds a burial ground sacred, and would not carry away so much as a leaf of ivy from a grave. And he maintains that the people are right to keep to their ancient usages, such as never to dig a grave on a Monday, and to carry the coffin 3 times round the grave, following the course of the sun, for then the dead rest in peace. Like the people also, he holds suicides to be accursed, for they believe that all its dead turn over on their faces if a suicide is laid amongst them. Though well off, he never, even in his youth, thought of taking a wife, nor was he ever known to love a woman. He stands quite apart from life, and by this means holds his power over the mysteries. No money will tempt him to impart his knowledge to another, for if he did, he would be struck dead. So he believes. He would not touch a hazel stick, but carries an ash wand, which he holds in his hand when he prays, laid across his knees. And the whole of his life is devoted to works of grace and charity, and though now an old man, he has never had a day's sickness. No one has ever seen him in a rage, nor heard an angry word from his lips but once, and then, being under great irritation, he recited the Lord's Prayer backwards as an imprecation on his enemy. Before his death, he will reveal the mystery of his power, but not till the hand of death is on him for certain. When he does reveal it, we may be sure it will be to one person only, his successor. There are several such doctors in County Sligo, really well up in herbal medicine by all accounts, and my friends find them in their own counties. All these things go on merrily. The spirit of the age laughs in vain, and is itself only a ripple to pass, or already passing away. The spells of the witch are altogether different. They smell of the grave. One of the most powerful is the charm of the dead hand. With a hand cut from a corpse, they, muttering words of power, will stir well and skim from its surface a neighbor's butter. A candle held between the fingers of the dead hand can never be blown out. This is useful to robbers, but they appeal for the suffrage of the lovers likewise, for they can make love potions by drying and grinding into powder the liver of a black cat. Mixed with tea and poured from a black teapot, it is infallible. There are many stories of its success in quite recent years, but, unhappily, the spell must be continually renewed, or all the love may turn into hate. but the central notion of witchcraft everywhere is the power to change into some fictitious form, usually in Ireland a hare or a cat. Long ago, a wolf was the favourite. Before Geraldus Cambrensis came to Ireland, a monk wandering in a forest at night came upon 2 wolves, one of whom was dying. The other entreated him to give the dying wolf the last sacrament. He said the Mass, and paused when he came to the viaticum. The other, on seeing this, tore the skin from the breast of the dying wolf, laying bare the form of an old woman. Thereon the monk gave the sacrament. Years afterwards he confessed the matter, and when Geraldus visited the country, was being tried by the synod of the bishops. To give the sacrament to an animal was a great sin. Was it a human being or an animal? On the advice of Geraldus, they sent the monk, with papers describing the matter, to the Pope for his decision. The result is not stated. Geraldus himself was of opinion that the wolf form was an illusion, for, as he argued, only God can change the form. His opinion coincides with tradition, Irish and otherwise. It is the notion of many who have written about these things that magic is mainly the making of such illusions. Patrick Kennedy tells a story of a girl who, having in her hand a sod of grass containing, unknown to herself, a 4-leaf shamrock, watched a conjurer at a fair. Now, the 4-leafed shamrock guards its owner from all beshogues spells. And when the others were staring at a cock carrying along the roof of a shed a huge beam in its bill, she asked them what they found to wonder at in a cock with a straw. The conjurer begged from her the sod of grass to give to his horse, he said. Immediately she cried out in terror that the beam would fall and kill somebody. This, then, is to be remembered. The form of an enchanted thing is a fiction and a caprice. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. Edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 22. Bewitched Butter. Donegal. By Miss Letitia McClintock. Not far from Rathmullen lived, last spring, a family called Hanlon, and in a farmhouse, some fields distant, people named Dougherty. Both families had good cows, but the Hanlons were fortunate in possessing a Kerry cow that gave more milk and yellower butter than the others. Grace Dougherty, a young girl, who was more admired than loved in the neighbourhood, took much interest in the Kerry cow, and appeared one night at Mrs. Hanlon's door with a modest request. "Will you let me milk your Moily cow?" "And why would you wish to milk wee Moily, Grace, there?" inquired Mrs. Hanlon. "Oh, just because you're so throng at the present time." "Thank you kindly, Grace, but I'm not too throng to do my own work. I'll no trouble you to milk." The girl turned away with a discontented air, but the next evening and the next found her at the cow-house door with the same request. At length Mrs. Hanlon, not knowing well how to persist in her refusal, yielded, and permitted Grace to milk the Kerry cow. She soon had reason to regret her want of firmness. Moily gave no more milk to her owner. When this melancholy state of things lasted for 3 days, the Hanlons applied to a certain Mark Macarian, who lived near Binion. "That cow has been milked by someone with an evil eye," said he. "Will she give you a wee drop, do you think? The full of a pint measure would do." Aye, Mark, there. I'll get that much milk for her, anyway." "Well, Mrs. Hanlon, lock the door, and get 9 new pins that was never used in cloth, and put them into a saucepan with a pint of milk. Set them on the fire, and let them come to the boil." The 9 pins soon began to simmer in Moily's milk. Rapid steps were heard approaching the door, agitated knocks followed, and Grace Dougherty's high-toned voice was raised in eager entreaty. "Let me in, Mrs. Hanlon," she cried. "Take off that cruel pot. take out them pence, for they're pricking holes in my heart, and I'll never offer to touch milk vills again." There is hardly a village in Ireland where the milk is not thus believed to have been stolen times upon times. There are many countercharms. Sometimes the counter of a plough will be heated red hot, and the witch will rush in, crying out that she is burning. A new horseshoe or donkey shoe heated and put under the churn, with 3 straws, if possible, stolen at midnight from over the witch's door, is quite infallible. Editor. A Queen's County Witch. It was about 80 years ago, in the month of May, that a Roman Catholic clergyman, near Rathdowney, in the Queen's County, was awakened at midnight to attend a dying man in a distant part of the parish. The priest obeyed without a murmur, and having performed his duty to the expiring sinner, saw him depart this world before he left the cabin. As it was yet dark, the man who had called on the priest offered to accompany him home, but he refused, and set forward on his journey alone. The grey dawn began to appear over the hills. The good priest was highly enraptured with the beauty of the scene, and rode on, now gazing intently at every surrounding object, and again cutting with his whip at the bats and big beautiful night flies, which flitted ever and anon from hedge to hedge across his lonely way. Thus engaged, he journeyed on slowly, until the nearer approach of sunrise began to render objects completely discernible, when he dismounted from his horse, and slipping his arm out of the rein, and drawing forth his breviary from his pocket, he commenced reading his morning office as he walked leisurely along. He had not proceeded very far, when he observed his horse, a very spiritual animal, endeavouring to stop on the road, and gazing intently into a field on one side of the way, where there were 3 or 4 cows grazing. However, he did not pay any particular attention to this circumstance, but went on a little farther, when the horse suddenly plunged with great violence, and endeavoured to break away by force. The priest with great difficulty succeeded in restraining him, and, looking at him more closely, observed him shaking from head to foot, and sweating profusely. He now stood calmly, and refused to move from where he was, nor could threats or entreaty induce him to proceed. The father was greatly astonished, but recollecting to have often heard of horses labouring under a fright, being induced to go by blindfolding them, he took out his handkerchief, and tied it across his eyes. He then mounted, and, striking him gently, he went forward without reluctance, but still sweating and trembling violently. They had not gone far when they arrived opposite a narrow path or bridle-way, flanked at either side by a tall, thick hedge, which led from the high road to the field where the cows were grazing. The priest happened by chance to look into the lane, and saw a spectacle which made the blood curdle in his veins. It was the legs of a man from the hips downwards, without head or body, trotting up the avenue at a smart pace. The good father was very much alarmed, but being a man of a strong nerve, he resolved, come what might, to stand and be further acquainted with this singular spectre. He accordingly stood, and so did the headless apparition, as if afraid to approach him. The priest, observing this, pulled back a little from the entrance of the avenue, and the phantom again resumed its progress. It soon arrived on the road, and the priest now had sufficient opportunity to view it minutely. It wore yellow buckskin breeches, tightly fastened at the knees with green ribbon. It had neither shoes nor stockings on, and its legs were covered with long red hairs, and all full of wet blood and clay, apparently contracted in its progress through the thorny hedges. The priest, although very much alarmed, felt eager to examine the phantom, and for this purpose summoned all his philosophy to enable him to speak to it. The ghost was now a little ahead, pursuing its march at its own brisky trot, and the priest urged on his horse speedily, until he came up with it, and thus addressed it. "Hilloa, friend, who art thou, or whither art thou going so early?" The hideous spectre made no reply, but uttered a fierce and superhuman growl, or "Umph." "A fine morning for a ghost to wander abroad," again said the priest. Another "Umph" was the reply. "Why don't you speak?" "Umph." "You don't seem disposed to be very loquacious this morning." "Umph," again. The good man began to feel irritated at the obstinate silence of his unearthly visitor, and said, with some warmth, In the name of all that's sacred, I command you to answer me. Who art thou? Or where art thou travelling?" Another "Umph," more loud and more angry than before, was the only reply. "Perhaps," said the father, "a taste of whipcord might render you a little more communicative." And so saying, he struck the apparition a heavy blow with his whip on the breech. The phantom uttered a wild and unearthly yell, and fell forward on the road, and what was the priest's astonishment when he perceived the whole place running over with milk! He was struck dumb with amazement. The prostrate phantom still continued to eject vast quantities of milk from every part. The priest's head swam, his eyes got dizzy, a stupor came all over him for some minutes, and on his recovering, the frightful spectre had vanished, and in its stead he found stretched on the road, and half drowned in milk, the form of Sarah Kennedy, an old woman of the neighbourhood, who had been long notorious in that district for her witchcraft and superstitious practices, and it was now discovered that she had, by infernal aid, assumed that monstrous shape, and was employed that morning in sucking the cows of the village. Had a volcano burst forth at his feet, he could not be more astonished. He gazed awhile, in silent amazement, the old woman groaning and writhing convulsively. "Sarah," said he at length, "I have long admonished you to repent of your evil ways, but you were deaf to my entreaties, and now, wretched woman, you are surprised in the midst of your crimes." "Oh, father, father!" shouted the unfortunate woman, "can you do nothing to save me? I am lost. Hell is open for me, and legions of devils surround me this moment, waiting to carry my soul to perdition." The priest had not power to reply. The old wretch's pains increased. Her body swelled to an immense size. Her eyes flashed as if on fire. Her face was black as night. Her entire form writhed in 1,000 different contortions. Her outcries were appalling. Her face sunk, her eyes closed, and in a few minutes she expired in the most exquisite tortures. The priest departed homewards, and called at the next cabin to give notice of the strange circumstances. The remains of Sarah Kennedy were removed to her cabin, situate at the edge of a small wood at a little distance. She had long been a resident in that neighbourhood, but still she was a stranger, and came there no one knew from whence. She had no relation in that country but one daughter, now advanced in years, who resided with her. She kept one cow, but sold more butter, it was said, than any farmer in the parish, and it was generally suspected that she acquired it by devilish agency, as she never made a secret of being intimately acquainted with sorcery and Fairieism. She professed a Roman Catholic religion, but never complied with the practices enjoined by that church, and her remains were denied Christian sepulture, and were buried in a sand-pit near her own cabin. On the evening of her burial, the villagers assembled and burned her cabin to the earth. Her daughter made her escape, and never after returned. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. Edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 23. The Witch Hare. Mr. and Mrs. S.C. Hall. I was out tracking hares myself, and I seen a fine puss of a thing hopping in the moonlight, and wagging her ears about, now up, now down, and winking her great eyes, and "Here goes," says I. And the thing was so close to me that she turned round and looked at me, and then bounced back, as well as to say, "Do your worst." So I had the least grain in life of blessed powder left, and I put it in the gun, and bang at her. My jewel, the screech she gave would frighten a Rigmond, and a mist like came betwixt me and her, and I seen her no more. But when the mist went off, I saw blood on the spot where she had been, and I followed its track, and at last it led me, whilst whisper, right up to Katie McShannon's door. And when I was at the threshold, I heard a moaning within, a great moaning, and a groaning, and I opened the door, and there she was herself, sitting quite content in the shape of a woman, and the black cat that was sitting by her rose up its back and spit at me. But I went on, never heeding, and asked the old how she was, and what ailed her. "Nothing," says she. "What's that on the floor?" says I. "Oh," she says, "I was cutting a billet of wood," she says, "with a ripping hook," she says, "and I've wounded myself in the leg," she says, "and that's drops of my precious blood," she says. End of Witch Hare. Bewitched Butter, Queen's County. Footnote: Dublin University Magazine, 1839. End of footnote. About the commencement of the last century, there lived in the vicinity of the once famous village of Eckhaville, footnote, the Field of Kine, a beautiful aromatic village near Borris in Ossory, in the Queen's County. It was once a place of considerable importance, and for centuries the episcopal seat of the diocese of Ossory, but for ages back it has gone to decay, and is now remarkable for nothing but the magnificent ruins of a priory of the Dominicans, erected here at an early period by Saint Canis, the patron saint of Ossory. And a footnote. A wealthy farmer named Brian Costigan. This man kept an extensive dairy and a great many milk cows, and every year made considerable sums by the sale of milk and butter. The luxuriance of the pasture lands in this neighbourhood has always been proverbial, and consequently Brian's cows were the finest and most productive in the country, and his milk and butter the richest and sweetest, and brought the highest price at every market at which he offered these articles for sale. Things continued to go on thus prosperously with Brian Costigan, when, one season, all at once, he found his cattle declining in appearance, and his dairy almost entirely profitless. Brian, at first, attributed this change to the weather, or some such case, but soon found or fancied reasons to assign it to a far different source. The cows, without any visible disorder, daily declined, and were scarcely able to crawl about on their pasture. Many of them, instead of milk, gained nothing but blood, and the scanty quantity of milk which some of them continued to supply, was so bitter that even the pigs would not drink it, whilst the butter which it produced was of such a bad quality and stunk so horribly that the very dogs would not eat it. Brian applied for remedies to all the quacks and fairy women in the country, but in vain. Many of the impostors declared that the mysterious malady in this cattle went beyond their skill, whilst others, although they found no difficulty in tracing it to superhuman agency, declared that they had no control in the matter, as the charm under the influence of which his property was made away with was too powerful to be dissolved by anything less than the special interposition of divine providence. The poor farmer became almost distracted. He saw ruin staring him in the face. Yet what was he to do? Sell his cattle and purchase others? No, that was out of the question, as they looked so miserable and emaciated that no one would even take them as a present, whilst it was also impossible to sell to a butcher, as the flesh of one, which he killed for his own family, was as black as a coal, and stunk like any putrid carrion. The unfortunate man was thus completely bewildered. He knew not what to do. He became moody and stupid. His sleep forsook him by night, and all day he wandered about the fields amongst his fairy-stricken cattle like a maniac. Affairs continued in this plight, when one very sultry evening, in the latter days of July, Brian Costigan's wife was sitting at her own door, spinning at her wheel, in a very gloomy and agitated state of mind. Happening to look down the narrow green lane which led from the high road to her cabin, she espied a little old woman barefoot, and enveloped in an old scarlet cloak, approaching slowly, with the aid of a crutch which she carried in one hand, and a cane or walking stick in the other. The farmer's wife felt glad at seeing the odd-looking stranger. She smiled, and yet she knew not why, as she neared the house. A vague and indefinable feeling of pleasure crowded on her imagination, and, as the old woman gained the threshold, she bade her welcome, with a warmth which plainly told that her lips gave utterance but to the genuine feelings of her heart. "God bless this good house, and all belonging to it," said the stranger as she entered. "God save you kindly, and you are welcome, whoever you are," replied Mrs. Costigan. "I thought so," said the old woman with a significant grin. "I thought so, or I wouldn't trouble you." The farmer's wife ran and placed a chair near the fire for the stranger, but she refused, and sat on the ground near where Mrs. C. had been spinning. Mrs. Costigan had now time to survey the old hag's person minutely. She appeared of great age. Her countenance was extremely ugly and repulsive. Her skin was rough and deeply embrowned, as if from long exposure to the effects of some tropical climate. Her forehead was low, narrow, and indented with 1,000 wrinkles. Her long grey hair fell in matted elf locks from beneath a white linen skull cap. Her eyes were bleared, blood-shortened, and obliquely set in their sockets, and her voice was croaking, tremulous, and at times partially inarticulate. As she squatted on the floor, she looked round the house with an inquisitive gaze. She peered pryingly from corner to corner with an earnestness of look, as if she had the faculty, like the Argonaut of old, to see through the very depths of the earth, whilst Mrs. C. kept watching her motions with mingled feelings of curiosity, awe, and pleasure. "Missus," said the old woman, at length breaking silence, "I am dry with the heat of the day. Can you give me a drink?" "Alas," replied the farmer's wife, "I have no drink to offer you, except water, else you would have no occasion to ask me for it." "Are you not the owner of the kettle I see yonder?" said the old hag, with a tone of voice and manner of gesticulation which plainly indicated her knowledge of the fact. Mrs. Costigan replied in the affirmative, and briefly related to her every circumstance connected with the affair, whilst the old woman still remained silent, but shook her grey head repeatedly, and still continued gazing round the house with an air of importance and self-sufficiency. When Mrs. C. had ended, the old hag remained a while as if in a deep reverie. At length she said, "Have you any of the milk in the house?" "I have," replied the other. "Show me some of it." She filled a jug from a vessel and handed it to the old sibyl, who smelled it, then tasted it, and spat out what she had taken on the floor. "Where is your husband?" she asked. "Out in the fields," was the reply. "I must see him." A messenger was dispatched for Brian, who shortly after made his appearance. "Neighbour," said the stranger, "your wife informs me that your cattle are going against you this season." "She informs you right," said Brian. "And why have you not sought a cure?" "A cure!" re-echoed the man. "Why, woman, I have sought cures until I was heartbroken, and all in vain. They get worse every day. What will you give me if I cure them for you?" "Anything in our power," replied Brian and his wife, both speaking joyfully and with a breath. "All I will ask from you is a silver sixpence, and that you will do everything which I will bid you," said she. The farmer and his wife seemed astonished at the moderation of her demand. They offered her a large sum of money. "No," said she, "I don't want your money. I am no cheat, and I would not even take sixpence, but that I can do nothing till I handle some of your silver." The sixpence was immediately given her, and the most implicit obedience promised to her injunctions by both Brian and his wife, who already began to regard the old beldame as their tutelary angel. The hag pulled off a black silk ribbon or fillet which encircled her head inside her cap, and gave it to Brian, saying, "Go now, and the first cow you touch with this ribbon, turn her into the yard, but be sure don't touch the second, nor speak a word until you return. Be also careful not to let the ribbon touch the ground, for, if you do, all is over." Brian took the talismanic ribbon, and soon returned, driving a red cow before him. The old hag went out, and approaching the cow, commenced pulling hairs off her tail, at the same time singing some verses in the Irish language in a low, wild, and unconnected strain. The cow appeared restive and uneasy, but the old witch still continued her mysterious chant until she had the 9th hair extracted. She then ordered the cow to be drove back to her pasture, and again entered the house. "Go now, said she to the woman, and bring me some milk from every cow in your possession. She went, and soon returned with a large pail filled with a frightful-looking mixture of blood, milk, and corrupt matter. The old woman got it into the churn, and made preparations for churning. "Now," she said, "you both must churn, make fast the door and windows, and let there be no light but from the fire. Do not open your lips until I desire you, and by observing my directions, I make no doubt but, ere the sun goes down, we will find out the infernal villain who is robbing you." Brian secured the doors and windows, and commenced churning. The old sorceress sat down by a blazing fire, which had been especially lighted for the occasion, and commenced singing the same wild song which she had sung at the pulling of the cow hairs, and after a little time she cast one of the 9 hairs into the fire, still singing her mysterious strain, and watching with intense interest the witching process. A loud cry, as if from a female in distress, was now heard approaching the house. The old witch discontinued her incantations and listened attentively. The crying voice approached the door. "Open the door quickly!" shouted the charmer. Brian unbarred the door, and all 3 rushed out in the yard, when they heard the same cry down the Burhin, but could see nothing. "It's all over," shouted the old witch. "Something has gone amiss, and our charm for the present is ineffectual." They now turned back quite crestfallen, when, as they were entering the door, the Sibyl cast her eyes downwards, and perceiving a piece of horseshoe nailed on the threshold, It was once a common practice in Ireland to nail a piece of horseshoe on the threshold of the door as a preservative against the influence of the fairies, who, it is thought, dare not enter any house thus guarded. This custom, however, is much on the wane, but still it is prevalent in some of the more uncivilized districts of the country. She vociferated, "Here! I have it! No wonder our charm was abortive. The person that was crying abroad is the villain who has your cattle bewitched. I brought her to the house, but she was not able to come to the door on account of that horseshoe. Remove it instantly, and we will try our luck again." Brian removed the horseshoe from the doorway, and by the hag's directions placed it on the floor under the churn, having previously reddened it in the fire. They again resumed their manual operations. Brian and his wife began to churn, and the witch again to sing her strange verses, and casting her cow hairs into the fire until she had them all nearly exhausted. Her countenance now began to exhibit evident traces of vexation and disappointment. She got quite pale, her teeth gnashed, her hand trembled, and as she cast the 9th and last hair into the fire, her person exhibited more the appearance of a female demon than of a human being. Once more the cry was heard, and an aged red-haired woman, red-haired people are thought to possess magic power, was seen approaching the house quickly. "Ho, ho!" roared the sorceress. "I knew it would be so. My charm has succeeded. My expectations are realized, and here she comes, the villain who has destroyed you." "What are we to do now?" asked Brian. "Say nothing to her," said the hag. "Give her whatever she demands, and leave the rest to me." The woman advanced, screeching vehemently, and Brian went out to meet her. She was a neighbour, and she said that one of her best cows was drowning in a pool of water, that there was no one at home but herself, and she implored Brian to go rescue the cow from destruction. Brian accompanied her without hesitation, and having rescued the cow from her perilous situation, was back again in a quarter of an hour. It was now sunset, and Mrs. Costigan set about preparing supper. During supper they reverted to the singular transactions of the day. The old witch uttered many a fiendish laugh at the success of her incantations, and inquired who was the woman who they had so curiously discovered. Brian satisfied her in every particular. She was the wife of a neighbouring farmer. Her name was Rachel Higgins, and she had been long suspected to be on familiar terms with the spirit of darkness. She had 5 or 6 cows, but it was observed by her sapient neighbours that she sold more butter every year than other farmers' wives who had 20. Brian had, from the commencement of the decline in his cattle, suspected her for being the aggressor, but as he had no proof, he held his peace. "Well," said the old beldame, with a grim smile, "it is not enough that we have merely discovered the robber. All is in vain if we do not take steps to punish her for the past, as well as to prevent her inroads for the future." "And how will that be done?" said Brian. "I will tell you. As soon as the hour of 12 o'clock arrives tonight, do you go to the pasture and take a couple of swift running dogs with you. Conceal yourself in some place convenient to the cattle. Watch them carefully, and if you see anything, whether man or beast, approach the cows, set on the dogs, and if possible make them draw the blood of the intruder. Then all will be accomplished. If nothing approaches before sunrise, you may return, and we will try something else." Convenient there lived the cowherd of a neighbouring squire. He was a hardy, courageous young man, and always kept a pair of very ferocious bulldogs. To him Brian applied for assistance, and he cheerfully agreed to accompany him, and moreover proposed to fetch a couple of his master's best greyhounds, as his own dogs, although extremely fierce and bloodthirsty, could not be relied on for swiftness. He promised Brian to be with him before 12 o'clock, and they parted. Brian did not seek sleep that night. He sat up anxiously awaiting the midnight hour. It arrived at last, and his friend the herdsman, true to his promise, came at the time appointed. After some further admonitions from the Hullah, they departed. Having arrived at the field, they consulted as to the best position they could choose for concealment. At last they pitched on a small brake of fern, situated at the extremity of the field, adjacent to the boundary ditch, which was thickly studded with large old white thorn bushes. Here they crouched themselves, and made the dogs, 4 in number, lie down beside them, eagerly expecting the appearance of their as yet unknown and mysterious visitor. Here Brian and his comrade continued a considerable time in nervous anxiety. Still nothing approached, and it became manifest that morning was at hand. They were beginning to grow impatient, and were talking of returning home, when on a sudden they heard a rushing sound behind them, as if proceeding from something endeavouring to force a passage through the thick hedge in their rear. They looked in that direction, and judge of their astonishment when they perceived a large hare in the act of springing from the ditch and leaping on the ground quite near them. They were now convinced that this was the object which they had so impatiently expected, and they were resolved to watch her motions narrowly. After arriving to the ground, she remained motionless for a few moments, looking around her sharply. She then began to skip and jump in a playful manner, now advancing at a smart pace towards the cows, and again retreating precipitately, but still drawing nearer and nearer at each sally. At length she advanced up to the next cow, and sucked her for a moment, then on to the next, and so respectively to every cow on the field, the cows all the time lowing loudly, and appearing extremely frightened and agitated. Brian, from the moment the hare commenced sucking the first, was with difficulty restrained from attacking her, but his more sagacious companion suggested to him that it was better to wait until she would have done, as she would then be much heavier and more unable to effect her escape than at present. And so the issue proved, for being now done sucking them all, her belly appeared enormously distended, and she made her exit slowly and apparently with difficulty. She advanced towards the hedge where she had entered, and as she arrived just at the clump of ferns where her foes were couched, they started up with a fierce yell and hallooed the dogs upon her path. The hare started off at a brisk pace, squirting up the milk she had sucked from her mouth and nostrils, and the dogs making after her rapidly. Rachel Higgins's cabin appeared through the grey of the morning twilight at a little distance, and it was evident that Puss seemed bent on gaining it, although she made a considerable circuit through the fields in the rear. Brian and his comrade, however, had their thoughts, and made towards the cabin by the shortest route, and had just arrived as the hare came up. panting and almost exhausted, and the dogs at her very scut. She ran round the house, evidently confused and disappointed at the presence of the man, but at length made for the door. In the bottom of the door was a small semicircular aperture, resembling those cut in fowl-house doors for the ingress and egress of poultry. To gain this hole, Puss was now made a last and desperate effort, and had succeeded in forcing her head and shoulders through it, when the foremost of the dogs made a spring and seized her violently by the haunch. She uttered a loud and piercing scream, and struggled desperately to free herself from his grip, and at last succeeded, but not until she left a piece of her rump in his teeth. The man now burst open the door. A bright turf fire blazed on the hearth, and the whole floor was streaming with blood. No hair, however, could be found, and the men were more than ever convinced that it was old Rachel, who had, by the assistance of some demon, assumed the form of the hare, and they now determined to have her if she were over the earth. They entered the bedroom, and heard some smoother groaning, as if proceeding from someone in extreme agony. They went to the corner of the room from whence the moans proceeded, and there, beneath a bundle of freshly cut rushes, found the form of Rachel Higgins, writhing in the most excruciating agony, and almost smothered in a pool of blood. The men were astonished. They addressed the wretched old woman, but she either could not or would not answer them. Her wounds still bled copiously. Her tortures appeared to increase, and it was evident that she was dying. The aroused family thronged around her with cries and lamentations. She did not seem to heed them. She got worse and worse, and her piercing yells fell awfully on the ears of the bystanders. At length she expired, and her corpse exhibited a most appalling spectacle, even before the spirit had well departed. Pan and his friend returned home. The old hag had been previously aware of the fate of Rachel Higgins, but it was not known by what means she acquired her supernatural knowledge. She was delighted at the issue of her mysterious operations. Pan pressed her much to accept of some remuneration for her services, but she utterly rejected such proposals. She remained a few days at his house, and at length took her leave and departed, no one knew whither. Old Rachel's remains were interred that night in the neighbouring churchyard. Her fate soon became generally known, and her family, ashamed to remain in their native village, disposed of their property and quitted the country for ever. The story, however, is still fresh in the memory of the surrounding villagers, and often, it is said, amid the grey haze of a summer twilight, may the ghost of Rachel Higgins, in the form of a hare, be seen scuttling over her favourite and well-remembered haunts. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 24. The Horned Women, by Lady Wilde. A rich woman sat up late one night, carding and preparing wool, while all the family and servants were asleep. Suddenly a knock was given at the door, and a voice called, "Open! Open!" "Who's there?" said the woman of the house. "I am the witch of the one horn," was answered. The mistress, supposing that one of her neighbours had called and required assistance, opened the door, and a woman entered, having in her hand a pair of wool carders, and bearing a horn on her forehead, as if growing there. She sat down by the fire in silence, and began to card the wool with violent haste. Suddenly she paused, and said aloud, "Where are the women? They delay too long." Then a second knock came to the door, and a voice called as before, "Open! Open!" The mistress felt herself constrained to rise and open to the call, and immediately a second witch entered, having 2 horns on her forehead, and in her hand a wheel for spinning wool. "Give me place," she said. "I am the witch of the 2 horns." And she began to spin as quick as lightning. And so the knocks went on, and the call was heard, and the witches entered, until at last 12 women sat round the fire, the first with 1 horn, the last with 12 horns. And they carded the thread, and turned their spinning wheels, and wound and wove, all singing together an ancient rhyme, but no word did they speak to the mistress of the house. Strange to hear, and frightful to look upon, were these 12 women, with their horns and their wheels, and the mistress felt near to death, and she tried to rise that she might call for help, but she could not move, nor could she utter a word or a cry, for the spell of the witches was upon her. Then one of them called to her in Irish, and said, "Rise, woman, and make us a cake." Then the mistress searched for a vessel to bring water from the well, that she might mix the meal and make the cake, but she could find none. And they said to her, "Take a sieve and bring water in it." And she took the sieve and went to the well, but the water poured from it, and she could fetch none for the cake, and she sat down by the well and wept. Then a voice came by her and said, "Take yellow clay and moss, and bind them together, and plaster the sieve so that it will hold." This she did, and the sieve held the water for the cake, and the voice said again, "Return, and when thou comest to the north angle of the house, cry aloud 3 times, and say, 'The mountain of the Fenian woman and the sky over it is all on fire.'" And she did so. When the witches inside heard the call, a great and terrible cry broke from their lips, and they rushed forth with wild lamentations and shrieks, and fled away to Tyeer-Na-N-Oge, where was their chief abode. But the spirit of the well bade the mistress of the house to enter and prepare her home against the enchantments of the witches, if they returned again. And first, to break their spells, she sprinkled the water in which she had washed her child's feet, the feet water, outside the door of the threshold. Secondly, she took the cake which the witches had made in her absence, of meal mixed with the blood drawn from the sleeping family, and she broke the cake in bits, and placed a bit in the mouth of each sleeper, and they were restored. And she took the cloth they had woven, and placed it half in and half out of the chest with a padlock, and lastly, she secured the door with a great crossbeam fastened in the jambs, so that they could not enter, and having done these things she waited. Not long were the witches in coming back, and they raged and called for vengeance. "Open! Open!" they screamed. "Open, feet-water!" "I cannot," said the feet-water. "I am scattered on the ground, and my path is down to the low." "Open! Open, wooden trees and beam!" they cried to the door. "I cannot," said the door, "for the beam is fixed in the jambs, and I have no power to move." "Open! Open, cake that we have made and mingled with blood!" they cried again. "I cannot," said the cake, "for I am broken and bruised, and my blood is on the lips of the sleeping children." Then the witches rushed through the air with great cries, and fled back to Tyeer-Na-N-Oge, uttering strange curses on the spirit of the well, who had wished their ruin. But the woman and the house were left in peace, and a mantle dropped by one of the witches in her flight was kept hung up by the mistress as a sign of the night's awful contest. And this mantle was in possession of the same family from generation to generation for 500 years after. The Witches' Excursion by Patrick Kennedy. Seamus Rua, read James, awakened from his sleep one night by noises in his kitchen. Stealing to the door, he saw a half-dozen old women sitting round the fire, jesting and laughing, his old housekeeper, Madge, quite frisky and gay, helping her sister crones to cheering glasses of punch. He began to admire the impudence and imprudence of Madge, displayed in the invitation and the riot, but recollected on the instant her officiousness in urging him to take a comfortable posset, which she had brought to his bedside just before he fell asleep. Had he drunk it, he would have been just now deaf to the witches' glee. He heard and saw them drink his health in such a mocking style as nearly to tempt him to charge them, besom in hand, but he restrained himself. The jug being emptied, one of them cried out, "Is it time to be gone?" And at the same moment, putting on a red cap, she added, "By yarrow and rue, and my red cap too, hie over to England." Making use of a twig which she held in her hand as a steed, she gracefully soared up the chimney, and was rapidly followed by the rest. But when it came to the housekeeper, Seamus interposed. "By your leave, madam," said he, snatching twig and cap. "Ah, you deceitful old crocodile! If I find you her on my return, there'll be wigs on the green. By yarrow and rue, and my red cap too, high over to England." The words were not out of his mouth when he was soaring above the ridge-pole, and swiftly ploughing the air. He was careful to speak no word, being somewhat conversant with witch-lore, as the result would be a tumble, and the immediate return of the expedition. In a very short time they had crossed the Wicklow hills, the Irish Sea, and the Welsh mountains, and were charging, at whirlwind speed, the hall door of a castle. Seamus, only for the company in which he found himself, would have cried out for pardon, expecting to be mummy against the hard oak door in a moment. But, all bewildered, he found himself passing through the keyhole, along a passage, down a flight of steps, and through a cellar-door keyhole before he could form any clear idea of his situation. Waking to the full consciousness of his position, he found himself sitting on a stillion, plenty of lights glimmering round, and he and his companions, with full tumblers of frothing wine in hand, hobnobbing and drinking healths as jovially and recklessly as if the liquor was honestly come by, and they were sitting in Seamus's own kitchen. The red beard had assimilated Seamus's nature for the time being to that of his unholy companions. The heady liquors soon got into their brains, and a period of unconsciousness succeeded the ecstasy, the headache, the turning round of the barrels, and the scattered sight of poor Seamus. He woke up under the impression of being roughly seized, and shaken, and dragged upstairs, and subjected to a disagreeable examination by the lord of the castle, in his state parlour. There was much derision among the whole company, gentle and simple, on hearing Seamus's explanation, and, as the thing occurred in the dark ages, the unlucky Leinster-man was sentenced to be hung as soon as the gallows could be prepared for the occasion. The poor Hibernian was in the cart proceeding on his last journey, with a label on his back and another on his breast, announcing him as the remorseless villain who for the last month had been draining the casks in my lord's vault every night. He was surprised to hear himself addressed by his name, and in his native tongue, by an old woman in a crowd. "Ah, Seamus alana! Is it going to die you are in a strange place without your Capeen Darayag?" These words infused hope and courage into the poor victim's heart. He turned to the lord and humbly asked leave to die in his red cap, which he supposed had dropped from his head in the vault. A servant was sent for the headpiece, and Seamus felt lively hope warming his heart, while placing it on his head. On the platform he was graciously allowed to address the spectators, which he proceeded to do in the usual formula composed for the benefit of flying stationers. "Good people all, a warning take by me." But when he had finished a line, "My parents reared me tenderly," he unexpectedly added, "By yarrow and rude," etc., and the disappointed spectators saw him shoot up obliquely through the air in the style of a sky-rocket that had missed its aim. It is said that the lord took the circumstance much to heart, and never afterwards hung a man for 24 hours after his offence. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 25. The Confessions of Tom Bourke. Tyeer-Na-N-Oge Crooker. Tom Bourke lives in a low, long farmhouse, resembling in outward appearance a large barn placed at the bottom of the hill, just where the new road strikes off from the old one, leading from the town of Kilworth to that of Lismore. He is of a class of persons who are a sort of black swans in Ireland. He is a wealthy farmer. Tom's father had, in the good old times, when £100 were no inconsiderable treasure, either to lend or spend, accommodated his landlord with that sum at interest, and obtained as a return for his civility a long lease, about 6 times more valuable than the loan which procured it. The old man died worth several £100, the greater part of which, with his farm, he bequeathed to his son Tom. But besides all this, Tom received from his father, upon his deathbed, another gift, far more valuable than worldly riches, greatly as he prized, and is still known to prize them. He was invested with the privilege, enjoyed by few of the sons of men, of communicating with those mysterious beings called the good people. Tom Bourke is a little, stout, healthy, active man, about 55 years of age. His hair is perfectly white, short and bushy behind, but rising in front, erect and thick above his forehead, like a new clothes brush. His eyes are of that kind which I have often observed with persons of a quick but limited intellect. They are small, grey, and lively. The large and projecting eyebrows under, or rather within, which they twinkle, give them an expression of shrewdness and intelligence, if not of cunning, and this is very much the character of the man. If you want to make a bargain with Tom Bourke, you must act as if you were a general besieging a town, and make your advances a long time before you can hope to obtain possession. If you march up boldly, and tell him at once your object, you are for the most part sure to have the gates closed in your teeth. Tom does not wish to part with what you wish to obtain, or another person has been speaking to him for the whole of the last week. Or it may be, your proposal seems to meet the most favourable reception. Very well, sir. That's true, sir. I am very thankful to your honour. And other expressions of kindness and confidence greet you in reply to every sentence, and you part from him wondering how he can have obtained the character which he universally bears, of being a man whom no one can make anything of in a bargain. But when you next meet him, the flattering illusion is dissolved. You find you are a great deal further from your object than you were when you thought you had almost succeeded. His eye and his tongue express a total forgetfulness of what the mind within never lost sight of for an instant, and you have to begin operations afresh, with the disadvantage of having put your adversary completely upon his guard. Yet although Tom Bourke is, whether from supernatural revealings, or, as many will think more probable, from the tell-truth experience, so distrustful of mankind, and so close in his dealings with them, he is no misanthrope. No man loves better the pleasures of the genial board, the love of money indeed, which is with him, and who will blame him, a very ruling propensity, and the gratification which it has received from habits of industry, sustained throughout a pretty long and successful life, have taught him the value of sobriety, during those seasons at least when a man's business requires him to keep possession of his senses. He has, therefore, a general rule, never to get drunk but on Sundays. But in order that it should be a general one to all intents and purposes, he takes a method which, according to better logicians than he is, always proves the rule. He has many exceptions. Among these, of course, are the evenings of all the fair and market days that happen in his neighbourhood. So also all the days in which funerals, marriages, and christenings take place among his friends within many miles of him. As to this last class of exceptions, it may appear at first very singular that he is much more punctual in his attendance at the funerals than at the baptisms or weddings of his friends. This may be construed as an instance of disinterested affection for departed worth, very uncommon in this selfish world. But I am afraid that the motives which lead Tom Bourke to pay more court to the dead than the living are precisely those which lead to the opposite conduct in the generality of mankind, a hope of future benefit and fear of future evil. For the good people, who are a race as powerful as they are capricious, have their favourites among those who inhabit this world, often show their affection by easing the objects of it from the load of this burdensome life, and frequently reward or punish the living according to the degree of reverence paid to the obsequies and the memory of the elected dead. Some may attribute to the same cause the apparently humane and charitable actions which Tom, and indeed the other members of his family, are known frequently to perform. A beggar has seldom left their farmyard with an empty wallet, or without obtaining a nice lodging, if required, with a sufficiency of potatoes and milk to satisfy even an Irish beggar's appetite, in appeasing which account must usually be taken of the auxiliary jaws of hungry dog and of 2 or 3 still more hungry children, who lined themselves well within to atone for their nakedness without. If one of the neighbouring poor be seized with a fever, Tom will often supply the sick wretch with some untenanted hut upon one of his 2 large farms, for he has added one to his patrimony, or will send his labourers to construct a shed at the hedge side, and supply straw for a bed while the disorder continues. His wife, remarkable for the largeness of her dairy and the goodness of everything it contains, will furnish milk for whey, and their good offices are frequently extended to the family of the patient, who are perhaps reduced to the extremity of wretchedness by even the temporary suspension of a father's or a husband's labour. In much of this arises from the hopes and fears of which I above alluded. I believe much of it flows from a mingled sense of compassion and of duty, which is sometimes seen to break from an Irish peasant's heart, even where it happens to be enveloped in a habitual covering of avarice and fraud, and which I once heard speak in terms not to be misunderstood. When we get a deal, 'tis only fair we should give back a little of it. It is not easy to prevail on Tom to speak of those good people with whom he is said to hold frequent and intimate communications. To the faithful, who believe in their power and their occasional delegation of it to him, he seldom refuses, if properly asked, to exercise his high prerogative with any unfortunate being is struck in his neighbourhood. Still he will not be won unsued. He is at first difficult of persuasion, and must be overcome by a little gentle violence. On these occasions he is unusually solemn and mysterious, and if one word or reward be mentioned, he at once abandons the unhappy patient, such a proposition being a direct insult to his supernatural superiors. It is true that, as the labourer is worthy of his hire, most persons, gifted as he is, do not scruple to receive a token of gratitude from the patients or their friends after their recovery. It is recorded that a very handsome gratuity was once given to a female practitioner in this occult science, who deserves to be mentioned, not only because she was a neighbour and a rival of Tom's, but from the singularity of a mother deriving her name from her son. Her son's name was Owen, and she was always called Owen Savoher, Owen's mother. This person was, on the occasion to which I have alluded, persuaded to give her assistance to a young girl who had lost the use of her right leg. Owen Savoher found the cure a difficult one. A journey of about 18 miles was essential for the purpose, probably to visit one of the good people who resided at that distance, and this journey could only be performed by Owen Savoher travelling upon the back of a white hen. The visit, however, was accomplished, and at a particular hour, according to the prediction of this extraordinary woman, when the hen and her rider were to reach their journey's end, the patient was seized with an irresistible desire to dance, which she gratified with the most perfect freedom of the diseased leg, much to the joy of her anxious family. The gratuity in this case was, as it surely ought to have been, unusually large, from the difficulty of procuring a hen willing to go so long a journey with such a rider. To do Tom Bourke justice, he is on these occasions, as I have heard from many competent authorities, perfectly disinterested. Not many months since he recovered a young woman, the sister of a tradesman living near him, who had been struck speechless after returning from a funeral, and had continued so for several days. He steadfastly refused receiving any compensation, saying that even if he had not as much as would buy him his supper, he could take nothing in this case, because the girl had offended at the funeral of one of the good people belonging to his own family, and though he would do her a kindness, he could take none from her. About the time this last remarkable affair took place, my friend Mr. Martin, who is a neighbour of Tom's, had some business to transact with him, which it was exceedingly difficult to bring to a conclusion. At last Mr. Martin, having tried all quiet means, had recourse to a legal process, which brought Tom to reason, and the matter was arranged to their mutual satisfaction and with perfect good humour between the parties. The accommodation took place after dinner at Mr. Martin's house, and he invited Tom to walk into the parlour and take a glass of punch, made of some excellent poteen, which was on the table. He had long wished to draw out his highly endowed neighbour on the subject of his supernatural powers, and as Mrs. Martin, who was in the room, was rather a favourite of Tom's, this seemed a good opportunity. "Well, Tom," said Mr. Martin, "that was a curious business of Molly Dwyer's, who recovered her speech so suddenly the other day." "You may say that, sir," replied Tom Bourke. but I had to travel far for it. No matter for that now. Your health, ma'am," said he, turning to Mrs. Martin. "Thank you, Tom. But I am told you had some trouble once in that way in your own family," said Mrs. Martin. "So I had, ma'am. Trouble enough. But you were only a child at that time." "Come, Tom," said the hospitable Mr. Martin, interrupting him, "take another tumbler." And he then added, "I wish you would tell us something of the manner in which so many of your children died. I am told they dropped off one after another by the same disorder, and that your eldest son was cured in a most extraordinary way when the physicians had given him over." "'Tis true for you, sir," returned Tom. "Your father, the doctor, God be good to him, I won't belie him in his grave, told me, when my fourth boy was a week sick, that himself and Dr. Barry did all that man could do for him, but they could not keep him from going after the rest. No more they could if the people that took away the rest wished to take him too, but they left him. And sorry to the heart I am I did not know before why they were taking my boys from me. If I did, I would not be left trusting to two of them now." "And how did you find it out, Tom?" inquired Mr. Martin. "Well then, I'll tell you, sir," said Bourke. "When your father said what I told you, I did not know very well what to do. I walked down the little boureen, you know, sir, that goes to the river side near Dick Heafy's ground, for 'twas a lonesome place, and I wanted to think of myself. I was heavy, sir, and my heart got weak in me, when I thought I was to lose my little boy, and I did not well know how to face his mother with the news, for she doted down upon him. Besides, she never got the better of all. She cried at his brother Baron, burying, the week before. As I was going down the boureen, I met an old bucko that used to come about the place once or twice a year, and used always to sleep in our barn while he stayed in the neighbourhood. So he asked me how I was. Bad enough, Seamus. James. Says I, "I'm sorry for your trouble," says he, "but you're a foolish man, Mr. Bourke. Your son would be well enough if you would only do what you ought with him." "What more can I do with him, Seamus?" says I. "The doctors give him over. The doctors know no more what ails him than they do what ails a cow when she stops her milk," says Seamus. "But go to such a one," telling me his name, "and try what he'll say to you." "And who was that, Tom?" asked Mr. Martin. "I could not tell you that, sir," said Bourke, with a mysterious look. "Howsomever, you often saw him, and he does not live far from this. But I had a trial of him before, and if I went to him at first, maybe I'd have now some of them that's gone, and so Seamus often told me. Well, sir, I went to this man, and he came with me to the house. By course, I did everything as he bid me. According to his order, I took the little boy out of the dwelling house immediately, sick as he was, and made a bed for him and myself in the cow house. Well, sir, I lay down by his side in the bed between two of the cows, and he fell asleep. He got into a perspiration, saving your presence, as if he was drowned through the river, and breathed hard, with a great impression of his chest, and was very bad entirely through the night. I thought about 12 o'clock he was going at last, and I was just getting up to call the man I told you of, but there was no occasion. My friends were getting the better of them that wanted to take him away from me. There was nobody in the cow house but the child and myself. There was only one halfpenny candle lighting it, and that was stuck in the wall at the far end of the house. I had just enough of light where we were lying to see a person walking or standing near us, and there was no more noise than if it was a churchyard, except the cows chewing the fodder in the stalls. Just as I was thinking of getting up, as I told you, I won't belie my father, sir, he was a good father to me, I saw him standing at the bedside, holding out his right hand to me, and leaning his other on the stick he used to carry when he was alive, and looking pleasant and smiling at me, all as if he was telling me not to be afraid, for I would not lose the child. "Is that you, father?" says I. He said nothing. "If that's you," says I again, "for the love of them that gone, let me catch your hand." And so he did, sir. and his hand was as soft as a child's. He stayed about as long as you'd be going from this to the gate below at the end of the avenue, and then went away. In less than a week the child was as well as if nothing ever ailed him. And there isn't to-night a healthier boy of 19 from this blessed house of the town of Ballyporeen across the Kilworth mountains. But I think, Tom, said Mr. Martin, it appears as if you are more in debt to your father than to the man recommended to you by Seamus. Or do you suppose it was he who made favour with your enemies among the good people, and that then your father— I beg your pardon, sir, said Bourke, interrupting him, but don't call them my enemies— would not be wishing to me for a good deal to sit by when they are called so. No offence to you, sir. Here's wishing you a good health and long life. I assure you, returned Mr. Martin, I meant no offence, Tom. But was it not as I say? I can't tell you that, sir, said Bourke. I'm bound down, sir. Howsoever, you may be sure that men I spoke of, and my father, and those they know, settled it between them. There was a pause, of which Mrs. Martin took advantage to inquire of Tom whether something remarkable had not happened about a goat and a pair of pigeons at the time of his son's illness. Circumstances often mysteriously hinted at by Tom. See that, now, said he, turning to Mr. Martin. How well she remembers it. True for you, ma'am. The goat I gave the mistress, your mother, when the doctors ordered her goat's way? Mrs. Martin nodded assent, and Tom Bourke continued. Why then, I'll tell you how that was. The goat was as well as ever goat ever was, for a month after she was sent to Killearn to your father's. The morning after the night I just told you of, before the child awoke, his mother was standing at the gap leading out of the barnyard into the road, and she saw two pigeons flying from the town of Kilworth off the church down towards her. Well, they never stopped, you see, till they came to the house on the hill at the other side of the river facing your farm. They pitched upon the chimney of that house, and after looking about them for a minute or two, they flew straight across the river and stopped on the ridge of the cow-house where the child and I were lying. Do you think they came there for nothing, sir? Certainly not, Tom, returned Mr. Martin. Well, the woman came in to me, frightened, and told me. She began to cry. List, you fool, says I. 'Tis all for the better. 'Twas true for me. What do you think, ma'am? The goat that I gave your mother, that was seen feeding at sunrise that morning by Jack Cronin, as merry as a bee, dropped down dead without anybody knowing why, before Jack's face. And at that very moment he saw two pigeons fly from the top of the house out of the town towards the Lismore road. 'Twas at the same time my woman saw them, as I just told you. 'Twas very strange indeed, Tom, said Mr. Martin. I wish you could give us some explanation of it. I wish I could, sir, was Tom Bourke's answer, but I'm bound down. I can't tell but what I'm allowed to tell, any more than a sentry is let walk more than his rounds. I think you said something of having had some former knowledge of the man that assisted in the cure of your son, said Mr. Martin. So I had, sir, returned Bourke. I had a trial of that man, but that's neither here nor there. I can't tell you anything about that, sir. But would you like to know how he got his skill? Oh, very much indeed, said Mr. Martin. But you can tell us his Christian name, that we may know him better through the story, added Mrs. Martin. Tom Bourke paused for a minute to consider this proposition. Well, I believe that I may tell you that, anyhow. His name is Patrick. He was always a smart, boy, and would be a great clerk if he stuck to it. The first time I knew him, sir, was at my mother's wake. I was in great trouble, for I did not know where to bury her. Her people and my father's people, I mean their friends, sir, among the good people, had the greatest battle that was known for many a year, at Dunmanway Cross, to see to whose churchyard she'd be taken. They fought for 3 nights, one after another, without being able to settle it. The neighbours wondered how long I was before I buried my mother, but I had my reasons, though I could not tell them at the time. Well, sir, to make my story short, Patrick came on the 4th morning and told me he settled the business, and that day we buried her in Kilcrumper churchyard with my father's people. He was a valuable friend, Tom, said Mrs. Martin, with difficulty suppressing a smile. But you were about to tell how he became so skilful. So I will, and welcome, replied Bourke. Your health, ma'am. I'm drinking too much of this punch, sir, but to tell the truth, I never tasted the like of it. It goes down one's throat like sweet oil. But what was I going to say? Yes, well, Patrick, many a long year ago, was coming home from a barren late in the evening, and walking by the side of a river opposite the Big Inch, footnote, low meadow ground near a river, end of footnote, near Ballyhefin ford. He had taken a drop, to be sure, but he was only a little merry, as you may say, and knew very well what he was doing. The morning was shining, for it was the month of August, and the river was as smooth and as bright as a looking-glass. He heard nothing for a long time but the fall of the water at the mill, weir about a mile down the river, and now and then the crying of the lambs on the other side of the river. All at once there was a noise of a great number of people laughing as if they'd break their hearts, and of a piper playing among them. It came from the Inch, at the other side of the ford, and he saw, through the mist that hung over the river, a whole crowd of people dancing on the Inch. Patrick was as fond of a dance as he was of a glass, and that's saying enough for him. So he wiped off his shoes and stockings, and away with him across the ford. After putting on his shoes and stockings at the other side of the river, he walked over to the crowd and mixed with them for some time without being minded. He thought, sir, that he'd show them better dancing than any of themselves, for he was proud of his feet, sir, and a good right he had, for there was not a boy in the same parish could foot a double or treble with him. But pshaw! His dancing was no more to theirs than mine would be to the mistress here. They did not seem as if they had a bone in their bodies, and they kept it up as if nothing could tire them. Patrick was shamed within himself, for he thought he had not his fellow in all the country round, and was going away, when a little old man, that was looking at the company bitterly, as if he did not like what was going on, came up to him. "Patrick," says he. Patrick started, for he did not think anybody there knew him. "Patrick," says he, "you're discouraged, and no wonder for you, but you have a friend near you. I'm your friend, and your father's friend, and I think worse, footnote, more, end of footnote, of your little finger than I do of all that are here, though they think no one is as good as themselves. Go into the ring, and call for a little. Don't be afeard. I tell you the best of them did not do it as well as you shall, if you will do as I bid you." Patrick felt something within him as if he ought not to gainsay the old man. He went into the ring and called the piper to play up the best double he had, and sure enough, all that the others were able for was nothing to him. He bounded like an eel, now here and now there, as light as a feather, although the people could hear the music answered by his steps, the beat time to every turn of it, like the left foot of the piper. He first danced a hornpipe on the ground, then they got a table, and he danced a treble on it that drew down shouts from the whole company. At last he called for a trencher, and when they saw him, all as if he was spinning on it like a top, they did not know what to make of him. Some praised him for the best dancer that ever entered a ring. Others hated him because he was better than themselves, although they had a good right to think themselves better than him or any other man that ever went the long journey. "And what was the cause of his great success?" inquired Mr. Martin. "He could not help it, sir," replied Tom Bourke. "They that could make him do more than that made him do it. Howsoever, when he had done, they wanted him to dance again, but he was tired, and they could not persuade him. At last he got angry, and swore a big oath, saving your presence, that he would not dance a step more, and the word was hardly out of his mouth when he found himself all alone, with nothing but the white cow grazing by his side." "Did he ever discover why he was gifted with these extraordinary powers in the dance, Tom?" said Mr. Martin. "I'll tell you that too, sir," answered Bourke, "when I come to it. When he was home, sir, he was taken with the shivering, and went to bed, and the next day they found he had got a fever, or something like it, for he raved like as if he was mad, but they couldn't make out what it was he was saying, though he talked constant. The doctors gave him over, but it's little they knew what ailed him. When he was, as you may say, about 10 days sick, and everybody thought he was going, one of the neighbours came in to him with a man, a friend of his, from Ballinclacken, that was keeping with him some time before. I can't tell you his name either, only it was Darby. The minute Darby saw Patrick, he took a little bottle with the juice of herbs in it out of his pocket, and gave Patrick a drink of it. He did the same every day for 3 weeks, and then Patrick was able to walk about, as stout and as hearty as ever he was in his life. But he was a long time before he came to himself, and he used to walk the whole day sometimes by the ditch side, talking to himself, like as if there was something along with him. And so there was, surely, or he wouldn't be the man he is to-day. I suppose it was from such companion he learned his skill, said Mr. Martin. You have it all now, sir, replied Bourke. Darby told him his friends were satisfied with what he did that night of the dance, and though they couldn't hinder the fever, they'd bring him over it, and teach him more than many knew beside him. And so they did. For you see, all the people he met on the Inch that night were friends of a different faction. Only the old man that spoke to him, he was a friend of Patrick's family, and it went again his heart, you see, that the others were so light and active, and he was bitter in himself to hear them boasting how they'd dance with any set in the whole country round. So he gave Patrick the gift that night, and afterwards gave him the skill that makes him the wonder of all that know him. And to be sure, it was only learning he was at the time when he was wandering in his mind after the fever. I have heard many strange stories about that Inch near Ballyhefan Ford, said Mr. Martin. "'Tis a great place for the good people, isn't it, Tom?" "You may say that, sir," returned Bourke. "I could tell you a great deal about it. Many a time I sat for it as good as 2 hours by moonlight at the other side of the river, looking at 'em playing goal as if they'd break their hearts over it, with their coats and waistcoats off, and white handkerchiefs on the heads of one party, and red ones on the other, just as you'd see on a Sunday in Mr. Syming's big field. I saw 'em one night play till the moon set, without one party being able to take the ball from the other. I'm sure they were going to fight, only it was near morning." "I'm told your grandfather, ma'am, used to see 'em there too," said Bourke, turning to Mrs. Martin. "So I have been told, Tom," replied Mrs. Martin. "But don't they say that the churchyard of Kilcrumper is just as favourite a place with the good people as Ballyhefan Inch? Why then, maybe you never heard, ma'am, what happened to Davy Roche in that same churchyard," said Bourke, and turning to Mr. Martin added, "It was a long time before he went into your service, sir. He was walking home of an evening from the fair of Kilcumber, a little merry to be sure after the day, and he came up with a baron. So he walked along with it, and though it were, I thought it very queer that he did not know a mother's soul in the crowd but one man, and he was sure that man was dead many years afore. Howsomever, he went on with the baron till they came to Kilcumper churchyard. And faith, he went in and stayed with the rest to see the corpse buried. As soon as the grave was covered, what should they do but gather about the piper that come along with them, and fall to dancing as if it was a wedding. Davy longed to be among them, for he hadn't a bad foot of his own that time, whatever he may now. But he was loth to begin because they all seemed strange to him, only the man I told you that he thought he was dead. Well, at last this man saw what Davy wanted, and came up to him. "Davy," says he, "take out a partner, and show what you can do. But take care and don't offer to kiss her." "That I won't," says Davy, although her lips were made of honey. And with that he made his bow to the prettiest girl in the ring, and he and she began to dance. It was a jig they danced, and they did it to the admiration, do you see, of all that were there. It was all very well till the jig was over, but just as they had done, Davy, for he had a drop in, and was warm with the dancing, forgot himself, and kissed his partner according to custom. The smack was no sooner off of his lips, you see, than he was left alone in the churchyard, without a creature near him, and all he could see was the tall tombstones. Davy said they seemed as if they were dancing too, but I suppose that was only the wonder that happened him, and he being a little in drink. Howsomever, he found it was a great many hours later than he thought it. It was near morning when he came home, but they couldn't get a word out of him till the next day, when he woke out of a dead sleep about 12 o'clock. When Tom had finished the account of Davy Roche at the Baron, it became quite evident that spirits of some sort were working too strong within him to admit of his telling many more tales of the good people. Tom seemed conscious of this. He muttered for a few minutes broken sentences concerning churchyards, riversides, leprechauns, and Denmark, footnote, the good people, and the footnote, which were quite unintelligible, perhaps to himself, certainly to Mr. Martin and his lady. At length he made a slight motion of the head upwards, as if he would say, I can talk no more," stretched his arm on the table, upon which he placed the empty tumbler slowly, and with the most knowing and cautious air, and rising from his chair walked, or rather rolled, to the parlour door. Here he turned round to face his host and hostess, but after various ineffectual attempts to bid them good night, the words, as they rose, being always choked by a violent hiccup, while the door, which he held by the handle, swung to and fro, carrying his unyielding body along with it, he was obliged to depart in silence. The cow-boy sent by Tom's wife, who knew well what sort of allurement detained him when he remained out after a certain hour, was in attendance to conduct his master home. I have no doubt that he returned without meeting any material injury, as I know that within the last month he was, to use his own words, as stout and hearty a man as any of his age in the county Cork. End of section 25. Section 26 of Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 26. The Pudding Bewitched. William Carleton. Moll Roe Rafferty was the daughter of old Jack Rafferty, who was remarkable for a habit he had of always wearing his hat under his hat. But indeed the same family was a queer one, as everybody knew that was acquainted with them. It was said of them, but whether it was true or not, I won't undertake to say, for afraid I tell a lie, that whenever they didn't wear shoes or boots, they always went barefooted. But I heard afterwards that this was disputed, so rather than say anything to injure their character, I let that pass. Now, old Jack Rafferty had 2 sons, Paddy and Molly. What are you all laughing at? I mean a son and a daughter, and it was generally believed among the neighbours that they were brother and sister, which, you know, might be true or it might not. But that's a thing that, with the help of goodness, we have nothing to say to. Trout, there was many ugly things put out on them that I don't wish to repeat, such as that neither Jack nor his son Paddy ever walked a perch without putting one foot afore the other like a salmon. And I know it was whispered about that whenever Moll Roe slept, she had an out-of-the-way custom of keeping her eyes shut. If she did, however, for that matter the loss was her own, for sure we all know that when one comes to shut their eyes, they can't see as far before them as another. Moll Roe was a fine young bouncing girl, large and lavish, with a pretty head of hair on her like scarlet, that being one of the reasons why she was called Roe, or red. Her arms and cheeks were much the colour of the hair, and her saddle nose was the prettiest thing of its kind that ever was on a face. Her fists, for thank goodness she was well starved with them too, had a long similarity to 2 Hunkins turnips, reddened by the sun, and to keep all right and tight, she had a temper as fiery as her head, for indeed it was well known that all the Raffertys were warm-hearted. Howandiver, it appears that God gives nothing in vain, and of course the same fists, big and red as they were, if all that is said about them is true, were not so much given to her for ornament as use. At least, taking them in connection with her lively temper, we have it upon good authority that there was no danger of their getting blue-moulded for want of practice. She had a twist too in one of her eyes that was very becoming in its way, and made her poor husband, where she got him, take it into his head that she could see round the corner. She found him out in many queer things, without doubt, but whether it was owing to that or not, I wouldn't undertake to say, for afraid I tell a lie. Well, bagad, anyhow, it was Moll Roe that was the Dilsey. Love. End of footnote. It happened that there was a Nate vagabond in the neighbourhood, just as much overburdened with beauty as herself, and he was named Gusty Gillespie. Gusty, the Lord guard us, was what they call a black-mouthed Presbyterian, and wouldn't keep Christmas Day, the blackguard, except what they call old style. Gusty was rather good-looking when seen in the dark, as well as Moll herself. And indeed it was pretty well known that, according as the talk went, it was in nightly meetings that they had an opportunity of becoming detached to one another. The consequence was that in due time both families began to talk very seriously as to what was to be done. Moll's brother, Paddy Rafferty, gave Gusty the best of two choices. What they were it's not worth speaking about, but at any rate one of them was a poser, and as Gusty knew his man, he soon came to his senses. Accordingly everything was deranged for their marriage, and it was appointed that they should be spliced by the Reverend Samuel McShaddle, the Presbyterian parson, on the following Sunday. Now this was the first marriage that had happened for a long time in the neighbourhood between a black-mouthed and a Catholic, and of course there were strong objections on both sides against it, and begged only for one thing, it would never take place at all. At any rate, faix, there was one of the bride's uncles, old Harry Connolly, a ferryman, who could cure all complaints with the secret he had, and as he didn't wish to see his niece married upon such a fellow, he fought bitterly against the match. All Moll's friends, however, stood up for the marriage barring him, and of course the Sunday was appointed, as I said, that they were to be dovetailed together. Well, that day arrived, and Moll, as became her, went to mass, and Gusty to meeting, after which they were to join one another in Jack Rafferty's, where the priest, Father Sorley, was to sleep up after mass to take his dinner with them, and to keep Mr. McShaddle, who was to marry them, company. Nobody remained at home but old Jack Rafferty and his wife, who stopped to dress the dinner, for to tell the truth, it was to be a great let out entirely. Maybe, if all was known, too, that Father Sorley was to give them a cast of his office over and above the minister, in regard that Moll's friends were not altogether satisfied at the kind of marriage which McShaddle could give them. The sorrow may care about that. Splice here, splice there. All I can say is, that when Mrs. Rafferty was going to tie up a big bag pudding, in walks Harry Connolly, the ferryman, in a rage, and shouts out, "Blood and blunderbushes, what are ye here for?" "Ah, why, Harry, why, Vic? Why, the sun's in the suds, and the moon in the heights horic. There's a clipstick comin' an, and there you're both as unconcerned as if it was about to rain mather. Go out and cross yourselves 3 times in the name of the 4 Monroe Mervyns, for as prophecy says, fill the pot Eddy supernaculum, a blazing star's a rare spectaculum. Go out both of you, and look at the sun, I say, and you'll see the conditions he's in. Off! Beggared, sure enough, Jack gave a bounce to the door, and his wife leaped like a 2-year-old, till they were both got on a stile beside the house to see what was wrong in the sky. "Ah, what is it, Jack?" said she. "Can you see anything?" "No," says he. "Sorra the full of my eye of anything I can spy, barrin' the sun himself, that's not visible in regard of the clouds. God guard us! I doubt there's something to happen. If there wasn't, Jack, what would put Harry, that knows so much, in the state he's in?" "I doubt it's this marriage," said Jack. "Between ourselves, it's not over and above religious for Moll to marry a black-mouth, and only for... but it can't be helped now. Though, you see, not a taste of the sun is willing to show his face upon it." "As to that," says the wife, winking with both her eyes, "if Gusty's satisfied with Moll, it's enough. I know who'll carry the whip hand anyhow. But in the meantime, let us ask Harry within what ails the sun." Well, they accordingly went in and put the question to him. "Harry, what's wrong, agur? What is it now? For if anybody alive knows, 'tis yourself." "Ah," said Harry, screwing his mouth with a kind of a shrill smile, "the sun has a had twist o' the colic. But never mind that. I tell you you'll have a merrier wedding than you think, that's all." And having said this, he put on his hat and left the house. Now Harry's answer relieved them very much, and so, after calling to him to be back for the dinner, Jack sat down to take a slough of the pipe, and the wife lost no time in tying up the pudding and putting it in the pot to be boiled. In this way things went on well enough for a while, Jack smoking away and the wife cooking and dressing at the rate of a hunt. At last Jack, while sitting as I said, contentedly at the fire, thought he could perceive an odd dancing kind of motion in the pot that puzzled him a good deal. "Katty," said he, "what the dickens is in the pot on the fire?" "Nor a thing but a big pudden. Why do you ask?" says she. "Why," said he, "if ever a pot took it into its head to dance a jig, and this did, thunder and sparbles, look at it!" Begad, it was true enough. There was the pot bobbing up and down from the side to side, jingling it away as merry as a grig, and it was quite aisy to see that it wasn't the pot itself, but what was inside of it that brought about the hornpipe. "Be the hull o' my coat," shouted Jack, "there's something alive in it, or it would never cut sic capers. Begorra, there is, Jack. Something strange entirely has got into it. You're a man alive. What's to be done?" Just as she spoke, the pot seemed to cut the buckle in prime style, and after a spring that would shame a dancing master, off flew the lid, and out bounced the pudden itself, hopping as nimble as a pea on a drumhead about the floor. Jack blessed himself, and Katty crossed herself. Jack shouted, and Katty screamed. "In the name of goodness, keep your distance. No one here injured you." The pudden, however, made a set at him, and Jack leaped first on a chair and then on the kitchen table to avoid it. It then danced towards Kitty, who was now repeating her prayers at the top of her voice, while the cunning thief of a pudden was hopping and jigging it round her, as if it was amused at her distress. "If I could get the pitchfork," said Jack, "I'd deal with it. By goxty, I'd thry its middle." "No, no," shouted Katty, thinking there was a fairy in it. "Let us speak it fair. Who knows what harm it might do?" "Aisy now," said she to the pudden. "Aisy, dear. Don't harm honest people that never meant to offend you. It wasn't us. No, in troth, it was old Harry Connolly that bewitched you. Pursue him if you wish, but spare a woman like me, for, I swear, dear, I'm not in a condition to be frightened. Troth I'm not." The pudden, bedad, seemed to take her at her word, and danced away from her towards Jack, who, like the wife, believing there was a fair in it, and that speaking it fair was the best plan, thought he would give it a soft word as well as her. "Please your honour," said Jack, "she only speaks the truth, and, upon my veracity, we both feel much obliged to your honour for your quaintness. Faith, it's quite clear that you weren't a gentlemanly pudden all out, you'd act otherwise. Old Harry the rogue is your mark. He's just gone down the road there, and if you go fast you'll overtake him. Be me song, your dancing master did his duty anyhow. Thank your honour. God speed you, and may you never meet with a parson or alderman in your travels." Just as Jack spoke, the pudden appeared to take the hint, for it quietly hopped out, and as the house was directly on the roadside, turned down towards the bridge, the very way that old Harry went. It was very natural, of course, that Jack and Katty should go out to see how it intended to travel, and as the day was Sunday, it was but natural too that a greater number of people than usual were passing the road. This was a fact, and when Jack and his wife were seen following the pudden, the whole neighbourhood was soon up and after it. "Jack Rafferty, what is it? Katty Alger, will you tell us what it means?" "Why," replied Katty, "it's my big pudden that's bewitched, and it's now hot for pursuing." Here she stopped, not wishing to mention her brother's name. "Some one or other that surely put pichrogues in it." Footnote: put in under fairy influence. End of footnote. This was enough. Jack, now seeing that he had assistance, found his courage coming back to him. So says he to Katty, "Go home," says he, "and lose no time in making another pudden as good, and here's Paddy Scanlon's wife, Bridget, says she'll let you boil it on her fire, as you want our own to dress the rest o' the dinner, and Paddy himself will lend me a pitchfork, for pursuing to the morsel of the same pudden will escape till I let the wind out of it, now that I've the neighbours to back and support me," says Jack. This was agreed to, and Katty went back to prepare fresh pudden, while Jack and half the townland pursued the other with spades, grapes, pitchforks, scythes, flayers, and all possible description of instruments. On the pudden went, however, at the rate of about 6 Irish miles an hour, and sic a chase never was seen. Catholics, Protestants, and Presbyterians were all after it, armed, as I said, and bad end to the thing but its own activity could save it. Here it made a hop, and there a prod was made at it. But off it went, and some one, as eager to get a slice at it on the other side, got the prod instead of the pudding. Big Frank Farrell, the miller of Ballybolteen, got the prod backwards that brought a hullabaloo out of him you might hear at the other end of the parish. One got a slice of a side, another a whack of a flail, a third a rap of a spade that made him look 9 ways at once. "Where is it going?" asked one. "My life for you, it's on its way to meeting. 3 cheers for it if it turns to Carntol. Prod us all out of it, if it's a Protestant," shouted the others. "If it turns to the left, slice it into pancakes. We'll have no Protestant puddings here." Begad, by this time the people were on the point of beginning to have a regular fight about it, when very fortunately it took a short turn down the little by-lane that led towards the Methodist preaching house, and in an instant all parties were in an uproar against it as a Methodist pudding. "It's a Wesleyan," shouted several voices, "and by this and by that, into a Methodist chapel it won't put a foot to-day, or we'll lose a fall. Let the wind out of it. Come, boys, where's your pitchforks?" The devil pursuing to the one of them, however, ever could touch the pudding, and just when they thought they had it up against the gable of the Methodist chapel, Begad gave them the slip, and hops over to the left, clean into the river, and sails away before all their eyes as light as an eggshell. Now, it so happened that a little below this place the demesne wall of Colonel Bragshaw was built up to the very edge of the river on each side of its banks, and so finding there was a stop put to their pursuit of it, they went home again, every man, woman, and child of them, puzzled to think what the pudding was at all, what it meant, or where it was going. Had Jack Rafferty and his wife been willing to let out the opinion they held about Harry Connolly bewitching it, there is no doubt of it but poor Harry might be badly treated by the crowd when their blood was up. They had sense enough, however, to keep that to themselves, for Harry, being an old bachelor, was a kind friend to the Raffertys. So of course there was all kinds of talk about it, some guessing this and some guessing that, one party saying the pudding was of their side, another party denying it and insisting it belongs to them, and so on. In the meantime, Katty Rafferty, for afraid dinner might come short, went home and made another pudding much about the same size as the one that had escaped, and bringing it over to their next neighbour, Paddy Scanlon's, it was put into a pot and placed on the fire to boil, hoping that it might be done in time, especially as they were to have the minster, who loved a warm slice of a good pudding as well as ever a gentleman in Europe. Anyhow, the day passed. Moll and Gusty were made man and wife, and no two could be more loving. Their friends that had been asked to the wedding were slaughtering about in pleasant little groups till dinner time, chatting and laughing, but above all things striving to account for the vagaries of the pudding, for, to tell the truth, its adventures had now gone through the whole parish. Well, at any rate, dinner time was drawing near, and Paddy Scanlon was sitting comfortably with his wife at the fire, the pudding boiling before their eyes, when in walks Harry Connolly in a flutter, shouting, "Blood and blunderbushes, what are ye here for?" "Ah, why, Harry Wyvick," says Mrs. Conlon. "Why," said Harry, "the sun's in the suds, and the moon in the high horrocks. Here's a clipstick coming on, and there you sit, as unconcerned as if it was about time to rain matter. Go out, both of you, and look at the sun, I say, and ye'll see the condition he's in. Off! Ay, but Harry, what's that rolled up in the tail of your Cothamore? Footnote, Irish Cottamore, and the footnote, big boat." "Out with yez," said Harry, "and pray against the clipstick, the sky's falling." Begad, it was hard to say whether Paddy or the wife got out first, they were so much alarmed by Harry's wild thin face and piercing eyes, So out they went to see what was wonderful in the sky, and kept looking and looking in every direction, but not a thing was to be seen, barring the sun shining down with great good humour, and not a single cloud in the sky. Paddy and the wife now came in laughing, to scold Harry, who, no doubt, was a great wag in his way when he wished. "Musha, bad scran to you, Harry." They had time to say no more, howandiver, for as they were going into the door, they met him coming out of it with a reek of smoke out of his tail like a lamprechen. "Harry," shouted Bridget, "my soul to glory, but the tail of your cottonmore's afire. You'll be burned. Don't you see the smoke that's out of it?" "Cross yourselves 3 times," said Harry, without stopping or even looking behind him, for as the prophecy says, "Fill the pot, Eddie." They could hear no more, for Harry appeared to feel like a man that carries something a great deal hotter than he wished, as anyone might see by the liveliness of his motions, and the queer faces he was forced to make as he went along. "What the dickens is he carrying in the skirts of his big coat?" asked Paddy. "My soul to happiness, but maybe he has stole the pudden," said Bridget, "for it's known that many a strange things he does." They immediately examined the pot, but found that the pudden was there as safe as 2 pence, and this puzzled them the more to think what it was he could be carrying about with him in the manner he did. But little they knew what he had done while they were sky gazing. Well, anyhow, the day passed and the dinner was ready, and no doubt but a fine gathering there was to partake of it. The Presbyterian minister and the Methodist preacher, a devilish stretcher of an appetite he had, in troth, on their way to Jack Rafferty's, and as he knew he could take the liberty, while he insisted on his dining with him, for after all, begad, in dim times the clergy of all descriptions lived upon the best footing among one another, not all as one as now, but no matter. Well, they had nearly finished the dinner, when Jack Rafferty himself asked Katty for the pudden, but, just as he spoke, in it came as big as a mess-pot. "Gentlemen," said he, "I hope none of you will refuse tasting a bit of Katty's pudden. I don't mean the dancing one that took to its travels to-day, but the good solid fellow that she made since." "To be sure we won't," replied the priest. "So, Jack, put a trifle on them 3 plates at your right hand, and send them over there to the clergy. And maybe," he said, laughing, for he was a droll good-humoured man, "maybe, Jack, we won't set you a proper example. With a heart and a half, your riverence and gentlemen, in troth, is not a bad example every any of you set us at the likes, or ever will set us, I go bail. And sure I only wish it was better fare I had for you, but we're humble people, gentlemen, and so you can't expect to meet here what you would in higher places." "Better a meal of herbs," said the Methodist preacher, "where peace is." He had time to go no further, however, for much to his amazement, the priest and the minister started up from the table just as he was going to swallow the first spoonful of the pudden, and before you could say Jack Robinson, started away at a lively jig down the floor. At this moment a neighbour's son came running in, and told them that the parson was coming to see the new married couple, and wish them all happiness. And the words were scarcely out of his mouth when he made his appearance. What to think he knew not, when he saw the minister putting it away at the rate of a wedding. He had very little time, however, to think, for, before he could sit down, up starts the Methodist preacher, and clapping his 2 fists in his sides, chimes in great style along with him. "Jack Rafferty," says he, and by the way Jack was his tenant, "what the dickens does all this mean?" says he. "I'm amazed." "Then not a particle o' me can tell you," says Jack, "but will your reverence just take a morsel o' pudden, merely that the young couple may boast that you ate at their wedding, for sure if you wouldn't, who would?" "Well," says he, "to gratify them I will, so just a morsel. But, Jack, this bates Banagher," says he again, putting the spoonful of pudden into his mouth. "Has there been drink here?" "Oh, the divil a spooch," says Jack, "for although there's plenty in the house, faith, it appears that the gentleman wouldn't wait for it, unless they tuck it elsewhere. I can make nothing of this." He had scarcely spoken, when the parson, who was an active man, cut a caper a yard high, and before you could bless yourself, the 3 clergy were heard at work, dancing as if it were a wager. Begad, it would be impossible for me to tell you the state the whole meeting was in when they seen this. Some were hoarse with laughing, some turned up their eyes with wonder. Many thought them mad, and others thought they had turned up their little fingers a trifle to them too often. "Peacocks, dear, 'tis a burning shame," said one, "to see three black-mouthed clergy in such a state at this early hour." "Thunder knows what's over them all," says others. "Why, one would think they're bewitched. Holy Moses, look at the caper the Methodist cuts! And as for the rector, who would think he could handle his feet at such a rate? And be that, he cuts the buckle, and does the reverend step quill to Paddy Horgan, dancing master himself. And see, that sees to the morsel of the parson that's not had a piece upon the trencher, and it of a Sunday too. Wheero, gentlemen, the fun's in yees after all. Wish! More power to yees. The store's own fun they had, and no wonder. But judge of what they felt when all at once they saw old Jack Rafferty himself bouncing in amongst them, and footing it away like the best of them. Bedad, no play could come up to it, and nothing could be heard but laughing, shouts of encouragement, and clapping of hands like mad. Now, the minute Jack Rafferty left the chair where he had been carving the pudding, old Harry Connolly comes over and claps himself down in his place, in order to send it round, of course. And he was scarcely seated, when who should make his appearance but Barney Hartigan, the piper. Barney, by the way, had been sent for early in the day, but being from home when the message for him went, he couldn't come any sooner. "Begorra," said Barney, "you're early at the work, gentlemen. But what does this mean? But don't many care. He shan't want the music while there's a blast in the pipes, anyhow." So saying, he gave them jig for a go, and after the "Kiss my lady" in his best style. In the meantime the fun went on thick and threefold, for it must be remembered that Harry, the old knave, was at the pudding, and maybe he didn't starve it about it double quick time too. The first he helped was the bride, and before you could say chopstick, she was at it hard and fast before the Methodist preacher, who gave a jolly spring before her that threw them into convulsions. Harry liked this, and made up his mind soon to find partners for the rest, so he accordingly sent the pudding about like lightning. And to make a long story short, bearing the piper and himself, there wasn't a pair of heels in the house but was as busy as the dancing as if their lives depended on it. "Barney," says Harry, "just taste a morsel of this pudding. There'll be such a bully of a pudding ever you ate. Here, you sir, try a snig of it, it's beautiful." "To be sure I will," says Barney. "I'm not the boy to refuse a good thing, but Harry, be quick, for you know my hands is engaged, and it would be 1,000 pities not to keep them in music, and they so well inclined." "Thank you, Harry. Begad, that is a famous pudding. But blood and turnips, what's this for?" The word was scarcely out of his mouth when he bounced up, pipes and all, and dashed into the middle of the party. "Hurrah, your souls! Let us make a night of it. The Ballyboulteen boys for ever. Go it, your reverence. Turn your partner, heel and toe, minister. Good, well done again. Wish, hurrah, here's for Ballyboulteen, and the sky over it. Bad luck to the sich that ever was seen together in this world, or will again, I suppose." The worst, however, wasn't come yet, for just as they were in the very heat and fury of the dance, what do you think comes hopping in among them but another pudding, as nimble and merry as the first. That was enough. They all had heard of, the ministers among the rest, and most of them had seen the other pudding, and knew that there must be a fairy in it, sure enough. Well, as I said, in it comes to the thick of them, but the very appearance of it was enough. Off the three clergy danced, and off the whole Wagners danced after them, every one making the best of their way home, but not a soul of them able to break out of the step if they were to be hanged for it. But it wouldn't have laughed in you to see the parson dancing down the road on his way home, and the minister and Methodist preacher cutting the buckle as they went along in opposite direction. To make short work of it, they all danced home at last, with scarce a puff of wind in them. The bride and bridegroom danced away to bed. "And now, boys, come and let us dance the horror lay in the barn idle. But you see, boys, before we go, and in order that I may make everything plain, I had as good tell you that Harry, in crossing the bridge of Ballyboulteen, a couple of miles below Square Bragshaw's demise wall, saw the pudding floating down the river, The truth is he was waiting for it. But be this as it may, he took it out, for the water had made it as clean as a new pin, and tucking it up in the tail of his big coat, contrived, as you all guess, I suppose, to change it while Paddy's lantern and his wife were examining the sky, and for the other he contrived to bewitch in the same manner, by getting a fairy to go into it, for indeed it was pretty well known that the same Harry was hand and glove with the good people. Others will tell you that it was half a pound of quicksilver he put into it, but that doesn't stand to reason. At any rate, boys, I have told you the adventures of the mad pudding of Ballybolton, but I don't wish to tell you many other things about it that happened, for trade I tell a lie. Footnote: some will insist that a fairy man or fairy woman has the power to bewitch a pudding by putting a fairy into it, whilst others maintain that a competent portion of quicksilver will make it dance over half the parish. End of footnote. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Fairy and Folktales of the Irish Peasantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Muir. Fairy Folktales of the Irish Peasantry, edited and selected by W.B. Yeats. Section 27. Tyeer-Na-N-Oge. There is a country called Tyeer-Na-N-Oge, which means the country of the young, for age and death have not found it. Neither tears nor loud laughter have gone near it. The shadiest boscage covers it perpetually. One man has gone there and returned. The bard Oisin, who wandered away on a white horse, moving on the surface of the foam with his fairy Niam, lived there 300 years, and then returned looking for his comrades. The moment his foot touched the earth, his 300 years fell on him, and he was bowed double, and his beard swept the ground. He described his sojourn to the land of the youth to Patrick before he died. Since then, many have seen it in many places, some in the depths of lakes, and have heard rising therefrom a vague sound of bells. More have seen it far off on the horizon, as they peered out from the western cliffs. Not 3 years ago a fisherman imagined that he saw it. It never appears unless to announce some national trouble. There are many kindred beliefs. A Dutch pilot, settled in Dublin, told M. de la Boulage le Cong, who travelled in Ireland in 1614, that round the poles were many islands, some hard to be approached because of the witches who inhabit them and destroy by storms those who seek to land. He had once, off the coast of Greenland, in 61 degrees of latitude, seen and approached an island only to see it vanish. Sailing in an opposite direction, they met with the same island, and, sailing near, were almost destroyed by a furious tempest. According to many stories, Tyeer-Na-N-Oge is the favourite dwelling of the fairies. Some say it is triple: the island of the living, the island of fig trees, and an underwater land. End of Tyeer-Na-N-Oge. The Legend of O'Donoghue by T. Crofton Croker. In an age so distant that the precise period is unknown, a chieftain named O'Donoghue ruled over the country which surrounds the romantic Lough Lean, now called the Lake of Killarney. Wisdom, beneficence, and justice distinguished his reign, and the prosperity and happiness of his subjects were their natural results. He is said to have been as renowned for his warlike exploits as for his pacific virtues, and as a proof that his domestic administration was not the less rigorous because it was mild, a rocky island is pointed out to strangers, called O'Donoghue's Prison, in which this prince once confined his own son for an act of disorder and disobedience. His end, for it cannot correctly be called his death, was singular and mysterious. At one of those splendid feasts for which his court was celebrated, surrounded by the most distinguished of his subjects, he was engaged in a prophetic relation of the events which were to happen in ages yet to come. His auditors listened, now wrapped in wonder,
now fired with indignation, burning with shame, or melted into sorrow, as he faithfully detailed the heroism, the injuries, the crimes, and the miseries of their descendants. In the midst of his predictions, he rose slowly from his seat, advanced with a solemn, measured, and majestic tread to the shore of the lake, and walked forward composedly upon its unyielding surface. When he had nearly reached the center, he paused for a moment, then, turning slowly around, looked toward his friends, and, waving his arms to them, with the cheerful air of one taking a short farewell, disappeared from their view. The memory of the good O'Donoghue has been cherished by successive generations with affectionate reverence, and it is believed that at sunrise, on every May Day morning, the anniversary of his departure, he revisits his ancient domains. A favored few only are in general permitted to see him, and this distinction is always an omen of good fortune to the beholders. When it is granted to many, it is a sure token of an abundant harvest, a blessing, the want of which during this prince's reign was never felt by his people. Some years have elapsed since the last appearance of O'Donoghue. The April of that year had been remarkably wild and stormy, but on May Day morning the fury of the elements had altogether subsided. The air was hushed and still, and the sky, which was reflected in the serene lake, resembled a beautiful but deceitful countenance, whose smiles, after the most tempestuous emotions, tempt the stranger to believe that it belongs to a soul which no passion has ever ruffled. The first beams of the rising sun were just gilding the lofty summit of Glenaa, when the waters near the eastern shore of the lake became suddenly and violently agitated, though all the rest of its surface lay smooth and still as a tomb of polished marble. The next morning a foaming wave darted forward, and, like a proud, high-crested war-horse, exulting in his strength, rushed across the lake towards Toomey's Mountain. Behind this wave appeared a stately warrior, fully armed, mounted upon a milk-white steed. His snowy plume waved gracefully from a helmet of polished steel, and at his back fluttered a light blue scarf. The horse, apparently exulting in his noble burden, sprung after the wave along the water, which bore him up like firm earth, while showers of spray that glittered brightly in the morning sun were dashed up at every bound. The warrior was O'Donoghue. He was followed by numberless youths and maidens, who moved lightly and unconstrained over the watery plain, as the moonlight fairies glide through the fields of air. They were linked together by garlands of delicious spring flowers, and they timed their movements to strains of enchanting melody. When O'Donoghue had nearly reached the western side of the lake, he suddenly turned his steed, and directed his course along the wood-fringed shore of Glenaa, preceded by the huge wave that curled and foamed up as high as the horse's neck, whose fiery nostrils snorted above it. The long train of descendants followed with playful deviations the track of their leader, and moved on with unabated fleetness to their celestial music, till gradually, as they entered the narrow strait between Glenaa and Dinas, they became involved in the mists which still partially floated over the lakes, and faded from the view of the wondering beholders. But the sound of their music still fell upon the ear, and Echo, catching up the harmonious strains, fondly repeated and prolonged them in soft and softer tones, till the last faint repetition died away, and the hearers awoke as from a dream of bliss. Footnote: This story comes from Fairy Legends of the South of Ireland. End of the Legend of O'Donoghue. End of section 27. Recording by Jane Muir.